Too late now, guys. We don't need to spoil ourselves with leaks. We're 4.5 hours away from the reveal stream. We can just chill. Hey, Bush Boots, how you doing, man? We can just relax, you know? Just relax. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We need to get hyped? Yeah, we can get hyped after we get the reveal with the info. We will get the info soon enough, guys. Besides, because I stopped playing PoE 2 so early in the last patch, it's basically like I'm getting leaks right now when I go through and look at all the stuff they changed because I left so early. It was before they left the league. You know what I mean? So there was actually like stuff getting changed and added. Just bait chat with fake leaks for hype on the reveal. No. We're gonna look through the stuff that changed because I left PoE 2 so early last time. You know what I mean? It's more of a history lesson. No, guys, this is like new info. He forgot about us again. I did not forget. I remember to start YouTube. I did. Once he review how fun. Shut up. Listen. There might be some good stuff in here. Hold on. I gotta readjust where the treadmill is. If it's too far forward, then I start stepping on the end of it on accident. Alrighty. Let's get a look here. Because there's gotta be some new stuff that changed. Obviously, they giga buffed Mjolnir, I think. I don't remember this being +4, and I remember the attack speed being... Was the attack speed better now? $30 minutes late? Oh, relax. Relax. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Can you make the camera smaller? Nope. I already set the size. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, Mjolnir seems like it's maybe better. Any of this other stuff seems good. Consume endurance to critically hit. I don't know about that. Do I actually even want to look at maces? I feel like maces are just... I'm not kidding myself. I'm not actually going to play a mace build, right? There's no way. Maces still have, like, the terrible attack time, probably. I heard that one of the maces is good. You think so? I mean, maybe that is the case. I don't know. Have you looked at the new endgame, like the maces and the cross? When you say new endgame maces, what are we even talking about? There's a pretty heavy-hitting mace here, but it has terrible attack time. Most of this other stuff is not very good fizz, right? Big smash mace? Is it just this one? Gain shrine buff every 10 seconds. Ugh. Maybe the shrines are good in PoE 2. I try to remember what shrine buffs there are. What's the counter? That's the counter till the reveal stream. So, like, if you go to pathofexile.com, that's this right here. That is the counter for when the PoE 2 reveal stream is. Maybe it could be a good battle mage mace if it ever gets introduced. Yeah, I guess maybe. So I don't know. I'm not too keen on the maces. I don't know. Mace, whenever I think mace skills, my brain just thinks locked in, forced attack times. Holy, it's just going to feel bad. Your timer's 1 second ahead. Very unprofessional. Oh, deal with it. It's slightly off. It's fine. Spire of Ire. Yeah, you got a chaotic spear, I guess. Interesting. Good attack time with good chaos damage. I'm not sure how you're scaling that. Not really sure how you're scaling that. I desire the Spire of Ire. You do? You want to be a chaos spear build? They have a broken scepter. I did hear about the broken scepter. For a very brief moment. I think for the most part, unique weapons are always kind of like pretty despair in PoE games in general, but I don't know, maybe some of them will be decent. Adonia's Ego. What the hell is Pinnacle of Power? Buff duration is 5 seconds per power charge consumed, 8% more elemental damage per power charge consumed. Buff causes all elemental damage to contribute to ignite chance and magnitude shock freeze buildup. That's kind of neat. So if you have a bunch of power charges, this can give you a pretty big damage multiplier. And it lasts actually kind of a really long time. Adonia's Ego is unironically pretty decent, I feel like. That res thing sounds like it might be a pain, though. Is that a tier 0? It's probably rare. The fact it's unique and I'm saying, yeah, that might be kind of good. The fact it's unique and I'm saying that, yeah, it's probably rare. Can't you get a lot of max power charges on a tree? Hold on, I need to go re-download Path of Building 2, I think. I don't have Path of Building 2 right now, do I? Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Power charge. You get 2 max here, 1 max here, 1 max here. So there's up to 4 max power charges just on the tree. So between that weapon and the tree, you go from 3 all the way to 8 max power charges, potentially. So 8 power charges means... Three plus 4 equals 7. No. You get +1 from the weapon. -1 to +1. So 8 power charges puts this at 64% more elemental damage. And then you have the all damage shock, ignite, freeze build up, right? You can't quality this, right? The quality doesn't actually apply to the skill. 80% more with quality. You can't... Did they change that? Did they make it so you can actually get quality on these things? Because I thought it was previously you couldn't... The quality couldn't affect the skills granted by items or whatever. Hey, Osri. What are we cooking? We're just looking at some of the stuff they added. You can quality for the skills now? Did they change that finally? Because previously, I think it was you just couldn't add quality to the items or the skills granted by items or whatever. Can we fathom playing log up to get them on? Maybe. Either way, that seems like actually fairly legitimate, right? 3 levels, 80% more is kind of a lot. But then you'd have to spec power charges and whatnot. Quality on the items affects skills. Yeah, that's the whole point. This skill is granted by the item. I don't know, maybe they changed it. I guess we could check real quick. We could boot up PoE and see if high quality an item, if it actually affects the skill. Cicadia does now. They fixed that. Because previously it was just like you were just kind of boned. It didn't like matter or whatever. The minus res is pretty backbreaking though, Pavton. Yeah, the minus met res is a pretty big deal for sure. All right. So let's say we have quality on this. I need to like remember how to like open my skill interface. What's the actual keybind? Input, open up skills. Skills, I am blind, overlay, chat, toggle, highlight, detonate, weapon swap, attack, bound skills. G for gem? Okay, not that you guys might not be right about this, but how can I not, how is it this hard for me to find it? Yes. Skills panel, G, okay, it's just really far down, I guess. All right, fair enough. So if I open this up, hover it, does that even work? Why can't I like... It's like I want to. It's been so long since I played this game. Alt. There we go. So it says nothing. Additional effects from quality. Even though it is qualityed. Hover over the icon. I'm hovering the icon. The staff is qualityed. It does not appear to say it has quality. But I can't hover it in my inventory for some ungodly reason. 4.5 meters. It's probably just based on my AoE and stuff. I would love if I could just, you know, hover it and see, hey, is there actually quality on this? That'd be cool, right? Put a GCP on the gem in the skills panel. Do I even have GCPs? I do have some GCPs. Oh my word, it's this I have to hover. It doesn't look like it does anything, guys. The quality on the item does not appear to work. Who said you can now? What is with people just making stuff up? Why? Why? How hard is it to not just make up random things? You can take the staff without quality, great radius. Visually, yeah, I'd have to go get another staff though. So it's one of those things where the quality's there, but it just doesn't appear on your tooltip, and there's nothing telling you it's actually doing anything because equality and Kingsword. What are you guys even talking about? Right now, I'm gonna say quality might freaking work. Who freaking knows? It doesn't appear on the tooltip, so who knows? maybe that's one of the plan changes to make it so quality actually appears on the tooltip so you can tell if it actually does anything. Either way, either it works or it doesn't. Looks like it doesn't. Maybe it does. Who freaking knows? I'd have to go buy a second staff, and I don't care that much. Are we gonna play LE tomorrow? I'm not really planning on it, but I might change my mind. Not currently planning on it, though. There was something changed where you could, but it might have just been class skills. Maybe. I don't know. Are you looking through the leaks? No. We'll be looking at the reveal stream live when it happens. I don't really want to go through a bunch of leaks. I'm not necessarily a leak appreciator. So Adonia's maybe could be decent. Res penalty seems pretty sketch. But this is fairly good damage scaling, and having all stuff apply, shock, freeze, and ignite at the same time is also kind of cool. Already fed up? I mean, this is just what's it called? I'm not old, okay, guys. I'm not old. I'm just reminding myself where the various tooltip stuff is. Okay. Don't worry about it, okay? Okay, Mr. Granville, yeah, I don't know what to talk about. Alright, so they added a pretty good wand. Whispering Ice. Are you good? 4% spell damage per 10 intelligence. Inflict cold exposure on hit, lowering target cold res by up to 30%. Reduce cast speed. Grants Ice Storm. Is this good? What does Ice Storm do? What the hell is Ice Storm? PoE 2 Wiki Ice Storm. Ice Storm gives you cold damage from hits, does not contribute to chill magnitude, cannot freeze. Bolt per chill consumed. Improves 1 bolt per power of enemies from which freeze is consumed. What the hell even is this? Conjured hail ice over target area. Chill and freeze all the enemies in front of you. Consumed fuel. Improved bolts. What the hell? What the hell does that even mean? Spell skill equipped by first for your ice. Conjure hail, target area, chill and freeze on enemies. Consumed. So this is some like combo thing. Is that what this is? She's like lightning conduit for chill. Yeah. So it's got this, which is kind of a good stat. This, which is kind of a good stat. Plus cold levels, and then Ice Storm, which you probably just don't use. I guess it perma-chills things around you, maybe, if this is a persistent aura. Which then allows you to do the other thing. I don't freaking know. Seems a little weird. Is it possible to recom Viz Reduction onto a necrotic armor? No. No, it is not. That is old recoms. New recoms cannot do that. What did Valorbs do to its numbers? Probably could make this say 5%. Probably this could say 18 or 19 or something like that. This could say +5. And this could say 5% reduced instead of 20 or whatever, I would think. But giving up your weapon slot seems pretty rough. Just out of curiosity. Wait, hold on. Trade 2. Just out of curiosity, how bricked? How bricked are the costs for things like this? Okay, so this probably sucks, right? Because I'm guessing its drop rate's pretty bad. But they're only selling for 2 chaos. What about Adonia's? Adonius is a bit more, but still like not that valuable. Is Astramentus still expensive? Astramentus is a lot less than it was, but these are all bricked. What does a non-bricked Astramentus go for? Non-bricked is like 10 divines. What happened, dude? Is it just because they made things like a lot more I guess like Dream Fragments also is a lot worse than it was before. They made them able to drop. Is that what it was? Because previously they just didn't freaking exist. That'll be interesting, actually, having items that occur on trade. Then Marcus held on after they made it so things could actually drop. Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, I mean, that's nice that you'll actually be able to be like, oh, I can actually equip some of these. Is Wrathbith a real item in this game? What does Wrathbith do again? Non-channeling spells have crit chance per 100 life. Non-channeling spells deal a 10% increase per 100 life. Is that better than PoE 1? What's PoE 1 Wrathbith? It's 5%, right? Yeah, it's 5%. No downside? No, there's a downside. Downside's right here. Spells cost an additional 6% of your life. It doesn't have percent max life. Yeah, it has some flat and some percent, but obviously it's weaker than the who's whatsy. And you get corrupted though, right? You could click this. I guess these are non-corrupted versions. This would go up to like 12%, right? Yeah, 12% damage. 12% damage per 100 life. But the amount of life you get in PoE 2 is so much more like bricked, right? So much more bricked. What if they added life nodes to the tree? What do you guys think? Do you think they're gonna add life nodes to the tree in the next patch? Do we log into a life build? What do you think? No. Maybe it could happen, right, guys? Maybe it could happen. I heard Blood Mage getting buffs, man. Maybe we log in. I do kind of want to play a Wrathbith build. I do kind of want to try to make that work. It would be tempting too. Take it life will be the standard, imagine. Search Paul the Dreamer. We're gonna get there. We're looking at other stuff first. Yo, Lionized Glare is here. Accuracy, attack speed, +2 meter of dodge roll distance if you haven't dodge rolled recently. -1 meter if you have dodge rolled recently. The hell is that? Freaking dodge roll, man. What am I even looking at? Barrage attacks with this bow repeat +1 time if no enemies are in your presence. If no enemies are in your... I don't even know what to think about that. I don't even know what to think about that. Is that good, guys? Is that good? Is that where it's at? Passives now add flat life to balance out. Holy. We're gaining power day by day. Palm of the Dreamer is the one you guys wanted me to look at, right? The permanent Gloom Shrine. And it just has some gain as chaos. I mean, Perma Gloom Shrine does sound pretty nice. Perma Gloom Shrine does sound pretty nice. That one's awesome. What does Palm of the Dreamer go for? Holy! Yeah, that's a lot of money. 120 divines for a brick. How much for a non-brick? Wait, oh, does it always come corrupted? It must always come corrupted then. Just always. 370 for a good skill effect duration roll. Why are you always walking? Because I'm trying to lose weight. Hey, Junio, Caesar, man. What's going on? Staves are kind of bad even with the new runes. Yeah, staves are... They're questionable. It's a corrupted palm or something. Yeah, I guess it must be a... its creation requires... Is it just you corrupt one of these other ones and they have a chance to become the Giga Chad one? Guiding palm. Let's see, what are these things worth? It's probably not that, right? Or maybe the Val corruption outcome is like super unlikely to occur. Or these are all just price fixes. Might be price fixes. Easier rarity, difficulty to corrupt it. Well, I mean, the supply on trade's pretty non-existent. They're 100 divine, so it's likely, yeah, its supply is pretty hard to get. It's a very rare Val outcome. Okay, interesting. Well, that's kind of neat. That's definitely a chase item for sure. For a lot of people, it will be. And then we have a crossbow, which has pretty Giga Chad fizz. Load bolts to all skills. Sacrifice your life to not consume the last bolt when firing. Reduced reload speed. I wonder how that feels. I don't know. I haven't played any freaking bow skills. What was Requiem? Passively accumulates anguish from tormented souls within. When fully charged, use a skill to compose, transforming your crossbow bolts into torrent of anguish for a short duration. Does not use ammunition. I have no idea what that even means. The unique skill. 900% attack damage. Interesting. Probably hits pretty hard then, I guess. And then we have Voltaxic Rift, which is lightning converted to chaos. Voltaxic Rift does not seem very strong. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a lot of... It doesn't seem like a very high base damage. GG made a video about this one. The Last Lament. Alright, we can try to look it up. Last Lament. PoE Crossbow. Preview. What do we got here? Make it so YouTube can hear. Hopefully I don't remember to change that back.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Today, we've got a unique item showcase for The Last Lament.
Let's see it.
A brand new crossbow being added in 021. This crossbow originates from the height of the Eternal Empire, during the reign of Emperor Chittus. Kalisa Mars, known for her amazing singing abilities, due to the virtue gem embedded in her throat, was slain by her very own composer, Adamantia. During this murder, Kalisa unleashed such powerful screams that their sheer force killed both of them, eternally trapping their souls in the crossbow. The Last Lament has interesting modifiers to reflect this tragic tale. The first, a chance to reload bolts on kill, represents the crossbow's ability to capture the souls of slain enemies and use them as ammunition. Secondly, the crossbow has infinite ammo, as long as your soul is resilient enough by feeding life into the crossbow.
Dude, I don't know, man.
Be careful not to feed it all, as you too might get...
That just looks so sketch. Just look at his HP bar. He's just gonna get one
trapped in
tap.
it forever. Thirdly, and what makes this crossbow truly shine, is its granted skill, Compose Requiem.
That seems so
Harness
sketch,
the
man.
power of the entwined souls within to unleash the fury of Khaleesi and Adamantia themselves by weaponizing their torment and laying waste to all enemies in sight. You'll notice as using this skill you get to hear the composition of Adamantia and the voice of Khaleesi herself echoing for every bolt you fire.
I mean, maybe the skill's decent. I don't know, dude. Looking at this though, this right here,
Chance to reload bolts
this
on
gameplay
kill
where his life is
represents
just
the
getting
crossbows of-
just giga absorbed. Low life expo, yeah, something like that. I don't know. Seems a little bit sketch. You just stack ES maybe. Well, it's a flat amount, so you kind of need a lot of life, I think, to support it, don't you? Yeah, it's sacrificed 300. I don't know. Seems like you kind of need like at least a life investment for it. In Quiz Expo, yeah, maybe. I don't know. That seems a bit sketch to me. That seems a bit sketch. All right, let's take a look at the much more interesting items. Let's look at armor items. I feel like armor and other pieces are a lot more interesting. Weapons are kind of like, some of them can be cool, but this like you're forced into specific builds for the most part. I feel like armors are more flexible. You just reroll the bolts. Yeah. I mean, it has the big reduced bolt reload speed, which maybe is a little bit annoying. You go Lich and then there's no downside? Maybe. I'm not sure about that one. So I think I remember with the Lich, certain things like it doesn't bypass the downside, it just makes it not work. Like, for example, if like Wrathpith is a good example. I don't know. I don't have PoE to use Wrathpith open. Let me just... I think this is a life cost, right? Yeah, this is a cost additional. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Lich, if you had a skill that costs life, it would just not let you cast. It's not like you got around the downside thing. You just couldn't cast if it was a life cost of any kind. Sacrifice might be similar. I'm not sure. What do they do to Calm's Heart? We're going to find out. Is Calm's already on this page? Blackbird, armor applies to elemental. Holy bait. Surely they're changing this stat, right? Regen life if you're surrounded. I don't know about that. Don't know about any of this stuff. Recoup fizz damage. Recover life and you consume endurance charge. Calm's Heart, you have no spirit. I'm gonna use that on my Chalupa boy. I guess that makes sense now. Chalupa makes you remove your spirit too, doesn't it? Is this a data mine? No, this is just current items that are in the game, Marcus. They added a bunch of uniques after I left the 0.2 patch. And I'm going through and looking at some of the stuff that they added since I left. 1500 life is a lot, except then you remember, wait, there's no percent scaling anywhere. You know what the difference between a Calm's Heart build and a non-Calm's Heart build is? The Calm's Heart build has 1400 higher life. You know? The Calm's Heart build has like, let's say 5.5k life or 6k, maybe 7k. 7k sounds kind of stretching it though. They have like 6k life or whatever. Your weakest version of ES has like 7k on like a budget setup. And then like a good ES setup's like 20k. Oh, life. Never change, life builds, never change. No Spirit looks like a much worse penalty than no sockets. Oh, no Spirit is a terrible penalty. Couldn't it just be like 100% more life? Yeah, they could have made it something besides flat. I mean, that's what they chose to make it. No Spirit's just a really rough downside. I don't know if there's a scenario where you could take advantage of that and that feels good. Max res. Am I reading this correctly? Is the roll range -5 to +1? Am I reading that correctly? Or is it to -1? It's to -1. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight. Brass Dome, 2k armor at max roll. You get a little bit of stun threshold. You don't take extra damage from crits. And you get -1 max res. How much armor can you, like, if I just have a rare chest piece? Is that actually like an insane amount of armor? Body armor. Is it if it's not the highest amount of armor in the game, surely it's not, you're just clicking this just for crits, right? I don't know, man. What am I even looking at? So I guess you're just clicking it for the crit mitigation, and then you're losing to max res because it's not even the highest armor chest piece in the game. That is, I don't know what's going on there, man. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna write that down. Very interesting. 120k armor, 500% movement speed, small downside. What are we talking about here? 2 items broken 3 days ago. The hell are we talking about? 2 items. Is this just gonna be stuff that's based on dodge roll? The hell am I even looking at? Armor evasion tagging with the movement speed per evasion armor. Where's the thing that actually gives you movement speed? Is this Queen of the Forest? Queen of the Forest still gives you 1% per 800 evasion. Less move speeds per dodge roll. How the heck is he getting so much evasion? Drops will be in any PoE 2 stream. Anybody in the category. Check the support gem. 25% increased evasion while using sport skills per quarter second of attack time. 20% armor while using sport skills per quarter second of attack time. Too lazy? Yep, a little bit. Wait, it is only 3 minutes. All right, fine. We can watch. We can watch the whole thing. I thought for sure it would be a. I thought for sure it'd be like a 20-minute video, guys. Let's give it a. I didn't look at the. I didn't look at the time. All right. Well, we will appreciate. And we'll look.
Numbers: 120k armor, 400k evasion, and 75% block chance. The setup needs just 2 uniques and 2 support gems, nothing expensive. However, there's a significant limitation that makes this specialized rather than universally useful. Let me show you exactly how it works and the practical realities. The core is the untouchable gem, which provides 25% increased evasion per quarter second of attack time. I socketed it in bowshot skill. We also use the unabating gem that works the same way for armor. These gems flip normal logic. We actually want slowest possible attack speed to maximize defenses. This is where Eterno boots come in. In my previous Caltrops build, I used one of its modifiers for dodge roll invincibility. This time, we're using the other, 10% less movement and skill speed per dodge roll in past 20 seconds. After 10 rolls, our bow shot takes 100 seconds per attack.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I have to, every 20 seconds, dodge roll 10 times in order to acquire the buff. Shut up. Stop. Stop.
With both support gems, we end up with over 8,000% increased evasion and armor. Combined with passives and gear, we reach around 400k evasion and 120k armor.
Let's do dodge roll anyways.
Monk! I need a monk!
Per
Thanks for the
two
bits.
players builds are 200 IQ.
I mean,
The final piece is Queen.
okay, hold on. Let me think. It doesn't slow down your dodge roll, right?
Queen of the Forest armor. This nullifies other movement speed modifiers.
And your dodge roll should be fast because you have good movement speed, right? What does the clip of him dodge rolling look
After
like?
10 rolls, our bow shot takes 100 seconds per
No, his
attack.
dodge roll looks
With both
not
support
fun.
gems, we end up with over 8,000%
It doesn't look
increased
fast.
evasion forest armor. This nullifies other movement speed modifiers but grants 1% movement speed per 800 evasion. With 400k evasion, that translates to 500% movement speed, lasting full 100 seconds. Now here's the catch. The boots reduce skill speed globally, making most skills unusable,
Yeah,
with caltrops being the exception, remaining effective despite reduced speed. Ideally, we'd want speed and damage.
So pretty much every skill is unusable except some automated
all
skills.
points in evasion nodes for high movement speed, leaving nothing for damage scaling. So I'm using framework from my previous caltrops build. We have weapon set 2 handles damage, weapon set 1 focuses on evasion. The skill gem setup includes mostly caltrops, Wind Dancer for evasion stacks, Amber Fusillade with life tap,
Thorns angle, I guess. Yeah, Thorns. I don't know. A lot of caltrops. That's a lot of caltrops.
proper modifiers, we can even reach beyond 700% speed. Looking ahead to 0.3, assuming no nerfs, this should be strong for trial running. You'll still need damage solutions though. Caltrops remains best if it survives, but I expect GGG will probably nerf it. Overall, this demonstrates fascinating mechanical interaction.
So RSV looks slow. Well, I mean, to me this still looks like, okay, let me get this straight. I have to start each zone with 10 dodge rolls, and then I have to keep doing the dodge rolls. I don't know. I mean, hey, I guess I kind of, you get some nice clips of walking around, I guess. Hey, he's winning. Power to him, but I think I'm gonna I'm gonna pass on that plan. I'm gonna pass that plan. You have to do the status and then attack with bow shot. Do you just start the attack and then roll out of it, basically? And then that lasts for 100 seconds? You're dodge rolling on repeat anyways? Yeah, because he's doing his damage is through caltrops and he's the dodge roll for that, right? I mean, maybe if there's some other skills that aren't caltrops, maybe some other ways to take advantage of it. That is a lot of movement speed. To be fair, you know, that is a lot of movement speed. It's a solid amount of movement speed. It's cool, yeah. I'd say it's decently cool. You put some thought into that. Rage. What does Rage do in this game again? 1% more damage, up to a max of 30. It's pretty similar. PoE1 Rage. How much move speed is Sprint? Don't know. Hello, you're not hyping me at all? Well, there's no hype content yet, guys. The hype content is the freaking reveal. We go into the new look at the new content. It sounds cool, but looks horrible to play. Yeah, I don't know. The setup for that stuff sounds rough. It would have been nice if he included a showcase of what the character looks like doing a map, you know, like so you could see him dodge roll 10 times to start and then see how the caltrops do in actual content. Does it work with blink caltrops? I think. I mean, it just works with any dodge roll functionality, and blink is pseudo dodge roll, right? Create a reveal bingo. We could do a reveal bingo, but I'm gonna do it after I look through other stuff. Also, when I'm making the reveal bingo, there's gonna be some dude in the background who's like, Lance, I saw all of the leaks. This bingo board, that one's wrong, that one's wrong, that one's wrong. You know, like, there's gonna be the dude who's been scouring over the leaks for the past 2 days. He's gonna be out of control. I saw all the leaks. Yeah. There's the leak mains. Blast recovery rate, dexterity, cold res, not great. Fragile regrowth, lose when hit, gain regrowth each second. Not very consistent. What's going to be your free space in the bingo? I don't know yet. Part of me was going to think I'm going to put Druid in the free space, but I don't think I could do that based on what I've been told. People keep telling me there's no Druid. Each time I get more depressed. Double Companions, Uriels, Queen of the Forest got usable for that one build. It's definitely totally going to work. Hiri's Ire adds a grand total of 20 to 30 damage. Can evade all hits if you have not been hit recently. Interesting. No crafting equal free space. I don't want to put that down, okay? Surely they give us some more crafting changes, right? Surely. This is taken as blacked out, temporalis. Chespy still seems like it's in the situation where you probably just use a rare. Leech life, 100% ES. I'm not seeing any too many chess pieces that make me think, yeah, that could replace a rare. Spirit Intelligence, all res, increased energy shield recharge. Current injury shield also grants elemental damage reduction. Is that elemental damage reduction a good amount? Probably not. Cloak of Defiance. Cloak of Defiance. Does Mom become real with Cloak of Defiance? How much Mom is on the tree? On the tree, there is 12. 20. 30. Wait, no, not 12. 16. 16. 24. 34. Mom's on Jules. Yeah, I know Mind Over Matter. Mind Over Matter comes with the less recovery rate. So I'm just wondering what the number you get to if you can get 100% without grabbing the thing. That's what I'm thinking. The Mind Over Matter stat on Jules still exists. Taken from mana before life. Goes up to 4% on Jules. This can corrupt for 37. Interesting. So you could get 34 plus 37. Takes you to 71. So you definitely can get 100%, but it's a pretty heavy investment. The leaks are said to only be 40% of the patch. Well, there better be some banger stuff in there then. Okay. 100% is too much investment. Well, you need 100% if you want to go like CI, for example. But yeah, it is a pretty big investment for sure. What else do we got? Code of Red, Barrow Dweller, damage and hitting you while unlucky while you're on low life. Not great. Riots, not great. Iron Grip, Iron Will, damage per strength. Damage per strength. Is there any other source of Iron Will besides this? Is it just Iron Grasp? You also have the new runes for it as well. We'll look at the runes in a bit. What's the damage per int mod, if I'm remembering correctly? 2% per 10. So it's a lot stronger than pure power, but giving up a chest piece seems kind of suspect. Low life helmet is probably going to get nerfed or have its rarity up. We'll look at the low life helmet eventually. We're going through the chest piece right now, guys. The unique helmets get good. We'll look at the unique helmet. I'm not sure which one you guys are talking about, but we'll look through. Banners. I don't even think I want to know what banners even do. I'm just gonna roll past that and pretend I didn't see it. Doriani's prototype's in the game now? What does Doriani's prototype do? Armor applies the lightning damage from hits. Enemies in your presence have lightning resistance equal to yours. Lightning resistance does not affect damage taken. So armor applies the lightning. Dude, I don't know, man. And now it's an armor evasion chest piece, so you don't get any energy shield from it. There's no negative lightning res in PoE 2. The one wand has minus Ellie res. Can lightning res not go negative or something? Is that what it is? I mean, you're just gonna die, right? You're just gonna die because armor kind of sucks. You're just gonna get PK'd, I think, in this situation. You're gonna get mana siphon. Degen's gonna kill you a lot too. Yeah, I think you just die. Hey, when they add mercenaries to the game, though, and mercenaries just have insane DR, and this is just a free item to put on them, hey, then we'll talk. What else do we got in here? Fallen Formation, banner thing, Coming Calamity. Enemies in your presence have no elemental res. You have Triple Herald. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Enfolding Dawn, Giga Spirit, gain to inherent bellowness from intelligence. Nice leveling item. Where's my Relic Cache? GGG. It's in a support gem. That's what I was told. Ice Tomb, freeze is equaled. Freeze though dealing cold damage equal to 10% of your max mana when hit. Interesting, I guess. Not really. I don't think we use that. Husk of Dreams. This is, I have no idea what that is. Not using that. Soul Mantle. +1 maximum number of summoned totems. Inflicts a random curse on you when your totems die, ignoring curse limit. Seems a little rough. Vol's Protector. Reduced mana. Chance to gain a power charge on crit. Okay, so you really need power charge gen, but I don't know. I feel like you'd want to get power charge gen somewhere else. Wave Shaper. Gain mana as armor. Increase the reductions to mana regeneration range. Also apply to energy shield recharge rate. Wave Shaper's decent, yeah. It's okay. It's solid. Like it's a good cost efficient option. It's like 500 ES once you put like sockets in it right, and comes with spirit, res, and a bit of armor. I have 5k ES regen with that? You mean recharge, right? Free space is gonna be Act 4, yeah, that's fair. Torture Chrism, Life Leech can overflow. Didn't see the timer, it's all good, man. It's there, though. It's there. Damage taken recouped as life is also recouped as energy shield. Sacrosanctum. Some generic okay stats. I don't know. Isn't recoup in this game over like 8 seconds or something? My brain is telling me recoup in PoE 2 is like really not good. Slow as hell, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I want to rely on that. It's good with the Chronomancer. It's because the Chronomancer actually has like something that makes the recoup timer not trash. Is that what it is? That's not Chronomancer. Enemies in your presence slowed. Recoup occurs over 4 seconds, yeah. Recoup over 4 seconds. You basically need this to like make it not trash, right? Still on the questionable side of things. Smoke cloud stationary, don't care. Bleeds, you inflict are aggravated. Chill on you is reversed. Hold on. Reverse chill. How much? What does chill do in this game again? Chill's an ammo that slows the effective targets that last 2 seconds by default. Blah, 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 blah. Doesn't chill like go up to like 40% or something in this game? How much does chill go to? Need the like the wiki. Chill, PoE 2 wiki. Give me the information I desire. Magnitude of chill scales the slow effect and depends on the damage taken for mitigation, up to a maximum of 50%. Chill is independent of damage. Inflict a default slow of 20%, unless otherwise specified. I mean, up to 50% sounds like a lot. Chooses magnitude up to a maximum of 50%. All hits that have any contribution to chill magnitude can chill without requiring an explicit chance to inflict. I don't know what like consistent ways you have to self chill though. Like what ways do you have to hit yourself? Minus cold res. Obviously, you're giving up your whole chest piece to do this. I think if there's any ways to hit yourself in PoE too much. Hey, Corduroy, how you doing, man? 50% is right there. Oh, I'm just blind. I am just blind. I guess we'll look through the rest of the unique items and see if there's obvious things that can hit yourself. I can't really think off the top of my head of things that hit yourself in PoE 2. Maybe there's skills like Forbidden Right that exist. But if you get a 50% action speed boost, that does sound quite nice. Xerfes gives you mana, reduce regenerates, and it gives you Soul Eater. 1% increased skill speed for 4 seconds when an enemy dies in your presence, up to 50 stacks. Soul Eater's only 50% speed? Only 50% speed. I don't know. %50 skill speed versus 50% action speed. I feel like 50% action speed is a lot better. And that seems like you're waiting for get the ramp kills and stuff. You say that like you can actually get speed in PoE 2. Yeah, that's a fair point. There isn't a lot of sources of percent speed. Skill speed affects attack animation time. Skill speed is just attack speed plus cast speed rolled into one stat. It also like affects, I don't know, it's just a generic speed stat that applies. It's basically attack speed is what it is. Well, depending on what skill you're using, right? Applicable based on the skill you're actually playing with. Red Flare Conduit. Lose power charge when reaching max. Chance to gain power charge. Shocks. I'm not sure I'm feeling that. Many skills have a base animation time that isn't affected by attack speed in PoE 2, Hank. Those aren't affected by skill speed either. I'm pretty sure they aren't. Skill speed is just a generic stat that's like, hey, we wanted one word to say attack speed, freaking cast speed, trap throw speed. You know, like it's basically they're combining a lot of like different specific stats into one stat. So like it's like less wordy or whatever. It doesn't get around the mace built-in attack timer. There is no way around the base the mace built-in attack timer. Warguy speed, totem something speed, yeah. Any of this like the speed stats basically. And it's just freaking shortens it all into one thing for a stat they want to apply to all those things. Otherwise, they would specify if they don't want it to apply to other stuff, right? Ezamite gives you unwavering stance. Cannot be light stunned. Cannot dodge roll. I don't know how is that good in PoE 2? Light stun. I mean, light stun is most of the normal stuns, right? Heavy stun's only applicable if you're doing like the mount, or I guess the sprinting thing, if that's real. Onslaught, you give 20% skill speed and 10% movement speed. Is that new? I feel like Onslaught used to not give movement speed. Did they change that? Introducing the game. Maybe they didn't change it. I could have sworn Onslaught was just like no movement speed. Now I want to get it. What sources of Onslaught are there? Onslaught on kill, Death Rush. Gain Onslaught during effect. So a charm and the Onslaught helmet. Am I thinking of Ruthless? Yeah, that could be it. Sources are just pretty limited. Yeah. If it's just these three, that is pretty limited. Losing your helmet slot's pretty rough for sure. But at the same time, 10% MS is 10% MS. The fall dash requires walking on. Yeah, you have to have something proc it, right? Helmet slots also like pretty good actually. I feel like a lot of the helmets are actually, there's some pretty strong ones. Corona the Red Sun, res life. When you leech life from a hit, allies in your presence also leech life. Presence, enemies in your presence have 10% reserved. Sure. Gold Rim, just a bunch of res. Innsmouth comes with a bunch of mana regen, but bricks your percent mana. The caustic arrow helmet that you wanted to blow up the caustic arrows with. Elevore gives charm gain now. Interesting. I think that's new. I don't think that was there before. Haste Aura from a Tame Beast. It gives you 10 MS. Yeah, we'll have to look at the Tame Beast options as well. Constricting Command. Pin enemies, which are primed for pinning. Don't think I care about pin. 120 life and 15 all stats good, though. Like, this is just generically, like, decent stats. But then again, you remember that this is a life-based helmet. And then you cry on the inside. Black insignia, rarity, evasion. Gain tailwind on critically hit no more than once per second. Lose tailwind when hit. And tailwind is a stacking buff, which gets 1% movement speed, 3% skill speed, evasion rating for 10 seconds. Up to 10. 10 MS and 30 speed. How much is what's the Deadeye's generation for it? The Deadeye's generation for tailwind is skill use. Lose when hit. So this is as you're proccing tailwind stacks. Fair enough. Extra proj. There's a chance you'd gain maximum frenzies. Additional marks. Okay. Charms are just fine, but not exciting. I think some of the new unique charms seemed like they had some pretty giga buffs. I can't remember what all they did. Alpha's Howl, 100 Spirit's kind of crazy. Decent amount of evasion. Presence is doubled. That's kind of cool. Star Conjas is crit chance, evasion rating when on low life. 50% of damage from hits is taken from damageable companion before you. Neat, I guess. Is Alpha Howl like a T0? Yeah, it's pretty rare. Let's see. What does Alpha's Howl cost on trade and how many are there? Alpha's Howl. Yes, on trade right now, it's not too expensive. I mean, the market's probably just all over the place with a lot of this stuff, but it's a pretty rare item. And they also made a lot of the rare items not insanely rare, which is probably one of the better changes they made. So people can actually build around some items now. Look what they've done to Sandstorm. We'll get there. Heat Shiver I didn't look at yet. Gain 1% of cold damage, extra fire damage per chill magnitude on enemy. That's a decent amount of gain, but then, I don't know. Not wearing a rare helmet at that point. Culling Strike Threshold. I guess if you're doing cold, that's decent. Are these new things for 0.3 patch? I'm not looking at any of the leaks. These are just stuff that got added after I logged out for the league. Some of it was stuff that was there before, I think, maybe, but a lot of it's stuff that's new to me. Is there a Colon Strike helmet I used in my Xbox Guy 0.1? I have no idea, Tiger. Do not know about your Culling Strike helmet. Maybe this is a Culling Strike helmet? I don't know. Every 3 seconds, consume a nearby corpse, recover life. Consume corpses. Yeah. Eldritch Battery, Visage Javaya. Forbidden Gaze. Max Res, Cold Res. Bad ES. Sandstorm. Enemies in your presence are blinded. Blinded causes enemies to have 20% less accuracy and evasion. Sure. Every second inflicts critical weakness. For 15 seconds. So yeah, critical weakness is pretty strong, right? Can stack up to 20 times. Plus 0.5 crit chance hit. He's laughing at the minion stats now, but we all know minions good next patch. Is that what it is? The minion's good now? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, Crown of Eyes is here. Increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attacks. Neat. I think that was there right when I was noping out. Regen life per max energy shield. 0.05. So if I have 20 ES, that's 1 regen per second. So if I have 2000 ES, it's 100 regen per second. Cannot have energy shield. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Zero sustain. Good as usual. Scold's Bridle. What'd they do with Scold's? Take percent of mana cost you pay for skills as physical damage. 100% increased spell damage. Comes with some mana. And some ES. Holy, that's an ugly looking helmet. Well, there's a self-damage proc. What's the chest piece? Doesn't have like all damage chill, right? It's just reversive chill. There's your self-hit. Yeah, there's a self-hit. I don't know if this game has like taken as cold. It might. If you have a like no threshold for chill though, that could get you a way to consistently proc a 50% self-chill, maybe. Are there any self-damage shenanigans at PoE 2? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Scold's Bridles is one of them. That reverse chill chest piece is another potential option. 25 to 100 is a pretty wild roll range. Oh, it's an insane roll range. This whole helmet has a lot of roll ranges. 75 to 150 ES, 60 to 100, 80 to 100. Yeah, it's got a lot of roll ranges.
Couple minutes, I'm gonna die.
Yo, Tracker, appreciate the sub, man. Indigon. What do you have? Indigon. I remember wanting to try to, but it was like super unsustainable. Like ridiculous cost. I think you need a pretty min-max character to make this feel okay. Because that cost was insane. What's Indigon on the current trade? Probably cheap, right? Now they made stuff common. Yeah. Cheap as can be. Is there a PoE 2 announcement today? Yep. That there is. Iron Ride. I don't think this was there before. You have no accuracy penalty at distance. I don't know about that. I look at the accuracy penalty distance stuff and I'm just like, what does this even mean? Increase crit chance, aggravate bleedings when you take critical hit with attacks. Sure. Does Indigon work with Mjolnir like it does in PoE 1? Maybe. I think Mjolnir gets a free cost for it. Distance equals off screen. We're not shooting too many things off screen, right? Perfect timing window is Salem. I'll pass on that. Vile Knight. 4% increased damage with hits for each second they've been in your presence. Up to 200%. Oh my words, glad. King's Dark Tiding, appreciate the sub, man. It's literally glad. 4% up to a maximum of 200. Don't mind me while I wait for 50 seconds to get my damage multiplier up. Okay, Bringer of Rain. Cannot use body armor. Can wield two-handed axe and maces and swords in one hand. Cannot use body armor. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know about Bringer of Rain. 1,000, get some accuracy, get some crit chance. Crown of the Victor gets the +1 all skill with nothing else going on. That's interesting. Fair enough, I guess. Bronzebeard, 10% reduced movement speed. I think I'm gonna pass on that. 10% reduced movement speed sounds. Whatever we do, we need to make sure we have a nice amount of movement speed in whatever we make, guys. We need to be tagging in movement speed wherever we can, okay? Deepest Tower. Deepest Tower is actually good, right? Enemies in your presence count as being a low life. And then there's like some really good low life wheels. And it actually has like some generically decent stats. Just got to filter out all the armor gear. Does all the armor gear have like the built-in negative movement speed penalty? Veil of the Night. You have no Ellie res. Holy. Where do I sign up? 5% XP gain, 50 int, 20 rarity. That 5% XP gain is going to feel real good. Keeper of the Arc, less damage from hits, less damage taken over time. Wait, what? Alternating. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, this is just 30 DR. It's alternating. All right, so inconsistent DR, my favorite. Love me some Heartstopper. You missed the gold increase drops. That's okay. Don't think gold increase drops is my top priority right now. Blood and Magic, Mask of the Sanguimancer. Bit of crit chance, strength, int, and then blood magic. Blood magic in this game is you have no mana, skills cost are converted. Not sure how I feel about blood magic. Blood magic's like decent, right? Just play not Archmage. Allies in your presence get increased damage. Classic Leer cast. At sack sight. Critical hits poison the enemy. So it's a way to add poison into your build. I feel like Blood Mage needs % more life. I mean, Blood Mage is one of the classes that's getting reworked, right? I think. Can be modified while corrupted. Pretty wide range of res, life, mana. I'm guessing this has special corruptions on it, but I can't quite remember. Trade site. Go. Glimpse of Chaos. Do you have special corruptions? Corrupted. Yes. Warcry speed. Curse magnitude. CDR. AoE. Yeah, that's like special corruptions. You can get double corruptions. How many corruptions can you get, actually? Oh, there's like very few that are actually corrupted. That's kind of funny. It's better because you can have auras with blood magic. You can have auras in PoE 1. Thinking you can't have auras in PoE 1 with blood magic is just... Maybe you just don't realize you can do Eternal Blessing. Maybe you don't realize you can do low life builds and stuff. Blood magic does not stop you from having auras. There's quite a few options. I found a Blade Biter with Profane, Strike, 4-link, Malevolence Grace, no deadly elements. Hey, did you get it with plus Barrage as well? GG, man. Hopefully your character's going well. I don't want to look at the Merc Bot right now after yesterday. I need some time away. Reduced attribute requirement, and it comes with, this is probably like a 200 ES helmet. After you factor in the percent, because I don't think when you're looking at this is just giving you the baseline numbers, right? Or is it actually giving you the real numbers? Like if I type in Vertex right now. Oh. Oh, okay, no, I guess it's just 90. All right. I was thinking that number was actually the baseline before percent increases. That's rough. It's only 70, 160-ish. That's rough. 3 dragons. The old changing what ailments get inflicted with certain things. Mind of the Councils. Attacks cost 6% of your max mana. Attacks have equal damage to 6 to 9% of maximum mana. How much mana can you realistically get currently? It's added maximum, right? 6 to 9 means it can roll probably to like 11 with a crit or with a corruption. Right? Yeah, up to 11. Holy! That's pretty expensive. There must be some builds that are using this and it's actually viable. Because 11%, you know, that's a decent amount, right? I wonder what builds are using this. Well, there have to be, right, if this is expensive. It must be a fairly rare unique at baseline. The 11% corruption's going for big money. Do you like walking treadmill? I like it. It's a good way to get some extra exercise. Hey, Dan Smith, how you doing, man? Self-chill doesn't seem like it has a reliable way to proc it yet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know if there's much self-damage options for it. -1 mana percent cost too. Yep. Not too shabby. I mean, that's a decent amount of flat. Wonder how hard that would be to build into. Poison Fizz extra attack speed at greater distance. Yeah, I mean, greater distance is okay, but the rest of that, a faster attack is okay, but no extra prod is unfortunate. Tree Fingers. Giant's Blood. I don't know. A lot of these things, yeah, like the Shelf Chill is a good example of one of those things that could be good once you get some other items that can actually like facilitate the self chill proc. Skill speed, reduce mana, share charges with presence. Classy leveling gloves. What else do we have? Dreadfist Impale, Hate Forge. Gain 1 to 3 random charges on reaching max rage. Lose all rage on reaching max rage. I don't know how I feel about that. Losing your max rage seems non-ideal. You'll reverse knockback. Reduce attack speed just what the warriors need. We don't want those warriors getting too fast, okay? They might start acting out, you know. +1 poison with snake bites. Yo, those look pretty cool. The artwork on that looks pretty sick. Look at those gloves, man. The snake bites. Malagaros. Set your crit damage bonus to this. Sure. Conversion gloves. If you ask me, the Warriors shouldn't be able to move at all. Please, GG, show Warriors some love, Dan Smith. The duality of man. Dan Smith is like, please show Warriors some love. Leo DeCal, the Warriors shouldn't be able to move at all. Holy. Do face breakers exist? In PoE 2, I don't know. In PoE 1, yes. Yo, Adries, get some spell damage and you break your cast speed. Yikes. Breaking cast speed is always a yikes. Ignite chance being doubled, okay. Kitokus. Electrocution, the stun lock thing. Sacrifice life to gain energy shield when you cast a spell. Does not... Oh, wait. Yeah. I think we did test this. This just doesn't work with the... I'm pretty sure it doesn't work with the Lich, if I remember correctly. It's not... I don't know if the sacrifice... Maybe the sacrifice still occurs, but you definitely don't gain the energy shield. So maybe the sacrifice mechanics still work with Lich. It might have even stopped our character from casting. I can't remember. They're adding a weight system for 0.3 and warriors will fat roll like in Dark Souls now. A weight system so they roll slower? Holy, that's toxic. Lich, they fixed it so it not work. I'm pretty sure it didn't work, or so, there was something, if I remember correctly. It's been a hot minute, but I remember thinking, oh, we'll try this out for Lich, and for whatever reason, I don't think it was a non-work situation, if I remember correctly. Night Scale, crit chance plus intelligence, ES. Regen if you've dealt a crit recently. Cannot regen if you haven't dealt a crit recently. And that's a lot of mana regen. Those are kind of cool. Just make sure you've procced a crit recently. Roll even slower with the more stuff in your inventory. Okay, guys, we need to stop with the ideas. They're getting a little bit messed up. Damage pens 10 LA res. Your hits can penetrate elemental res down to a minimum of -50. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. In PoE 2, pen normally just only lets you pen to 0. Ah, okay. So it's letting pen go past 0. That's kind of neat. Jorn Grai. Strength can satisfy other melee skills and melee stuff. Okay, don't care. Ore size, don't care. Death blow, culling strike gloves with attack speed. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Valakos, attack speed, random stats, and convert fire to lightning. Sure. Gravebind, enemies count as being killed by you. Sure. Shackles. Reflect curse. Sure. Debuffs you inflict have a 30% increased slow magnitude. Can immobilize enemies. Okay. Blue flame. Like Valakos, but different, I guess. Not a lot of these gloves are exciting me too much here. I'm not gonna lie. Plague Flinger, all damage can poison. So many gloves, it's unfortunate there's only 2 hands. Yeah. This seems like it got nerfed. This used to be per 10, right? They just cut it in half. And this used to be like 4 or 5% attack speed, I think. Hands of Wisdom is action. Appropriately nerfed. How it got nerfed? Yeah, it looks like it did. Still usable? Yeah, it's probably still a pretty decent pair of gloves. Killjoy. What the hell am I looking at here? Crit bonus damage, life. On kill effects happen twice. Life flasks don't recover health. That's okay. We don't use life flasks. We are an ES build. They applied it to existing items as well. Wait, they did that? That's really funny. Cooked the guys that were holding on to their legacy ones. Life leech is converted to energy shield leech. And send sanguina. Blah. Wait a minute. Life leech, converted to energy leech. When you deal damage from a hit, leech causes you to recover the amount of... Is leech good in this game? Dude, I still don't know what they did with leech. Any leech enjoyers in PoE 2? Is it usable? Any requests? JJs or CFA? I'd probably prefer JJ, but I'd take CFA too. They're both good. Launch do sound kind of nice. Unique leaks, Canadians? No, this isn't unique leaks. This is stuff that's already was added. I know right now a lot of you guys are thinking these are leaks because there's new stuff you haven't seen before. And they're new to me as well. And that's because we all quit like a week in. And like 3 weeks later, they added some uniques. Okay? So some of these uniques, you might be like, I haven't seen this before. That's because you haven't, but it's not part of the 0.3 patch. It's something they added after everyone quit, you know? Well, not everyone. Maybe there's some people that stuck around this long. I didn't make it past 5 hours. We're not the same. I made it a week. Okay, I made it a week. Maybe this patch is gonna be banger, guys. Okay, you never know. So I guess no one knows how leech works. I asked about leech. Did anyone? Leech is pretty bad, Andre. Okay. Leech is pretty bad. Noted. It's like I think I remember thinking leech is not good. Okay, decompose boots. Yeah, infinite pursuit. Movement speed while affected by an ailment? Oh, that sounds great. I love when my 35 movement speed is conditional upon I need an ailment on my character. You use them for self-chill, increased chance to be affected by ailments when hit. I don't know if that really... I don't know if that... I mean, I guess if you're like waiting to get chilled and you need the enemy to hit you first, but if you're doing self-chill, you want it to be something you can proc consistently without being hit. Glacian, dude, appreciate the sub, man. What's going on here? We're looking at stuff. Birth of Fury. I think this I haven't seen before. Drops ignited ground while moving, lasting 8 seconds as though dealing 10% of your max life. Okay, that's probably not very good. Lance, it's righteous fire. I can just see it. Some dude's gonna tell me that this right here is righteous fire. It's from the 0.1 patch. I probably blocked it out of my mind from people telling me that it was RF. Maybe that's what happened. Your speed is unaffected by slows. Unfortunately, you're wearing boots that make you slow. Rest in peace, get owned. Give up on RF hopes and dreams. Listen. RF is just going to be so good. That's why they had to delay giving us a strength in class for another patch, okay? It's because they're cooking RF so hard. It's going to be the best thing ever, okay? That's why we're waiting so long for it. Let me dream. Isn't RF a charm right now? That's not RF, guys. They're gonna actually add RF for real, and I'm gonna have to say that's not RF. Because whatever they're gonna do to it. I saw what they did to comms. I saw what they did to Brass Dome. They're gonna add RF. I don't know, man. I might look at it and say that's not RF. RF's gonna cook you at 200% of your life per second. Yeah. Looking at that crossbow earlier, where that guy was just having his life just getting eaten just for him to attack a couple times. We might be in danger, guys. We might be in danger. So, looking at a lot of this stuff. Oh, there's another reason to stack power charges. +1 power charge. Although these boots come with 15% MS. Oh. That's rough, man. Can you realistically give up 20 MS from your 35 MS boots to wear power treads because they can help you with your power charge stacker? Corrupted for 18? Dude, I don't know, man. No, you corrupted for an extra socket because there is a rune that gives movement speed, right? Dude, we're gonna need to get movement speed wherever we can get it, guys. Okay, I'm telling you, I'm movement speed desperate this league. We're gonna log in, and whenever we log into, it's gotta be fast. Okay, we are gonna be booking. Okay, we're gonna be flying. If we are not flying, then I'm having a bad time. All right, let's look at the shields. Intimidate on block. Double stun threshold while holding your shield. Take damage from blocks. That sounds great. Apply elemental exposure. 3 enemies in front of you for 4 seconds when your shield is raised. Recover life on block. Yo, surrender. Now we're talking. Recover on block. Now that's a shield I can get behind. Enemies in your presence count as having double power. What did they do to Red Blade? What is this? Maximum chance to block. Block chance is lucky. Yo, Savalin's got the lucky block. I don't know how hard it is to get. How hard is it to get block in this game, though? They buffed the artwork, so they had to nerf it. Yep, that checks out. Very hard. Is there not good block nodes on the tree? I feel like block's like... Block. Block is like it's not separated, right? Oh, they do the increased chance to block thing. Is that what it is? Yeah. I remember this now. The increased chance to block. But block works on both things. Right? Block works on spells and attacks. No, block's good. Block's good. I think I remember we would like go up here, we'd grab this wheel with a block chance shield, and all of a sudden we'd have like 60 block or something. Like block's pretty solid. Hey, Bastardes, how you doing, man? What's going on? I just realized Age of Empires hasn't been playing this whole time. Okay, what else we got? Chernoblog. Chernoblog is gain damage based on block chance. I mean, that's decent, right? That's actually pretty decent. You can use a shield and then get some DPS out of it. Is Chernobyl a 0.1 unique? I don't know. Can you get better block chance on this? You can get block chance. Wait, 100 divines. Wait, wait a minute. What the hell? Yeah. Yo, that's kind of expensive, no? I buy this for 1 exalt and make 100 divines right now? No, its baseline cost is more. It's a T0. Okay. Okay. I think a lot of these things that were quote unquote T0s, they felt like they didn't exist to me because obvious reasons, right? T0s really didn't exist. It was way more than 1D. Well, they changed the drop rate. Wasn't it like, what was the freaking interview when Jonathan was talking about drop rates? Wasn't it like something like just giga bad for T0s? Like the drop rates were like so unfathomably bad. Honestly, I think that's a very big thing in terms of making the game more like playable. Is you can actually maybe buy some of these items that don't exist and you can actually make a build with them. Like of the uniques that are actually usable, it's a lot of them is the rare ones, and then you look at the price, and a lot of these rare ones, it's just like you can't freaking buy them because they don't exist, you know. So if they fix the drop rates and make them not terrible, then maybe you could actually have a chance to build with some of these things. Ascendancy was more rare than a Mirror of Kalandra. Yeah, it's pretty yikes. Tabula Rasa. How rare is Tabula Rasa? Tabula Rasa's a T0 in this game. Guess it's a lot more affordable now. 6 jewel sockets. Tabula login. Level 1? That'd be a nice reroll item. Oh, at Tabula that I would actually want to use on a reroll. Tabula and PoE 1, I just don't ever use. But Tabula and PoE 2, I'd use that on a reroll. But I'd have to get to the point where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna reroll. All right, guys, that was 3.5 miles. Do we start it up again? Do we start the treadmill up again? We're not at the announcement yet. Do we walk some more? What is this? Am I getting baited? Am I getting rickrolled? Oh, is this the interview thing where he talks about the rarity? I'm gonna make sure YouTube can actually hear this.
Kind of actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so like, what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like, we started looking through some uniques, and like, we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like, it's so rare. There's like 12 Astromentuses that have dropped on the live realm. You know what I mean? It's like. Well, no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade. There were like 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like man, like, okay.
12 in trade at the time that we looked.
I've actually been.
Does that make it sound better? 12 on trade at the time that we looked.
Recently writing item simulator so I can like more easily work out some of what this going. Like
I'm starting
have,
the treadmill
like,
again.
Things we can do to work this out, but like it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an instant's notice as we're changing balance numbers, like the result on the item drops are. So I started writing a tool for that, and I found out that like an Astromentus will drop every 45,000 divines.
I found out an Ascendancy would drop every 45,000. Oh! Holy, what the ratio? Yeah, okay. So that, that kind of makes sense now that if they change the drop rates, a lot of these items seem a lot more like they exist. You know, maybe that'll be nice, because you actually maybe could feel like you could build around something and make... Now it's only every 30,000 divines? Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'll make sure YouTube doesn't, your background music, my bad. All right. Yeah, okay, so that was a... I'm hopeful, man. Maybe I can feel like I could build around some of these items. Because I didn't feel like you could build around any of the good uniques. Because they just didn't exist. They were so freaking expensive. Arcane Light, I'm not hopeful. I think I'm a bit hopeful. Looking at the current listings on trade and the current prices and stuff. Because, like... a lot of those things would be way higher balloon price if they hadn't to some extent adjusted the drop rates, considering how much other things ballooned in the PoE2 economy, how much stuff got inflated. What's your daily step count? Usually I walk 3.5 miles, but we're going to go for maybe 9 today, because that should get us right up to the part where the reveal stream... yeah, I might set my treadmill on fire, but like, come on. It's time to lose some weight, you know what I'm saying? Does PoE Ninja have... PoE Ninja 2? Does PoE Ninja 2 exist? Skill tree, PoE builds. It doesn't look like there's a page for... item prices. Not yet, at least. Do I have enough hours to recommend it? I don't know, man. I think I'm going to use it for another month. I'm not sure. I mean, you can look at the reviews of different treadmills on Amazon. My one thing I would say is don't go for the cheapest, because that's what I did last time and it died on me. So I went for a more expensive one that had a like much higher quote unquote weight limit or whatever. The first one I should have been fined for based on its quote unquote weight limit, but I think maybe I was too fat for it and maybe they overestimated its capabilities. There isn't an API for the exchange yet? Okay, well maybe that'll be... maybe 0.3 patch will change that, maybe. Too much cheese? It's not too much cheese, guys. It was too cheap of a treadmill, okay? And maybe too much cheese. Alrighty. Let's look at some of the other items on here. So Chernabog might exist and you can maybe build around that. That's kind of cool. Modifiers, the maximum block chance instead apply to maximum resistances. How many sources of max block are there? Giving up block chance is pretty wild, right? Is there any sources of maximum block or not really? Maybe there's just not very many sources of that yet that exist. I don't know. Is in block useless? Block's good, I think. I like block. I feel like it's quite good in PoE 2. The thing is, though, so is having, like, you know, a giga DPS item on your offhand. Like, for example, a scepter, right? Beyond saving, you want to add an emote? What emote is this? You want the try O? Don't we already have an O? I have to change the name. O2. All right, there you go. There you go. Now you have two O's, okay? You have the Joe Rogan one, and now you have the try one. Congratulations on your untold levels of power. I had 97 or 98 on my Warbringer. Probably the tankest thing I've had on PoE2 so far. Yeah, and Warbringer has all the nice block stuff, right? What else does Warbringer have? Turtle Charm. Can block all damage while shield's not raised. Yeah, that's pretty legit. Gain 40% of the base value. The block all damage is pretty nice, honestly. What else do you have? Break armor. Jade. Break armor below 0. Ancestral Spirits. I don't know how useful that is. Damage taken from totem before you. I guess it's kind of nice. There's a change to Warbringer. Okay, we'll have to check it out. Turtle Charm's cool though. Turtle Charm and Renly's is cool. We'll have to take a look. If there's other nodes that don't suck on the rest of the tree besides Turtle Charm, I'd be down to look at a Warbringer if there were. I'd be down. I mean, the Turtle Charm is kind of insane. All right, what else do we have? We have a Buckler with plus levels, weird max res rolls. Okay. Calgary's Arc. Am I jaded, guys? My brain, I read the word Buckler,
I'm gonna die.
and I just don't want to read it anymore because I'm thinking about Parry. When they announced Parry, I was like, ugh. I had I had a reaction where my body just wanted to like jerk away. Like, what the hell? Yo, Druzen, appreciate the sub, man. I like it, dude. I don't know, man. I heard Parry and I just knee jerk was like, oh, get me away from this, you know. I don't know. I'm a Parry hater, I guess. Yo, regen 6% while in low life. Hey, that sounds kind of nice. Low life build with regen, dude. There's like no sources of regen. I'm a regen Andy, and like this is like the only like percent regen like anywhere. Where's the regen, man? And dude, forcing low life is like really like not a viable thing to do, really. Maybe they're gonna announce real crafting. I want to play more than a week. We can hope, man. We can hope. Real crafting. Somebody said the leaks were only 40%. Maybe the other 60% is just crafting out the wazoo. Scours are now a thing. You can recraft a good base over and over again. Holy. Imagine a world where crafting is not hunting down 1,000 of the same base type to do a regular essence into a greater essence, into blind slams. Imagine a world where the people that can craft aren't just people with 1,000,000 divines and omens. Holy. Crafting where a normal human can sit down and craft their item. Can you imagine, guys? Crafting where you show up and you look at the Reddit page and you don't see a post that says, I crafted this, and then his crafting steps are an ID scroll and a couple of lucky exalts. Oh, baby. Can you imagine? It could happen, maybe. It could happen. I had 20 tabs of crossbows to make a decent one. It took me 2 weeks. Oh, no. No. Yeah, it could happen, guys. They can make crafting not suck. Spell damage per spirit. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I really want to make a Wrathpith build, honestly. Like, deep down, I know life sucks. I know life is garbage. But I want to make a Wrathpith build. I want to, man. I shouldn't. It's just a bad idea. Life's garbage. But at the same time, Wrathpith, my beloved shield. I want to, man. Are you a closet life lover? Maybe. If they don't have some crafting improvements, at least I'm not even reinstalling the game, Dan Smith. Yeah, surely they give us some stuff for crafting. Surely, right? That's got to be on the agenda. Remember all the sources of life? Oh, I remember. Wait, hold on. That's gonna like maximum life. Wait, there's actually regen stats? Is that new? All right, okay, we need to change this. Increased maximum life. Dang it. That's still not the right stat. Hold on. What is the right stat? Percent increased? How do I make this only highlight? No, that was too far. I think this is a backslash. Does this need like this? Nah, it doesn't work. Maybe put the quotes in. Oh, does it not know to separate? No, it's because all these things have increased life, but they're just like, they're minion. There's only 3 though, right? It's Eldritch Will, it's this thing, and then it's the one that's like over here somewhere. There's only 3 of them, I think. Not that. Where's the third one? I'm pretty sure there's 3. I'm gonna find it, okay. No. Wait, is there only 2? No, there's a third one. There's a third one, I'm pretty sure. No, there is a third one. Where is it? Is it there only 2? No, there's gotta be a third one. Why am I so blind? Which Sork? Yeah, you have this one that's 3%. You have this one that's 3%. There's another one. I swear there's another one. Where the hell is it, though? Is there not actually 3 of them? Is it this? No. It's on a jewel? No, there's no percent life on jewel. Wait, is there really only 2? No, I gotta be missing it. I'm blind. Surely I'm blind. There is another. Am I actually crazy? Is there actually only 2? I thought there were three sources of percent life. I don't know. I might be missing it. I thought there were 3 of them, but maybe there's only 2. Maybe there's only 2. Until 3 minutes ago, I thought there was only 1. Hey, that's a buff. That's a buff. That's a buff. Meanwhile, 60. What's that down here? 40. Oh, what's that? 18. What's the small nodes? 10, 15, 15. 40, 15, 15. What's that? 30. We look at the readiest those. Don't worry about it. Okay. The percent is roughly equal to 60% when you think about it. Yeah, something like that. Something like that, dude. Oh, I shouldn't. But at the same time, I want to, man. I want to. Why? It could be fun, guys. It could be fun. We'll just click this and it'll be totally fine. What's the worst that could happen? Think about the percent damage, okay? We might get to 3k life. That's like 300% damage. That's a lot, okay? There's not many sources of percent damage. That's a lot. Because there's a lot of crit chance too, okay? There's not many sources of percent crit chance. Dude, we'll have to see what the blood mage rework is. Maybe it's good. This is so cope. Let me cope a little bit, man. Let me cope a little bit. You can't beat the allegations. What allegations am I beating? I'm literally thinking about playing a life character. What are the allegations? I think the allegations, if anything, would be me being the ES guy. Playing and walking at the same time. Well, I'm not exactly playing right now. I'm technically just looking at PUDB and coping that life can be a good build. They'll add coruscating ivory and then red ES can be good. That's not, no, that's just an ES build again. Imagine they give me ivory tower though. Holy. But there's no way to like reserve life. I guess there's like what you call it, Ascendancy Infernalist. All right. So that's the armor gear points. What the hell is virtuous? Oh, this is just the flex helmet, right? This is just, and Gormus is gonna be linking this #1 marauder. He's gonna be freaking talking about how maces are good. What do you guys think? And Gormus winning the race with with Warrior. What do you think? We nerf Warrior, buff spellcasters. Thoughts? Then we nerf Rangers for good measure too, because screw them. You count Infused Flush as a life node? What does Infused Flush do? I'm Tasty. Was that the 3rd% life node and I just couldn't find it on the tree? Was that the node I was missing? Because I thought there was 3. No, that's not percent life. That's just flat. Point life and recoup. No. All right, let's look at other uniques. Other uniques can be interesting, right? You got jewels and stuff. There could be some good stuff in here, right? Grand Spectrum. Oh my word. Yes. Yes. 6% life per jewel. Now we're talking. Holy. Look, let me calculate that. With 3 jewels, I can get the equivalent of a small notable for an ES build. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Woo! I'm going to be unstoppable. How much do Grand Spectrums cost? I'm going to be literally unstoppable. How much are we talking here? Grand Spectrum, baby. Ow! Oh, why is it so expensive? Wait, people are actually playing life builds? Yeah, what the hell? What is wrong with people? People are psychos. That's gonna be me, man. I'm gonna be coping about life, and I'm like, just gotta give me a Grand Spectrum real quick. They're just rare. They probably are giga rare. What is their drop condition? PoE 2 Wiki Grand Spectrum. It's probably got some garbage drop condition. Introduced to the game. Is this just a random drop? It's just a random drop, isn't it? It's probably just a rare random drop. End of Sanctum, you can find them. They're called Spectrum Chest. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, well. So it's lab. Ooh. Just 1,500 exalts on day 2, no big deal. Yeah, let me go get one of those real quick. For my blood mage. All right, what else we got? Adorned, classy. Can't go wrong with the old Adorned jewel. Does Adorned work with the... It doesn't work with Tabula, right? What if it does work with Tabula? You maybe could socket this into your Tabula. But I don't know, that sounds weird. Desperate Alliance, yeah, blah blah blah. Some quiver stuff. Imagine playing bows. Must be a Deadeye. Everlasting Gaze. It was nice knowing you. You got nuked. +1 skills. What else we got here? Zoffs. Hey, percent life does exist. I mean, Defiance is kind of good. Dude, honestly, playing Defiance with my Blood Mage, I just need to figure out a good way to get some, like base regen. Oh, no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. I mean, it might be a good time, right? We'd be like shotgun immune. Yo, Rage Quit, appreciate the sub, man. If we can get away, Defiance plus Wrathpith, surely it could be a good time. The Blood Globules is crit. They're good sustain. I want sustain where I can walk away from the computer. Okay, guys? I want to be able to play badly and not die. That's the kind of sustain I want. Guys, you gotta understand, I have a skill issue, so I need to be able to be absent of mind, but alive in game. You know what I'm saying? So we need shotgun protection, which Defiance can do. And then we need like some giga sustain on top of that. And then we somehow need to have a max hit as a life build. He needs RF. I do need RF. I want it bad. I want it so bad. RF would be sick. But how the hell are you going to sustain RF, dude? The sources of sustain in this game are like non-existent. We're going to try life instead of ES. I'm just mentally coping about Wrathpith. I'm probably not actually going to commit to doing it, but I want to cope. I can do Wrathbith. I think life builds kind of suck. That's my current thought process. But at the same time, I want to use a Wrathbith. So I'm at an impasse of decision making, you know what I'm saying? You can reroll in the Lich. Did they make it so you can reroll? Is that actually a real thing now? Is rerolling actually an option? If that's an option, that's cool. we all have a reliable backup Lich plan. Yep. Can't go wrong there. Fire Flower can have +5. Sure. Technology's here. Yep. What do you mean garbage? Sanctum's your favorite? I'm sorry, but Sanctum in PoE 2 is called Trial of the Sekima, and it's not Sanctum. Okay? Don't call Trial of the Sekima Sanctum, okay? That's offensive. That's offensive. Do you know how many, like, freaking... how much time waste mechanics there are in Trial of Sekima? Dude, I don't know. How dare you? Crackle Creep. I don't think we're using the Ignite Prolif. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ignite Prolif. Spreads to other enemies if they stay within 1.5 meters for 1 second. Who signed off on this? Hold on, guys. The Ignite's going to spread. Let's just all stand here for a little bit and wait. The Prolif, hold. It's not, it has a build-up time. Seed of Cataclysm, a bunch of crit chance, crit bonus, sure. Increased mana cost, sure. That's a good, like, leveling ring, right? The Prolif's in the DLC? Yeah, it might be. Enemies hit, chilled by you, shatters though frozen, sure. Call Whisper of the Brotherhood, sure. Dream Fragments, holy crap, got nuked. Burrower. Light damage on enemies hitting you is unlucky. Sure. I guess. Are you excited for Sprint? I don't know what Sprint is other than people mentioning it a few times. I'm going to hold my judgments. Osin is a thing, I guess. Death Rush, Onslaught on Kill, but everything else on it is kind of whatever. So you got the choice to lose a ring slot or lose a helmet slot to get Onslaught. Osin buff. You think they're going to buff Osin? There's no way Osin's worth anything, right? How? How is this even trading at a divine? How? Is it because it has chaos res? Dude, what is wrong with people? People got PoE 1 brain or something. They're like, Osin is a sought after item in PoE 1. Conversion in PoE 2 is just not it. Allies in your presence gain damages extra chaos. Enemies in your presence gain extra chaos. Okay. Sure. I guess. I'm using it on my Acolyte build, and it works okay. Acolyte? You mean this guy? No further questions, Your Honor. I rest my case. I rest my case. Snake Pit. Spell damage, some cast speed. Left ring, spells cannot change. Left ring, projectile spells fork. Chain versus fork. Cannot pierce. Sure. That's something, I guess. Horrendous. Quantity of gold dropped. Yes, now we're talking. That is what we need. Gifts from above. Calm ground around you while you're stationary. Wait, is this actually like... Is this actually a source of regen? Like, unironically? Regen actually exists in this game. I found one of the only sources of regen. While stationary. I mean, that's like not bad uptime, right? Although, wait, PoE 2 you kind of want to be like moving like at all times, pretty much, right? Gifts from above. How rare is this? Not super rare, and it's also pretty cheap. Stationary is weird because you're always attacking while moving. Yeah, that's the thing. If only it had some sort of linger. Wonder if there's any way to get Calm Ground to linger. But that is one of the few sources of regen then in the entire game. Because there's like very few sources of regen. Second is Smith. Yeah, Smith has it, but you have to give up a chess piece and then you're playing Smith. Which is also like rough in of itself, right? Playing Smith. Lose life per second. Not sure how I feel about that. Get some flat fizz. Earth Shatter locks you in place. Well, there's a lot of skills when you're attacking that can maybe force you in place, or maybe you just have to get used to attacking in place, but that also just sounds... You need to be really tanky to justify something like that, right? It was fun, to be honest. I mean, Smith and Katava is actually like halfway decent. I'm not going to be too much of a hater on Smith and Katava. Like, regen node is pretty solid. Taken as node's pretty solid. Max res is solid. Percent strength is solid. Like, it's got some decent stuff. And it has this thing too, right? The max res. Like, it does have some decent stuff going on. The new runes are a nice quality life for Smith. They make them better than the rune stuff they gave him. Take a look at the belt slot. Is the belt slot better now? Soul Tether exists. You lose ES per second. Excess life recovery from Leech is applied energy shield. But Leech sucks, though. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Life recovery from Flask is overflow. Lose life per second. Ugh. What's with all the lose life per second stuff going on? Double armor. Inferno clasp. Just a bunch of max fire res. That's a Smith and Katava belt if I've ever seen one. Yo, here's some max res for you, good sir. Coward's Legacy. You're considered low life while 75% of your life or below instead. Low life is normally, is it 50% in this game? It's 35 in this game. Interesting. Headhunter is... Wait, is this good now? Like, Headhunter was decent, right? People used it. Now that it's 60 seconds, is it unironically like a chase belt now? Survey says... Headhunter. Hey. That's some decent value, right? A ton on trade. Is Pain Attunement super bad? It's 30 crit multi. I mean, if you're a crit multi, it's decent, but the ability to proc low life in this game is like, there's not many ways to do it. At least not that I've really seen. Like, this is... Like, if you have a way to consistently be low life, but how the hell are you doing that? There's very few, I think, methods to consistently be low life. At least I haven't really seen many of them, at least. The fact that it's a heavy belt feels wrong to me. Well, is leather belt even a thing in PoE 2? They had to make it something, right? It's not? Yeah. Slowpoke, what's going on, man? I mean, Headhunter does seem pretty solid. With the rare monster mods for 60 seconds. Use that expo to get on low life. Oh yeah, the expo that just spends you down super fast. I don't know. CB immune. Ingenuity with the classic 30-30. Guys, do you remember when Ingenuity was 80% of both? And people could corrupt it up to 96? My word. Was that item not balanced? Holy. Good times. Yeah, that was crazy. It's 96 with a val. Yeah, it rolled up to 80. Did it? Wait, maybe it could corrupt it to 97. I don't know. The corrupting thing was like really like you had a giga high roll, right? You had a giga high roll. It could also be 36 with a val. Oh, dude, I remember I dropped one of the first ingenuities. Like I had one of the first perfect rolls, and then I got baited into corrupting it. You guys are like, yeah, corrupt it, Lance. And the next thing you know, I had an ingenuity that was like min rolled. Oh, mistakes were made, man. It had a perfect divine. Why did I corrupt it? Why did I corrupt it? Okay, in my defense, back then, I don't think it was widely known. I definitely didn't know. I didn't know the Valorb re-rolled the entire item before it applied the multiplier. Like it was just thought that you had to have a good roll and then hit the multiplier on top of it, not that it actually re-rolled the item again before applying the multiplier, right? But yeah, corrupting that 80% roll was that was a massive throw. Massive throw. Calandras. Is Calandras still like the rarest item in the game? Calandras. Yo, what the hell? Affordable Calandras in my video game? Yo! Nice! Now I only have to get one good ring and then I can just get one of these? Hell yeah! How many months in? I don't know how many months in. They definitely giga boosted its drop rate. This thing was like the rarest item in the game, I feel like. I feel like when I was playing, it was like an item where you would check and there would be like one listing type of thing. Like it was rarer than everything else by a large margin. Like rarer than Astromentus by quite a bit. It was priced in multiple mirrors. Yeah, it was like it did not exist. That's that guy looking at coupons for stuff that expired 2 months ago. 500 currently online on trade when the league's like giga dead. That's a lot, man. That's a lot of rings. They giga boosted its drop rate, okay? That's way more. They giga boosted its drop rate. Like that's a very sizable amount, right? All right, what else we got in here? Nascent Hope, Falling Charm. I think I'm genuinely, I think one of the things I'm most excited about pre them giving us a new patch is just that the cool uniques actually exist. I'm like actually feels like you can maybe justify making a character with them. Because like previously they didn't exist. Their cost was so exorbitant. To make an item with any of the decent uniques cost you a fortune, right? People just logged in to mess with you? maybe. Melting Maelstrom no longer gives you like your instant fill, right? What else we got here? I haven't looked at these charms too much. Recover based on your flask when you become poisoned, sure. Enemies ignite as though dealing 5% of your maximum life when used. Wait. How did they make this item, but also make those boots we looked at earlier that was based on 10% of your life? How? How does this item and those boots exist in the same game? Because isn't the boot just like the same thing as this, but 10% instead of 500? I don't know, man. Lightning damage is unlucky, sure. Defend 200 armor. Grants maximum rage on use when you take fire damage from a hit. That's kind of cool. Max rage. What else we got here? Breath of the Mountain grants power charge when it procs. Grants frenzies, sure. Okay, now if I remember correctly, these rite of passage ones were like, they didn't exist. They did not exist. They were omega expensive. Boar 5 divines. Like every single one of these was like 200D, I think. Ox 11, serpent, primate. Can I just search like this? Possessed by owl. Let's go owl. Owl's not the expensive one. What is the expensive one? I don't even remember. I need to like let me just look at the buffs of the rite of passage. PoE 2 wiki. Some of these have like speed on them, right? I think a lot of the buffs are good, if I remember correctly. So possessed by spirit, so you get the buffs that are over here, right? Based on inference, metadata, gameplay, may not be 100% accurate. Yeah, 20 DR, percent life, 200 rarity, dropped by this monster. Wait, is this? Wait, which one do we actually get? Possessed by spirit. Possessed. Is it this buff then? It should be this buff, right? We should get the 20 DR, I think. Because possessed by possessed. Rarely rolls one of the sacred accessory grants is possession. Boar, 20% life. 20% DR. Yeah, okay. So we do get the DR. So Boar is DR plus life, which is pretty good. Frenzied Boar, Great Boar. Does it say which one you get? Wait, which one is it? I guess this one has DR as well. No recoms today? No, I don't want to look at recoms. It doesn't tell you. So I guess you just get one or the other. Because there's two versions of the boar. Boar and bear. Oh, this is bear. Okay, my bad. I have eyesight problems. Okay, either way, they both have 20 DR. Does every single one have DR? Ox has DR too. Armor, elemental threshold, reducing potency, slow debuffs. Reading, yeah, it's a bit hard sometimes. Okay, yeah, this gives you MS, skill speed, crit chance. Surely that's good, right? Cat. Possessed by cat. Yeah, that's a money one. Because that's like giga speed. A lot of these give speed though. So I guess this one has crit chance. Let's compare it to the stag. The stag has speed as well. But do people care more about the crit chance? Stag. Possessed by stag. 60 divines as well. So it's probably just all the speed ones people care about. Wolf does not give you like maim and break armor. Probably don't care. People don't care about that too much, right? Is this less value than the cat and the stag? Wolf possessed. Yeah, this is less, but it still gives you the speed. Movement speed, yeah. What are the trigger conditions on these ones? The trigger condition is use when you kill a rare or unique enemy. Yeah, so it's actually like a good trigger condition too. This is definitely like we gotta prioritize getting this ASAP, right? 15% MS, 30 skill speed just while you're like mapping and stuff. This one gives percent damage, ES, gain damage, all hits chill. So serpent, all hits poison, all hits chill. Gain is extra cold. These ones seem kind of mid. I think you really just want one of the speed ones, right? Or one of the DR ones. Because DR is also kind of insane. Like having something like this where you get rid of the annoying stuff. DR, you get rid of slow debuffs. Yeah, I think you'd want to either the DR or ideally you want the speed. ES, percent ES is kind of nice. Percent damage is kind of nice, but I think the real thing is you want the DR or the speed. Have fun farming spirits unless they change the mechanic. Oh, you definitely just want to like make money and then buy it from somebody else who did it. But that's one of the tickets into having movement speed. So there's another 15 right there, man. Just salivating, just looking at that 15 MS. Give it to me. I need it. One of the gateways into having some speed in this game. One of the few. We're gonna find out in a few hours. Yeah, the leaks they're not here yet, guys. They're not here yet. We got, if you look at the timer, 2 hours and 12 minutes. Can you speed up the reality so we can get to the live stream? I do have that power, but I don't want to use it. Okay. Because part of the enjoying the live stream is you have to go through the patience part, you know? It's good for you. Lance wants to keep walking. I mean, yeah, I can feel the weight just falling right off. I'm feeling good right now. He's too focused on the walking, maybe a little bit. All right, so let's review. Wait. Does Headhunter, if I look this up, does Headhunter go over the various like buffs you can get? Surely some of the rare buffs are movement speed buffs, right? Okay, I have no idea if they are or not. Any HH gamers? Is there movement speed buffs from rares you kill? Surely there are, right? Surely there's like hasted rare or something, right? Okay, guys, here's what we gotta do. We gotta wear Onslaught Helm. Get one of the charms that gives speed. HH. Reverse chill. Okay. We're getting there. We're just a few more sources of speed. We're getting there, guys. HH and PoE 2 only gives you Shroudwalker. There's no other buffs. Shut up. That's not true. Surely there's other buffs. Surely there's other buffs, okay? All that adds up is the boots and PoE. Listen, we're gonna get all the sources of speed, guys. We're gonna log in and our character's going to feel good to play. Mark my words. We're gonna be walking around. I'm tired. You gotta keep going, Tiger. You be done when I say you're done. Although I told myself I was done after the recoms yesterday. I don't want to look at those recoms. Should the camera be 10 times bigger? Nah, I like the current camera size. We're working with it. We're living with it. All right, what other? Surely there's some other speed stuff in here. Okay. I think that's all of the uniques though. Okay, let's look at the charms and runes and stuff. Where would charms and runes be? Where would they be? If I was a charm or a rune, it's gotta be like socketables or something, right? Support, no. No, items, blah, blah, blah. Just go to the PoE wiki. I'm not ready to do that just yet. I'm not ready to give in. Socketables have to be here somewhere, right? The search bar, you think I just go like this? Socketable currency. Why does it say? Okay, I'll just need to click this. Hey, that works. Does that have everything? Runes? Yeah, that's got like everything. All right, we're good. Search bar is allowed, guys. It is allowed. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm out of water. I gotta refill this real quick, and then we're gonna look at the socketables. I do believe there are changed socketables. And maybe in the socketables, there's more speed. Surely there's more speed in the socketables, right? I will be right back. I'm gonna refill this. All right, water's been acquired. Water has been acquired. I feel good. Why is Lance so obsessed with speed? Is it because his old joints IRL limit his movement, so he wants to live through his character? I can't deny that, but at the same time, the real reason I want speed is because, to be honest with you, holy crap, I don't want to feel slow. Okay? I'm gonna try my hardest to make a character that makes me feel like I'm not slow. That's really what it is. You're gonna have to play Deadeye. Deadeye only gets 10% MS, guys. Okay? And, like, of course, all the different movement speed on the various nodes. How much movement speed does Deadeye have access to? Gets 8 MS on the starting nodes. What else does it get? 2% here. 3% here. Movement speed if you've killed recently. Movement speed if you've pinned recently. Movement speed while you have energy shield. I mean, maybe we can just go over and steal some of this movement speed. Just yoink a little bit of it, right? Just yoink a little bit of it, you know? Dude, why is there so little amounts of movement speed? 5% reduced. Regen 1% while stationary. What the hell is that? Yeah, it's just this, right? It's this, and this stuff, right? You have to do the wow if you killed recently, right? I think they made it clear they don't want zoomers in PoE. Okay, here's that see that right there. You're accepting the L, okay? Our goal is to defeat the devs, okay? The devs, maybe they're saying, hey, no movement speed in here, okay? And we gotta find a way to get the movement speed. And so help me God, it is not by rolling 10 times every single zone before we start playing. Okay? We are not going to resort to the 10 dodge rolls. The 10 preemptive dodge rolls. I'm interested to see if they did anything with that expedition. Hopefully. I mean, expedition, crafting. Let's hope they did some stuff. Patch notes. We removed every movement speed node and affix from the game. Good luck, Lance. No, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that. Surely not. I think they should add weight loss as a movement speed mechanic before they add stats, is what I'm saying. Weight loss? What the hell does that mean? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm losing weight. Getting trim, baby. Closing in on that 7 miles. Is Bear coming today? Okay. We have been told from the leak observers, the people that have gone through and been like, I'm gonna look at every leak picture, I'm gonna memorize them all. Those guys, they've been in the chat, and they're saying very demoralizing things. They've said things like, there's so much content in this patch, they couldn't afford to spend time on adding the Bear class. They're saying things like that, and it's really depressing, and I'm just tuning them out, okay? Surely there's no way we're at over basically a year, almost at a year of content in this game, and we haven't added the strength int class. Okay, surely. No way did they add a dex int second class and a second ranger class or a second strength class before adding the first strength int class, right? There's no way. So I'm just choosing to ignore the leak observers that said there's no bear. Okay, I'm just choosing. It's just a personal decision I made. Screw those guys. You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyways, let's take a look at these runes. See if there's any banger items we can acquire. Regen, leech, armor, ES. A lot of this stuff has been here before. I really just want to look to see it, to scan around to see if we can find the stuff that's new. You know what I'm saying? New. The goods. The third edict means 3 int or dex class is coming. No, it does not. No, it does not. There's no way. There's no druid. I'm definitely not going to log into this patch. Dude, I don't know, man. I'll probably still log in if there's no druid, but I don't know. That sounds depressing. The thing I'm going to cope is that maybe I can tell myself life build blood mage will maybe be good enough with the uniques that'll actually exist so I can actually build around them. Then maybe I'll have a good time and I just won't be thinking about the fact there's no druid. All right, what else we got? Wander staves, +1 all. Hedge witch. Okay. Gain damage of all elements. 6% of all elements. Okay, gain 18% damage. That's kind of sick. Reduce movement speed penalty from skills while moving. I don't know what that means. 6% reduced. That just makes you faster while moving, like Pathfinder. Blood Mage as a whole, they need to buff it to make it okay to play with. Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope, that it gets giga buffed. Giga buffed and made better in every single way. Movement speed runes on boots? Wait, hold on. Calculating. Okay, if I'm doing my math correctly, which I hopefully am. 35 MS. Corrupt on +1 socket. equals 45 MS. There's more MS, guys. Let's freaking go. Wait, isn't there like a thing that like doubles socketable value? Does that mean we get 55 MS boots? Because there's a double socketable value. Ooh, 55 MS could be real, guys. That's just more movement speed, baby. That's just more movement speed. That's what I'm talking about. Reduced curse effect is nice. Is this how we deal with temp chains on every single map? Do I have to start socketing this in my body armor? That sounds a little bit wrong though, considering body armor runes are kind of insane. Body armor gives you like, well, ES builds, obviously. It's like a big, very important rune. Temp chains is way different. Did they make temp chains not suck? Because every time you rolled temp chains on a map, it was just the worst thing ever. Actually, straight up the worst thing ever. Oh, there's MOM runes. Interesting. So theoretically, just with the body armor, body armor, you're talking about how much MS is that? Or how much mind over matter? That's 60 mind over matter, right? Just from the body armor, if you have 3 of those. But percent mana is a rune, right? Or is it not a rune? Did I just imagine? It's a soul core, I think. Temp chains now just removes your ability to move outside of dodge roll now. Wait, what? You're messing with me. Is it mom 50%? No, it's 100% with less recovery rate, but you can stack it up. Eldritch Battery doubles your mana cost. Yeah, that's the mana cost thing. So if you want the CI mom, you kind of can't do all 3, but maybe with the runes, 100% MMM and get decent recovery somehow. They have those crit chance mana regen things, and the mana regen is kind of like a lot in this game, right? Mana in PoE 2 is base like 4% or something. What is it in this game? It's like a much higher base amount. 4%. Yeah, it's 4%. Ooh. Do we pretend? Do we bring back? It's one of the ways you can get good sustain. But there's like not many sources of percent mana though. It's pretty dang limited. I don't know. I'm probably still leaning towards doing a Wrathwith build. I really want to do a Wrathwith build, but getting sustain for Wrathwith just sounds like, I don't know. It sounds sketch. What is Stormweaver? Dude, now I'm thinking about Mind Over Matter again. What is Stormweaver's regen again? Arcane Surge. Effective Arcane Surge for 25 mana. An Arcane Surge in PoE 2. It's good, right? 10% more cast speed, 20% more mana regen. Oh, that's right. It's a multiplier. Maybe they buff Stormweaver, guys. What are the odds? What are the odds? They're like, okay, we were too heavy-handed. We were too heavy-handed with the Archmage nerfs, guys. We were too heavy-handed. And then they just give us... They overbuff us again. And then Archmage is like Giga OP again. Oh, it could be. Give Stormweaver a row amount and I'll play it again. That's +1. That's +1 Stormweaver Enjoyer. The Lich mana stack might be real with Unholy Might. Lich over Stormweaver? Nah, man. Which one is it? Is it this node? You're not a low mana. You guys have Unholy Might. Unholy Might's like gain 30 and you get 4%. It's just way worse than Archmage. I think you'd rather lean into Stormweaver over that, right? What did they do with Gemling, by the way? Gemling got nuked too, right? 20% less attributes. Yikes. And then the other stuff got, I think, nuked as well. If they're doing support gem changes, Gemling's probably getting a pretty big rework, I guess. We'll have to see what they do to Gemling. Gemling could be interesting potentially. We'll have to see. I think the Flub Gooners are gonna win. It's gonna be a bow league again. Yeah. They're playing in an advantageous location because their tree gets movement speed for some ungodly reason. Bow League Prage? Don't Prage for Bow League, man. Don't do that. Wait. Where's my boy Spark? What did they do to Spark? What's the change log? Damage growth rebalanced. Spark now fires 4 to 9 instead of 1 to 20. Previously 6 to 14. Okay, it's not 1 to 20. It was 4 to 9 versus 6 to 14. Okay. Quality now gives proj speed. Previously was extra proj. The projectiles got. Did they buff it? This is just like old. The wiki's just not up to date, is what it is. Barrageable? What the hell does that mean? This is just not right, right? Because this and this lost half of its projectiles for 10% speed, yeah. But its flat is like the same though, right? Its flat didn't change, I think, is what it is, maybe. Can you search? Oh, please tell me these are searchable. You can actually search them now. So these are still expensive, which means people are still playing Spark, right? So Spark's probably still decent if people are investing that much into it. GG took Spark out and dumpstered it. Spark was Omega overtuned. I think it might. I feel like hesitantly, I think it might still be good, even with the 9 proj versus the 18 proj. It deals 0 damage now. The things they actually dumpstered, like more meaningfully, is like Spark was largely used Archmage builds. Was they nerfed Archmage, they nerfed mana scaling, they nerfed a lot of those things, right? They didn't even give it the quadruple tap like they did to my boy Bell. Rest in peace, Bell. Rest in peace. What they did to mana stack? Yeah, mana stacking, they hit it. They hit it 5 ways. They hit it all. Everything got hit for mana stacking. Helmets give you reduced cost. That's kind of interesting. Plus charm slot. Who freaking cares? Charms, lol. Armor applies that. How many lines of the patch notes will lightning yesterday? And it was so much worse. There were a lot of lines about attributes and Archmage and stuff for sure. Max Rage. Skill effect duration. Some of these are pretty decent. Trying to see if there's any like crazy interesting ones. Proj speed. What is this on? Bows. Ugh. Ugh. Bows. Disgusting. Disgusting. Max res ones exist. Sure. Quantity of gold. Sure. You hate bows? Maybe. What's wrong? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Crit DR. Convert requirements. Allies presence. CDR. AoE. So a lot of this stuff is just kind of pretty mid, I feel like. I guess the big stuff is like these things. These like special new soul cores, maybe. Or the talismans. No. Really, it's these things, right? Freaking the movement speed. The mom runes. Are these leaks? No. These are stuff they added after most people had left. So it's new to a lot of us, but if you played for a while, it's stuff that was there when you were playing. Leaks are... I'm not looking at leaks. I want to appreciate the full reveal, guys. I want to actually appreciate the reveal. Leaks, like, we could look at leaks, but I feel like they're going to make it, like... It's going to make watching the reveal not very fun. Babies and CFA. Oh, snap, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I will be right back. I'll put Nolan to bed. Give me 1 second. We'll probably chill here because I kind of want to eat this food. So we'll probably call it for the treadmill using. I will be right back. Okay. Whatever progress I have made today with walking, I'm about to lose to this Chick-fil-A. Can't have you watch this, guys. You guys don't look at me. Okay, don't. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed because all the good walking progress we made, losing calories, I'm about to gain it all back. Did you get a pretzel sandwich? I haven't really checked the bag, but I think it looks like just nuggets and fries. Show the food. You want me to show you guys what? Yeah, I think it's just nuggets and fries. Let me click this. The waffle fries. I think this is a cookies and cream shake. It's like a small one. And yeah, I think it's just chicken nuggets, guys. Just chicken nuggets. Where's the burger? There's no burger, guys. That's it, I swear. Jump scare? Oh, relax. You're fine, okay? Relax. You're okay, guys. Hold on, let me put the treadmill to the side. Age comes for us all. Listen, I'm gonna be just fine. We earned this, okay? We walked like 5 miles. Okay, we didn't end up getting to 9, but we walked decently far. I guess I technically could just keep walking, but then the food would get, all cold and stuff. And that just feels wrong. You earned less than the shake? Listen, I'm hungry, man. Just let me take a little eat. Let me eat a little bit. He's on a diet, so he got the small shake. Yep. Something like that. What do you mean? What do you mean on a diet? Whoa. What do you mean by that? He burned 100 so he could gain 2,000. Listen. Think about it this way. We burned some while walking, but our body and our heart rate is elevated, and I'm actually burning extra calories currently, okay? My body is still in a heightened alert state, and we're burning a few extra right now while we're talking, okay? It's spent money on food delivery? It's not food delivery. My wife got it. It's not 15 on food delivery. Wife delivery? Yeah, exactly. Wife delivery. That's what it is. That's actually what it is. Spent money on wife, shake my head. Oh, Fed captain's less likely to be annoyed during stream. Yeah, that's kind of true. I'm less aggro if I've eaten recently. It's for the safety of chat, really, guys. Think about it that way. If I am consuming some food, the chatters are at a safer location. It's for your own good, yeah. It's for your guys' safety, okay? I'm doing this for you guys. I wouldn't eat this normally, but for your guys' safety. It's because I care. Truly, man, the people, something like that, guys. Something like that. All right, so we've scoured through the socketables, the unique items. Is there any other things we need to look at in terms of mid-league changes that happened after like a week of the league? Or are we pretty much caught up? Are we in a good state to look at builds people made throughout the league? The crafting system, they didn't actually change crafting, did they? Maybe you should look at Sacred Chainmails. No, I don't want to look at Sacred Chainmails. I need to not look at Sacred Chainmails for a good bit. Have you seen Retaliation Thorn build montage? I have not. Is it a good montage? I think they brought loot to the game, but I don't know where it comes from. Stalling so you don't have to craft the chest piece? A little bit, yeah. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Let's check. Let's see. If I go to YouTube, this is going to be a dangerous situation here. 0.3 top builds PoE 2. This is a dangerous. This is a. Okay, don't panic, guys. I almost spilled the shake. I caught it. I knocked it over and caught it in one motion. It was clean. Okay, it's fine. I didn't ruin it. Look at PoE Ninja. Well, what if I want to get baited though? You can't get baited as easily from PoE Ninja, but if you go to YouTube, you can get pretty baited, right? Top builds without patch notes. All these were listed for, like, none of these are for 0.3, right? This video has builds for the 0.2, 0.0B patch. Holy. I mean, that just looks wild. I feel like I would just say 0.2 patch, but the top builds of the 0.2, 0.0B patch. I'm a little bit curious. I do kind of want to know. 2 weeks ago, what did this guy think were the best builds? Lightning Spear, Deadeye. He's fallen for it. We're just gonna take a little look here. We're just gonna take a little look-see. What did this guy think were the top builds? And this is like current patch, so like surely it's not bait, right? Surely it's like up-to-date stuff. Do I go to 4K here? It still kind of looks blurry. Yeah, Lightning Spear was the build of the patch, right? Surely they're going to nuke it from orbit, though. So Lightning Spear, Deadeye. What's number 2? Number 2, he has Witch Hunter, Crossbow. Really? Were there actually popular Witch Hunter Crossbow builds? I was playing your E-Blade build. It was good. Glad you liked it, Bulletproof. Am I getting baited right now? I feel like I'm getting baited. Were crossbows actually good? Crossbows, I don't know, man. New PoE 1 patch in 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure the patches for both PoE 2 and PoE Run both reset the server. That's just a PoE 2 patch that's making the PoE 1 server reset, right? Because they're the same servers, I think. Ben made this one popular? I thought Ben did Deadeye. Not Witch Hunter, right? Just because you get 10 extra movement speed and you get the 30 skill speed. Ben was a Deadeye. I feel like this is one of those things where maybe this guy is like specifically showcasing Witch Hunter because he wants to have more variety than just Deadeye, 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 because it's like one of the only classes that has movement speed on it. But I feel like Deadeye probably is just better than Witch Hunter. Yo, Chaos Lich. We played Chaos Lich. Chaos Lich was a good time. Let's freaking go. It's happening. Helena now offers mass identification of your inventory, items in your hideout for a reasonable price, of course. Mass IDing of items. Didn't that already exist, though, in PoE 2? Isn't that just like the ghost dude or whatever? Or that's a thing in PoE 1. They're giving the mass ID to PoE 1? Oh, snap. Rest in peace, Wisdom Scrolls. So wait, that patch actually was for PoE 1? Didn't you quit the PoE 2 patch pretty early? Yeah, I only played a week. We played one build. We played Chaos.Lich. We were like, this is an okay time. And then we were like, I'm ready to play a different game. I'm hoping 0.3 patch will hold my attention span longer than it did, but we'll see. Like, I think I had fun with the Lich, but it wasn't enough fun where I was like, I want to keep logging in. I was like, I'm ready to go back to PoE 1. So I'm hoping the 0.3 patch, they've made crafting more interesting, build making more interesting, but we'll see. I think worst case scenario is it doesn't feel too much different in those regards to me, and I'll probably enjoy playing one build and then I'll go back to PoE 1. That I think is worst case scenario. Best case scenario, if they've made a ton of changes that actually make me like the game a lot more, and then I actually get, you know, a longer time frame of enjoying playing it, but we'll see. Ready to watch the reveal? Yeah. We'll see what the reveal gives us. Okay, so Lightning Spear, that was kind of expected. Crossbow, I would just expect this to be more of a Deadeye. Chaos Lich. Armor Break Warrior? How is this your highlight footage? How? Like I feel like you could clip out of context and find like spots where like the build looks good to play. So like you have the lightning sphere, it's like, okay, this guy's walking around, he's one-shotting the whole screen. Yeah, that's lightning sphere, right? this armor break footage. He has the Oh, dude, surely they make maces faster attack time. Maybe the bossing clip is going to look insane, though. He's going to attack a boss, and he's going to, like, do giga damage. You know, I mean... I'm not trying to be too toxic, but it's also like... This is the footage he got, and then he was like, wait, this is going too slow, and then he cuts to, like, an action shot. Wait, is there a clip of, like, doing boss damage? There's just no clip of doing boss damage. I don't know, man. That's the warrior situation, I guess. I'm hoping for a new Sork Ascendancy in 0.3. I mean, they're gonna give us new Ascendancies. Like that, I mean, okay, surely, right? Sure. Maybe we don't get Druid, but there's gotta be at least a couple new Ascendancies, right? Do you have a bingo board? Not yet. We'll do a bingo board after I look through this. I'm just kind of a little bit curious about what this guy put on his list of 10 top builds for the patch. G-nerf that build mid-league and Connor was mad. Oh yeah, Connor was ticked about because he was planning on using the the Cultist Great Hammer, like AoE or whatever, like actually had good clear or whatever, and that got deleted, right? I bet if I bring that up, it would instantly set Connor to maximum rage. I bring up the Cultist Great Hammer thing, and Connor just ramps straight to max rage. It was a bug, not a nerf. See, that's the thing, dude. That would be an awesome way. That would be a hook, line, and sinker. You show up in Connor's chat and you say it was a bug, not a nerf. That would destroy him. That would instantly proc the enrage timer for sure. That's an insta ban. Yeah, it might be an insta ban. Which, I mean, yeah, the Cultist Hammer thing hitting the entire screen. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably wasn't intended, right? Still funny to think about. So Twister Spears, I have no idea. Twister Spears were maybe a thing. I don't really remember. Cold Stormweaver. Is this actually real? Cold Stormweaver. Wait, this almost looks worse than the Marauder, the Warrior footage. He's got like 5 white mobs chasing him. Okay. I'm starting to think this is just basically he's going for the variety pack. He's not actually listing like top builds. This has got to be he's just trying to get one from like each possible class or something. Oh, wait, no. He's got 2 Deadeyes. He's got this one's lightning arrow. He's got 2 Deadeyes. Watching projectile attack builds. Holy. He's got the HH too. Yeah. Does he have the 30-second buffs as well? Or the 60-second buffs? Or is that not in this patch yet? He hasn't killed a rare like this entire footage, right? Surely any second now a rare is going to pop on screen. Any second now. A rare will pop on screen. He'll get 60-second buff, right? Any second now? Nope. Okay, so this is before the patch that made Headhunter better. So this is he's probably just went around grabbing old footage of things, I guess. Because this was posted like a week ago, and surely the HH buff happened like a while ago, right? The difference between Deadeye footage and not Deadeye footage is crazy. I don't think it's really the difference between Deadeye and not Deadeye. I think it's the difference of projectile attack build and not projectile attack build. I think that's really what the difference is. It's AI generated. You think the AI went and put all this together? Can you just tell the AI, hey, give me 10 random builds for PoE? Is this another Ice Spear? Bleed Blood Mage. Wait, it's different, guys. This is I like how he calls this one Bleed Blood Mage. It doesn't call this one. It doesn't call it Lightning Spear. It's just Lightning Spear again. You think it's very likely? How can you be so confident? Crossbow's a projectile attack? Yeah. And Crossbow's pretty decent. Like, the footage they showed, it wasn't, like, that good of footage, but it also seems like the footage they got is, like, pretty, like, cooked footage to begin with, right? Okay, so I think it's safe to say... So of the 10 builds, there's the Lightning Sphere Amazonia. There's 3 Lightning Sphere builds. That checks out. You just picked random builds. Yeah, I don't know. It seems very not. I don't know what it is. I don't know how he like picked the footage or whatnot. I don't know. I think it's time though for the bingo board. I think it's bingo board time. And I know what you guys are thinking. Lance, don't use MS Paint. You can use the bingo board maker. Listen, don't care, okay? I can eyeball literally basically a perfect square, okay? I got this. Boom. That's pretty much a perfect square. The free space, listen, we can talk about free spaces after we make the board. Can you hold shift and make it square? Maybe. But where is the fun in that? Imagine holding shift when I can just manually eyeball it. It's looking pretty good right now. Unironically. Well, wait. How bad is the last square gonna look? I mean, it's a little off. It's a little off. Oh, hold on. Kind of messed up there a little bit. That's not bad. That's not bad. For eyeball job, that's not bad. Start with the middle. You can't start with the middle. It's an odd number. It's hurting my eyes. Your eyes are weak. All right. Listen, guys. This looks pretty good. But now we have to do the vertical lines, okay? Vertical lines are where everything gets a little bit dicey. Everything gets a little bit dicey when you break out the vertical lines. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Lock in. That's clean. That's clean. That's a clean look. That is a clean look right there. Come on. Okay, wait. I'm noticing an issue. Hold on. I think this a little bit over here. Okay, just don't look at the bottom portion of the board, guys. Just do me a favor and don't look at the bottom portion of the board, and everything is like, it's totally fine if you don't look at the bottom portion. It's like mostly fine. Don't look at the bottom portion. Holding shift makes the line straight? Yeah, what if I have one hand, okay? And I don't want to hold shift. Ever think of that? Wait, what the hell is this spacing? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This ain't good, guys. This is a little bit... We might have a situation here. It's fine. Most people won't notice. It's fine. Most people won't notice. It's fine. Okay, listen. That's a good bingo board if I've ever seen one. It may be skewed one direction slightly, but that's okay. Okay, that's fine, right? It makes me sick. Sounds like you got a weak stomach. There will be worse things written in it. Guys, I know there's a lot of people saying there's no Druid. Screw those people, okay? Screw those people. That's what I think. I'm going to add it on a square that's less consequential because this only affects 2. But let me cope, okay? Let me cope. Okay? let me cope just a little bit. I mean, just a little bit. Not handwritten. You really want me to do this? Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. All right. All right. Perfect. Perfect. That is a bear. If anyone asks, that is a bear, okay? That is a bear. Gary's resolve, you're right. At a time like this, not right now. That's one effed up dog. It's a bear. Okay, end of story. Can I use the bear as a sub badge? Speaking of, I need to update sub badges. There will be a bear, guys. Believe, trust. Druid is real. Don't listen to the leakers, okay? They're just trying to make us sad. That site was a hit job, okay? What do we think? Jonathan or Mark, guys? What do we think? Jonathan or Mark? Jonathan is supposedly at Gamescom, right? Octavian? That'd be pretty cool. I don't think we're getting Octavian. It's pre-recorded. You know, that's a good point. There is some pre-recorded stuff. That is a good point. Hoo-woo? I don't think we're getting hoo-woo, no. Wait, I'm supposed to be handwriting this. Do I actually have to handwrite everything? Please no. Yeah, it's gonna get less and less legible. One handwritten's fine. All right. We have an hour to stall. Is that a reason? Is that an argument for more drawing? Do you have drops? Everybody streaming the Path of Exile 2 category has drops. Here, I'll add drops to the title because people are asking. I'll just add it to the title. Exclamation drops. Work in any PoE 2 category stream. There. But yeah, no matter what stream, whatever stream you're watching, the drops should work once they start. You just need to have your Twitch link to the Path of Exile thing. Okay, I want to put in one for crafting. I want to cope. Crafting. Some form of crafting repeatable on same base. This one is like definitely not happening, but let me cope. Let me cope. I'll put it on this square. Some form of scour, spammable essence, something. Okay, something that says you can pick up one good base and just work on it, you know? This is the worst bingo I've ever seen. Nope. This bingo's fine. What do you mean worse? Can I buy multiple bingo cards? Nope. Gotta hit it in one shot. Extra cards is cheating, if you ask me. Nerf lightning spear. I'm down for that. That's kind of a free square though, right? We'll put it in though, because screw lightning spear. Buff Archmage, buff Expedition. Archmage rework. Buff Life. Hi, I'm Zachy. No, I don't think Zachy's going to show up. Are they at the point where they buff Life? Are they there? I don't know, guys. I don't think they're there. I think there needs to be at least a league or two more with people making fun of Life. Maybe it needs to go to full release first. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm putting it on my board. Trading, guys. Real ability. Instantaneous trade. Gone are the days of the social experiment. Okay? We no longer have to socialize with random people and deal with them not leaving their map. Gone are the days of the price fixers, okay? They list an item, we could buy an item. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Faustus 2.0 is incoming. Imminent. Faustus 2.0. No more haggling. Well, I think if they implement it, they'll allow you to DM them and haggle as well. You can have both. You can have the instant buyout for their set price, or you can message them and say, hey, you're delusional. This thing's been listed for a month, man. Let's get real here. It's worth 1/10 that, you know? And then they block you, and then they never sell their item because they listed it for a delusional price. But, you know, like, I think you can have both, right? Pretty easily. And I think when they've talked about it, they've said as much, right? Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. Yo, Operator John, appreciate the sub, man. Imagine being able to buy things for people who are offline. Yeah. No, there's gonna be a... I think they've said as much they want to do trade stuff. I'm gonna cope it's gonna be auction house level, but I would take something. So we'll see. We'll see what it actually is. Oh, that was a good shake. New endgame boss. You know what? I like that. I like that as well. Dragon boss added to game. You know that guy that like after you kill the Arbiter, he like flies up and he steals the ball and he's on like a dragon. That guy. The ball stealing guy. Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm fine. Yo, Dingles, appreciate the sub, man. Tower rework. Do you think they're going to touch towers and rework them? I don't know, man. I feel like towers are such a hot button topic. Like people are instantly mad you talk about towers. They should. Well, I think the rework towers is just delete them and do a new system, do something different, but I don't know if they've, like, if they can't justify the time to put in Druid, if that's real, how would they justify time to do redoing the endgame system? I don't know if I have that level of cope. They're not going to remove towers. I kind of don't think they're going to remove towers either. I think they're attached to it. Something like Scarabs to buff maps instead. I don't know. You guys want me to put endgame stuff on there? Like that? Like a Atlas system overhaul? I mean, we're already coping a decent amount. Why not? Let's put that over here. Let's brick the top line. No, wait, no. I'm gonna put this on. Yeah, I don't think there's... Most of the squares left have like 3 axes of deletion. Wherever I put this, I'm bricking something. Wherever I put this, I'm bricking something. I guess here, I could do it here, and then I brick the free square this way. I'll put it here. Put it in a corner. Corner gets 3 cross sections though. Why not? Why not? We'll put it over here. Endgame mapping system overhaul parenthesis delete towers question mark. I don't know, man. I feel like this is like gigacope. We'll put a square. I don't feel like there's a like this is gonna break the board like a recom craft. Listen, I like to put things on here that at least I get excited about the board, you know? Cool Max the boss. Yeah, I don't know if I guess we could do some guessing about Abyss stuff, but I don't think I want to get that specific. I guess I did put Dragon Boss on there. Act 4. Act 4 is pretty likely, right? It's like pretty much a free square almost. Act 4. We'll put it right here. Make it a bit bigger. Wait, no. Actually, this I should draw this. You know why? Check this out. Check this out. IV, baby. Holy. I get to break out the Roman numerals. Oh, IV. It's not an N, guys. There's clearly a space there. What? Look at this. Look at this. How do I... Is this how I do this? There's clearly a space there. It's not connected. It's very clearly not connected, okay? You guys are just... Connected is clinging for life. That's Act 4. I don't care what you guys say. That is a 4. Okay? You guys are haters. It's fine. Haters will be haters. RF. Do I put RF on? That seems like... No, I don't think I can. I don't think I'm not at that level of hopium. Like, if I put RF... For RF to occur, I feel like that's like... Pretty much every single thing on this board got hit. You know? Like that, we got Druid. We got repeatable crafting. We got auction house. We got endgame overhauls with deleting towers. You know, like if we're gonna get RF, like feels like it's not gonna happen in this year. You know. Did you see? Is this a teaser? Added support for the upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Helena now offers mass ID. Yeah, I did see this. The mass ID. I did see the mass ID thing. It's not bad. Not half bad. I thought this was a copium board. RF fits. RF is next level copium. Listen. There's a part of me that believes these things could happen. RF, I do not have like let's say I have the let's say at the auction house, I have this at like 1% belief or 5% belief or whatever it is, right? RF, I have it 0%. It just is not I just don't think it's happening, you know? ES nodes removed. Honestly, I got you, okay? I got you. Hold on. Give it the up arrow. You not know what game this is? Path of Energy Shield, my man. Freaking pay attention to what's going on around you. You just don't know, do you? You think they're gonna nerf ES? I got bad news for you, buddy. ES is getting buffed again. The old ES buff gambit. Listen. It always pays off every time, man. Every time. Even when they try to nerf ES, they buff ES. You guys remember this? Oh, this one was hilarious to me. What's it called? What is it? What was the thing called? PoE 2 wiki. It was one of the reservations. Oh, what was it freaking called? It's like permanent ability to do Val Discipline whenever you want with like a 5-10 second cooldown or something. Is it Grim Feast? We'll rework this. No. Okay, they deleted Grim Feast and then they gave us something better. What was the thing called? Oh yeah, it was the freaking con. This thing. While active, grant a skill that you could use to instantly begin recharging energy shield. And your ES can't get interrupted. Holy. We traded Grim Feast, which was conditional, you need to have killed enemies recently, to anytime I'm taking damage, I can proc Giga Chad Sustain at any point whenever I need. That was the ES nerfs last patch. Isn't this Val Discipline? Yes, it's Val Discipline. And it has it's cooldown based. So you very consistently have it whenever you actually need it. It's not like you have to generate Val Souls or whatever. It's cooldown based Val Discipline. And we traded it for Grim Feast, which was like, I mean, Grim Feast was nice during mapping, don't get me wrong. Sure, overcap your ES while you're mapping, cool. But this is just way better. It was freaking hilarious. All right. What else? What else can we add to this nice chart? New weapon type? You guys want? What do you guys think? Swords? Swords? I'm gonna say swords or dagger. What do you guys think? Swords or dagger? Added. Wands. Wands already exist, guys. I'm gonna say swords or dagger. I'll say new weapon type, swords or dagger added. Scepters. Scepters already exist, guys. Or maul. How about this? 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 We'll do a triple. Swords or dagger or flail added. Got 3 possible hits. 3 possible hits. Perfect. In my years of programming, what is or? I don't know. I just said it for emphasis. Chonk nerfed? No, I'm not gonna put Chonk on here. And do I dedicate a square to making fun of Chonk again? Nah. Chonk giga buffed? Yeah, Chonk could realistically actually get buffs. It's so bad. I still remember all the people pretending they thought Chonk would be good, like before the initial launch. You guys remember that? You remember all the people going around like, "Oh, Chonk's gonna be so good. It's gonna be insane." You guys remember all those people walking around thinking Chonk was gonna be good? Oh my word! Pretended? Okay, they didn't pretend. They thought it would be good. It was hilarious. It was crazy. The Chonk apologists. They were out of control. Chonk was farming free Temporalis. Okay, Chonk had one distinct bug abuse case where it could get around the downside of a hitless run. Jug was also usually start. Yeah, Jug started Chog. Rest in peace. Instant Leech was good, and then they took the only good thing away from it. What are you coping? Chog was never good, man. What did you draw? It's a bear, okay? It's a bear, guys. It's a bear. It's a druid. It's a druid in his primal form. Wait, how much? I'm not gonna run out of time on my bingo board, am I? We need to make sure we don't run out of time, guys. I mean, I could add a thing for Marauder / Shadow. New Ascendancies. All right. We'll do new Ascendancies. 5 new Ascendancies. Is 5 too much? Let's look at the current board. How much do we currently have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So in order for it to be 5, they would have to add a base class. For it to be 5, they would have to add a base class. I think we go 4. We go 4. For the offhand chance they don't add a base class, then they can technically at least hit this. They could technically at least hit this. 4 new Ascendancies. We'll put this one right here. Right there. +4 here. I'll add the plus. There we go. 4 Ascendancies is too much. What did we get last time? Last time we got 2. I think the Tactician was new. Smithic Atava was new. And Lich was new, right? So last time we got 5. Smith, Tactician. Yeah, Lich was new as well. That was 5. Row 2's looking kind of copium. The whole board should look copium, man. If you don't think the board looks copium, then I don't know, man. You haven't seen my bingo boards before. Prepare to be disappointed? I'm not prepared for anything, okay? Shadow and Templar. If we got Templar, I would lose it. Because that means maybe we get Righteous Fire. Oh. Whoo! That would be something else. His heart can't take that. Especially after I had that Chick-fil-A milkshake. Strength in class? Surely, yeah. If we get Templar, I'm counting that as the Druid Square. If we get a Templar. RF to the board. Do you guys actually want... I mean... Finally. A good skill added to the game. RF. Makes it a little bit more sizable here. Make the letters red. I can do you better. There we go. Perfect. If RF is ZDPS in PoE 1, imagine in PoE 2. I don't think my brain can imagine right now. I can't believe you guys talked me into putting RF on here. I literally don't think it's happening at all. I guess at least I put it on something where it only bricks 2. Wait, wait, no, this bricks 2 of my most possible things that could occur. Act 4, Lightning Spear. These columns and rows were actually like possible to occur. I just killed them by putting RF on the board. Wait a minute. What did I do? Hold on, I have to take this. This is ruining my board probability. I have to take this real quick. Hold on. This is ruining my board probability. We'll put this one. Wait, no, it doesn't fit. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. The board is less bricked now. This is brick. No. It's possible. It's possible. I vote we go for the diagonal from top right to bottom left. You want this one? The endgame overhaul, delete towers? Maybe. Maybe. Cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm doing just fine. Yo, Captain Walmart, appreciate the sub, man. Does Third Edict mean third trial of Ascendancy? Oh, yeah, we should add Toda. Toda. We'll put that one here. Toda. I'd like a blue totem thing for it. Hold on. Do this. Do this. Do this. You guys can feel it, right? You guys can feel it. Can you feel yourself clicking and holding the button right now? Channeling, waiting for the thing to get destroyed, and then you get stunned for like a 10-second stun. Holy gameplay. I hate Totem more than Sanctum. Guess you're an ultimatum runner then. Hate to break it to you, but you're an ultimatum runner. I hate to break it to you. Okay. Man, what else can I add to this beautiful chart? What are some other good things we could add? I'm gonna put caster buffs. I'm gonna put caster buffs in here. I think caster buffs could happen. I think those could be real. Considering we just got done playing freaking Lightning Spear League. New Ascendancy options. We have the +4 new Ascendancies right here, Dr. Statistic. We got +4 Ascendancies right here. If RF's on the board, then there should be Cyclone. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I don't give a crap about Cyclone. So why would I put Cyclone on the board? Checkmate, okay? This is my board, okay? You want Cyclone on your board? You go make your own board, okay? Because I don't care about Cyclone. Until they give us, like, real cast on crit. You know, if they give us real cast on crit, then I'll consider adding Cyclone. Cyclone hater? I'm not a Cyclone hater. Honestly, Cyclone's a good skill. Don't get me wrong. Cyclone's a good skill, but... Marauder, Shadow. You guys want me to add a square for Marauder, Shadow? I'll add a Marauder, Shadow square. I'll add one here, I think. That seems unlikely, but I'll dabble in the dark arts. Marauder or Shadow added. Abyss Jewels? It was kind of Abyss themed. We can add Abyss Jewels. How the heck do I draw an Abyss Jewel? Anyways, let's go. Let's look at the. They're eyeballs? Yeah, they are eyeballs. That's the problem. How do you draw an eyeball? Yeah, let's just do it this way. Let's just do it this way. I don't know how to draw an eyeball, man. Wait, hold on. I got new plan. New plan. Hold on, guys. Break out the snipping tool. Break out this. I have a solution. Murderous eye PoE wiki. Just do a little bit of this. A little bit of this. A little bit of this. Holy, I am an artiste. I am an artiste. Cheating? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I am an artiste, okay? Didn't hand draw the jewel? You guys really want me to all right, fine. I could draw an eye. All right. Close enough. Okay, close enough. Basically identical. Hollow Palm needs to be added. Stop people writing, Dr. Sadistic. Okay, you need to you set a good example. You're a moderator here. You can't just start people rioting. Easier acts, better early game scaling. I think they're gonna make early game easier. I guess we can put that on there. I don't know, man. Adding veiled items because they rework PoE 1 system to work without the crafting bench. But then they would need to add that with something like Betrayal, right? Maybe the Abyss themed league, which there's Katarina and Betrayal. Katarina has Kulamak. Maybe there's a connection there. Grav added? Holy. Is there div cards in PoE 2 yet? There's not, right? Not yet. Div cards could be good coat though. I mean, we could add that. Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple Div cards. I'm not gonna die, guys. I can draw this one too. This is easy mode. I draw this. Boom. Perfection. They said they would do div cards at one point. Yeah, I got a box that said I can add a custom div card. Cards are rectangle. That's a square. No, that's clearly a rectangle. First person mode added. That's not. This is ARPG, man. You're in the wrong genre. Okay. Next thing you're going to be asking for a BR version. Speaking of PoE Royale, you guys remember that? That was a good time. More jewel sockets. You know what? I like where you're going. How do you guys feel about this? Aliens? No, guys, no. Cluster jewels. Cluster jewels, guys, okay? The obvious reference there is voices. COVID, a Toy Story alien? No. Now we're getting Gary's Resolved. Yeah, you're right. We should probably change that. You know what I'm gonna put in here? Heavy reduction. No. Okay, this could fall under endgame. I was gonna say something about like the choosing what layouts you want to run, but maybe that would be included in endgame mapping system overhaul prediction, right? Something that's simple like Act 3 through 6. I have Act 4 already on there. New unique maps, new unique bosses. I mean, that'll be included if we get Acts, right? New endgame boss. That's what Dragon Boss is. I guess I could put new endgame. Endgame, new. Put that next to it, I guess. I want to be able to de-level gems. Oh, yeah. Some way to deal with the fact you 6-linked your gem. Then it's like a level 20 gem and you can't use it. We'll put in gem system. Gem system overhaul. That right here. New uniques. Oh, we guess a number. 30 plus. Screw 30 plus. I'm going straight to 69. Wait, no, that's too many. That's too many. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's think. Let's think. How many uniques do they currently have? How many uniques do they currently have in the game? Currently in game, 360. Screw it. Come on. Pump those numbers up, baby. Pump those numbers up. Imagine doing div card farming with the current mapping system. Yeah, hopefully we get in-game overall changes. Meaningful combat uniques. I don't know if that works for a bingo board because you'd have to individually be able to instantly judge whether or not an item is meaningful or not, which I don't think you can really do until you actually test or play the item or try to make a build around it. I feel like GG hates clusters. They might. There's probably not great odds for it occurring, but we got it on there. Oh, new weapon types or bases. I have swords, dagger, or flail on the new bases type. I'm sorry, Abyss Jewels. Don't you mean Abyss Socketables? What do you mean Socketables? I don't know. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares, guys. 5 squares to complete our chart. How much time do we have? We have 27 minutes, guys. 27 minutes to add 5 more things to our bingo board. Grave crafting, mercs. I don't know about those guys. Passive tree rework. Oh, okay, yeah. Sizable passive tree rework change. Big. I'm gonna put big changes. Holy, I suck at drawing trees. That's a tree, guys. Okay. It may not look like a tree, but it's a tree, okay? Do a base movement speed increase? I think that'd be more likely to give just more sources of movement speed than increasing the base. No radius buff? Oh, no, I got you. We can add that in. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? It's just the most likely thing to happen. Don't ask me how. Okay? I don't know how it's going to happen, but based on historical data, listen, we've been modeling these predictions for a while now, okay? And we extrapolated the most likely outcome is life is going to get nerfed randomly. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how, okay? But that's just what the science says. Boss race? You want me to put boss race on there? Boss race, like, I don't know. That's like this squares twice, I think. You know, I don't want to put like the same square twice. Maybe some of these squares are the same square twice, maybe. Whispers of Infinity in PoE 2. Whispers of Infinity. I don't want to guess specific uniques. Attribute requirements reduced. Make attribute requirements less painful to get. I'll have to think about it. We only have 3 squares, guys. We gotta use these things wisely. Circle League mechanic. You think the new Abyss will be a Circle League mechanic if it is Abyss? Attribute rework. I like that. Attribute rework. This could be a lot of things, right? This could be a lot of things. This could be making attributes easier. This could be making decks not useless. This could be making strength or int give different bonuses or making them better in some ways. Super generic. Do you put up PoE 1 still the best? No, I'm not trying to do the spark the PoE 1 versus PoE 2 debate conversation topic. That already happens enough without me even saying anything. Mercs to PoE 2? I kind of doubt it. Microtransactions for runes? Nah, why would they even do that? Doesn't even make sense. Mage Blood added? What would Mage Blood even be? There's no flasks. New unique mana life flasks? Mage Blood added plus flask system overhauled to add utility flasks. Yes, we've deleted charms. No, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Private league something? You think they'll give us private leagues for PoE 2? Are private leagues not currently a thing in PoE 2? Is it just pretty much you run SSF or you don't? T17s? Nah. Controller related changes? There probably will be. I don't think I want to put any specific controller thing though. I'm just mostly thinking like base game changes. Oh, I wanted this one bad last time. I'm gonna put it on here. I just remembered this. I think some people were probably saying it. Mana cost scaling. Make it not trash. Breaking the mana cost scaling thing. And it just forces you into basically like Archmage level investment for stuff. For gem level scaling. I forgot about the mana cost. I kind of forgot about them too. I remember thinking they were going to maybe do something like this and they didn't do it at all last patch. New crafting currency. We have some form of crafting repeatable on same base. That's basically saying, hey, do something with crafting. We'll see if they do it. Chunk getting buffed? I can see Chunk getting buffed. I mean, it's pretty unused. It's pretty trash. No one's playing it. MTX? What would I put in the MTX square? They're adding MTX, aren't they? Well removed? I don't know about that. What's the square that says there will? One square down, top right. Oh, that's a bear. If anyone tells you it's anything else, they're wrong. This is representing a druid. There will be a druid, okay? There's a lot of people going around saying there's no druid lance, and I'm ignoring those people, okay? Because there will be druid. There will be a druid. It's a dino nugget, don't lie. It does kind of look like a dino nugget a little bit. It's not a dino nugget, okay? It's a druid. It's a druid. Final square, guys. Final square. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? How much do we have on the clock? 18 minutes. 18 minutes on the clock. Spark buff? We have caster buffs already on the thing. Movement skills? There's no way, man. There's no way. I don't. Armor nerf? There's no way they're doing armor nerf. No shot. Removing attack times from slam skills. There's no shop, but I'm down to put that on there. Unscalable attack times removed from game. There's no way. I don't think they're gonna do that at all, but just put this guy in on the board and he's got dual maces. He's ready to hit things, you know? Reduce attack speed notes for warrior removed. Oh, wait. That's a good point. That's a good point. Added more reduced attack speed onto warrior notables to compensate. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Unarmed monk will have the dream feather node to compensate unarmed attacks. Maybe we'll see. We'll see about that. Something else other than ES armored evasion. I don't know about that beat katana. I don't know if that's happening.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna
die. I'm not gonna die, Topes. I'm not gonna die. Appreciate the sub. Let's hope they've been cooking. Yeah, let's hope. Surely they've been cooking some good stuff, right? Draw a dragon or we riot? You want me to draw a dragon? This picture is not the... See, it's one of the pictures I have that rotates on my screensaver has the dragon on it. You want a dragon for like here? Is that what you want? Hold on, I can do this. Wait. Focus. I can do this. Oh, why does it look so... Oh, hold on.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
I'm out of space. Okay, listen. Okay, I ran out of space. Okay, if I could do that, if I wasn't confined, okay. I was working with limited space, okay. I was confined, okay.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
It was better than I expected, thank you. That's cheating? What do you mean cheating? I'm making it fit, okay? If only you could make more space with your infinite canvas. Okay, listen here. That's a fair point. But it's what's done is done, okay? We did what we did. Why is Toda on this? What do you mean? What do you mean why? Because we're gonna get Toda. That's why. They've previously hinted at Toda being the Act 4 Trial of Ascension, right? Surely we're gonna get Toda. It all just checks out, right? You see the Masselina ID thing? I did, yes. I did, yeah. I didn't know you were an artist. Thank you, Nightfall. Yeah, well, now you know. Now you know. I'm good at what I do, okay? I'm good at what I do. Is the Path of Exile site, are they live yet? They are live. Are people spamming login yet? Gonna hit them with the login. Gotta hit them with the login. Eight minutes, baby. 8 minutes. Will there be drops on their channel? You can get drops on any channel streaming Path of Exile 2. You just need to make sure you have your account, your Twitch account thing linked to the Path of Exile thing. So you need to do the account linking thing. But anybody streaming in the Path of Exile 2 category should work for that. Lower the volume. Sorry, is this too loud?
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
My bad. I didn't realize how loud that was. Too loud for anyone else? No, that's my bad. I probably had it way too loud. I'll adjust volume when they actually like start doing the reveal and stuff. Just type exclamation point drops in every stream. Yeah. Yeah. They killed most casters when they nerfed Archmage PvP for food. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping they do caster buffs where it's not such the case that every caster basically needs Archmage to do damage. Like if they could do damage inherently without being Archmage, that would be awesome. So that's why I'm coping for caster buffs. One patch where they just nerf Archmage but don't buff casters. Maybe this patch they realize, oh wait, there's not really any good caster builds because casters builds just suck without Archmage. Because Archmage was like a freaking what's the word? Like a band-aid or a crutch that made spell builds viable, basically. Caster buffs are not Archmage? Yeah.
Oh,
like
no,
buff
I haven't
actual,
eaten
like
cheese in a
the
couple minutes. I'm
baseline
gonna die.
values for spell skills. Spells need more flat? Yeah, probably. I mean, have you guys played hit-based spells without Archmage? It's pretty dire. Your countdown's kind of big. Well, it's the mainstream countdown. I just have the seconds covered up because we have the board. Did they hint at a bone skill buffs or just more bone skills? I forget. I have no idea what they've hinted at and what they haven't hinted at. Caster right now is like casting crit only. I haven't seen very many caster builds at all. Like Chaos Dot Lich is decent, not like insanely OP in terms of damage. It's got a good tank. And then outside that, I don't really know if I've seen too many caster builds. What are you doing? Go get your children's snacks before the stream starts. I don't need to steal my children's snacks. I'm fine. My countdown's kind of behind here. I'll just get rid of the since we've made it this far. Get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. Hype level check. I'm at a tentative 7. I think I'm hyped. I think I'm excited. I'm not giga hyped though. -2 hype, 3 out of 10 for me. I think I'm at a 7. I'm genuinely net positive. We'll see. I'm hopeful that they'll give me stuff that gets me excited about making at least one build. That's my current level.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. No, I'm not gonna die. In fact, I appreciate the sub, man. Will this be a better PoE 1 update? Better than a PoE 1 update? I would, for me personally, no. I don't see them making this something that I'd be more excited about than a PoE 1 new league, but we'll see. I'm at an 8, but I'm coping. Hey, 8's pretty high. We lost the copium serum? Yeah, maybe a little bit. All right, real quick, I'm gonna throw away this trash from the food I ate earlier, and then we should be good to go. I'm going to do, I'm gonna do the run the ad thing on Twitch. I almost always forget to do this, but I think I should do it for Twitch because otherwise, it'll run ads in the middle of the preview. But usually the freaking previews are longer than an hour, so Twitch will probably still end up running another ad anyways. But this should at least give us like hopefully, I don't know, 30 minutes of no ads. So I'm gonna do this prior to the reveal stream. I'm gonna go throw away the snacks, run the defensive ad, and hopefully we don't get ads during the actual reveal. I will be right back, guys.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
Oh my goodness. Toto. Ooh, that looks good. That guy was using his fists. Fist monk is real. Sport gem overhaul. Nice. Ooh, that looks cool. Notables. Sprinting. Trade system. Hey, we're looking pretty good right now. I don't do life note. I don't know if it's life notables. Holy. Nice. Four new. All right.
Oh no, I haven't eaten
Let's
cheese
go.
in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna mute alerts. Sorry, guys. Appreciate the sub. Asynchronous trade. Holy crap, it's real. Actually real. Crafting changes. Not too shabby. Server's gonna be dead, yeah. I'm gonna like Act 4, dude. Act 4 looks sick. Yo, look at that crab.
gems, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogden. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogden Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge and raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance.
What the
That's
hell?
just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice, and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign, and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore.
Nice.
We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting.
Finally, I go to a dead end and I can travel backwards faster.
This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later, and that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds skills to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies.
Freaking nice.
This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Classic. PoE 1 was right all along, guys.
Suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when we ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed.
Ugh.
At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed.
Holy combo potential.
If you use a lot of different spells.
That's a lot of cast speed, actually. That's a ton of cast speed.
Spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare, others fairly common. Some of them are build defining, others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
Let's hear it.
Skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame.
Yep.
There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tip Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives Claire to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a rain skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules. also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect.
Evasion was the weakest.
Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
That's suppression.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough.
Good old 40 DR.
Buff that helps all Dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry.
Oh no.
Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff with passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Block stronger. Let's go.
Warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of Volcanic Fissures around. Volcanic Fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. This skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
What the hell's even going on?
Warrior Shield skill is another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore.
Oh, now we don't?
The further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem's undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales with your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make perfect
Say what now?
charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbreaker. Among the other changes we made to this class, Answered Call now gives this ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tugahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something your warriors didn't need to care about very much, so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to miss with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
Good. Nice.
We also wanted to improve armor. And one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
And it now applies after resistances.
030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. To have increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds, and skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage.
Wait, self-chill.
Are better at freezing.
Self-chill.
Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now change nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit.
Impale.
Pellets. So that means following with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose. Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you with a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Grey Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Honestly, Spectres look like they're gonna be dope.
There's also a lot of new
That looks sick.
with newer cult skills.
I'm not a minion player.
I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool.
That did look cool.
Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a Sanglemancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sanglemancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed.
Yeah.
Well, you no longer do.
Hell yeah. I kind of want to play Infernalist now.
Skills needed a big upgrade for sure.
I kind of want to play Infernalist.
Now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row. So you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing out wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat. But until now, we just didn't have a real way to make it viable.
Dude, I'm Demon form. I'm doing it. I don't know, man.
The monk, as a true martial artist,
Hollow Palm.
learned the hollow palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking
Oh snap. Okay, this is a good freaking patch. I'm feeling pretty good right now.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy class in the game is the
Chonk.
Shield.
Make it good.
We needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech, and would buff Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight.
That looks
Now
cool.
let's talk about sorceress skills. One of the things
Caster
that
buffs.
the sword is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Nice.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time.
Nice.
Instantly.
Nice.
Game-wide too. Now we didn't just want to stop there.
Yeah.
We wanted to add some
More.
specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode.
Ice spear.
Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we added quite a few new keystones.
You've got audio. Oh no.
Here are a couple of examples.
I'm so
The
sorry.
Black
YouTube.
Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before.
Nice.
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Nice. Good.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content, and the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the Dark Necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
No.
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Abyssal jewel, right?
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Ooh. Oh.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
Wait, you
After
guys were
clearing
right
through
about
this
Veiled
area, you'll
mods.
find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3,
Patch
so you can
of
avoid
Mana
anything you
Siphoner.
don't
What
think
the
your
hell
character
is
is
this?
capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic.
You'll load errors for 3
So
out of
what's
every 10
left?
seconds. Shut up!
Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards.
Greater augment?
Aside from the entire area being valuable
The hell
due
is
to the
that?
abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depths-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ullaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor.
Yeah,
I wonder how rare that one is.
Gotta be way rarer.
You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask?
He's gonna
To jump in.
Yeah.
The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss
I
fights
like that
many
layout. It looks
times.
good.
Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them.
All right, I'm listening.
These start appearing pretty fast into the
guys,
endgame
there's a tower.
and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Guru Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Hell yeah!
Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter, The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've
Nice.
also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning.
That's freaking cool.
Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them?
Please.
We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements.
Yep, please.
Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide.
Yep.
To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Nice.
We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare
That's actually
with
kinda
guaranteed
huge.
high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items.
Let's go.
These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%,
Yes,
or
boss!
an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes,
Every
they
time,
can be
man.
corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed
What?
the normal minimum and maximum values,
Say what
raising
now?
the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game.
What?
This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these
Chaos
examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karui
front door.
archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karui goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's
Trade.
time to talk about a
Trade.
massive one.
Trade!
Trade. It's finally here.
Yeah,
The
it
moment
is.
we've all been waiting
We've
for.
been waiting 10
Fully
years.
asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of
Holy,
Exile 1
they're going back to the
has
forum
morphed
shops.
from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK
We're getting
or
this in
just
PoE
can't
1,
be
by the
bothered.
way. If we get it here, we're getting it in PoE 1 next league.
In order to finally solve this,
Oh,
and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his
let's go,
business.
Ange.
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as
Yo, I want
operating
that
your
hideout.
currency exchange,
That looks clean
but
and peaceful.
also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't discovered.
Repeat customers,
You'll notice
baby.
that as a buyer, on top of
What
the
else you got in
currency
here?
the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the Third Edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
I feel buttered up right
the
now.
Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The
Ashes after? I
Justice
think
series
so.
of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods, with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back
too busy gonna be a
attachment
demon.
containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be a courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes
Yo, that's
with
a pretty
many
sick
different
hideout.
sections for setting up your home or base of operations.
That's clean.
In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge.
Oh.
Like a true eternal god, you can float
Oh.
between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their
Finally, I can
corpse.
kill the goblins!
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I'm not gonna lie, that was way better than I was thinking it was gonna be. I think I'm really pumped to play Infernalist now. I don't know. There's a lot of good changes. I think I want to play Infernalist because I can actually use freaking gear slots without losing them. I was hyped out. Then they showed the dog of the endgame layout. In-game layout. We'll see how those things feel. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back, Exiles.
Holy, we can't hear you, Ziggy.
Absolutely monumental reveal. We now have a suitably juicy Q&A session.
Audio.
Probably like
I have it as loud as I can. It's on their end.
Grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. We need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. It's been it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
this is T1, this is T2.
We did actually fully of every problem. And,
Yeah,
there were things in there like, performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, game content.
I mean, the very one at the top of the list was, campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we've got to solve that. Things like that were just like, because we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, well, a lot. You know, and I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, you know, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. You know, we had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So,
Ours is on the list.
It's probably the notable.
Next
one,
patch, guys. Next patch.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, you know, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but you know, we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for you know, when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like, you know, there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and you know, we'll get to it. But yeah, more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and you know, make sure obviously
on deadline.
good answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shape shifting, getting it looking and feeling.
No, I mean, it's
really,
a huge deal.
Right?
It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So you know, it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That
class
is true.
too. Which
That is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
hoping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling
well,
most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So you know, that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind of a pretty glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
it is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
It's real
So-
weird. It is real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that. going
that
on.
people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that. That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, you know, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff. Like, you know, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, you know, once you've got that, you need to start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? You know, then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, you know, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid end game part. You know, like that's still a problem that we want to improve. But yeah, like it adds quite a lot there because, you know, you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like, obviously when you start, you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to
just
solve.
a lack of direction, right?
Right.
Nothing's there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of you know, telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, you know, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because you know, it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where you know, we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
You know, the Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, was, you know,
not
what we've done before. And a lot of people in PoE 2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area. There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, you know, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
so,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a Rogue Exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the Rogue Exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We... Depending, when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole, again, more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE 1. I'll over-explain it a little bit. But yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later. And then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree. Because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. Yeah, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. It seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering
for the vision,
because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I mean, I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
Yeah,
so,
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah,
effectively it's if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because I just have to get to the next tower, and then when you've done one tower but you know that two tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well I feel bad running a one tower overlap thing when I know that two tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. It's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of the reason you have random drops is because any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's you feel bad for playing the content because it's not the best already. So you need that random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is lack of ability to juice things. I think the core problem is to do with the fact that you don't when it already sucks, as I said. It's just kind of that thing there. So we need to sort of there will need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, more deterministic in some way, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Is this element of being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening?
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. There's a lot of that sort of stuff that's quite nice. You can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, just more stuff to find. When we get to 040, I really want it to be that you really feel there's just cool stuff in every map map that you might be finding that's like that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well. It's having some element of not having that control as well.
The amount of bad layouts
maybe
that
it
exist
is the case more
plentiful.
of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more.
Right.
Anyway, that's what I'm. It already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like we did what we could, 100%. And 040 expect a lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there. It's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that. But basically, the main thing there was that so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like each one of them is like a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, like with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, like we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again. It's just like a little bit like just you can do it, at that point you're like, just get me to end game, like whereas when you're playing through the new acts, like it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just like, I just did this, like for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. Where but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you
Didn't know
complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies because there's different bonuses available.
Like the Spirit Draft comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Where another might be more passive point heavy and another might be more permanent bonus heavy and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of choice of which island you want to sail to. And then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one. And then, who knows? Which is fine because, again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each and then,
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So yeah, each one has got stuff that we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
Yeah,
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all 3 of those options are available and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a lot of other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts because that might have a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Maybe not those kind of secret ones. But
I think it doesn't. Does it say it does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
be a bit of a discovery process.
But look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in Act 8, but you don't get this much parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
It's only
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah.
Probably,
Left to right.
I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely. Yeah.
That makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
Okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3 and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you
way?
want to do other, I mean, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple of weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like.
I mean, if you screw it up, then you get knocked down.
But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. enough. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, well, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can
side of the tree,
for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was
disgusting.
Man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I used sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like with like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's
for sure.
Obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. Because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released. And so it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving. You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, like you're just overall more mobile, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. We just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
And things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, we tried it. It works. That's really it comes down to, right? So, that as long as that's the case, then then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where, we're just, it's all just like even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, having to think once in a while, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%.
It
again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of, I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. It's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun, having 2 Fist of War skills than 1. But like the skill design is nuanced enough and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah. It definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one, because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this 1 gem a bit more.
They do. So basically right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have 1 of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like... okay, so something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior, because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's the sum of all these small individual things. And honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the Warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the Warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, there was a whole thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element, it's like you're never going to use cross element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into single.
We did. So
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right. So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that we really want to make sure that it actually works. But that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
I still can't believe we're getting asynchronous trade.
Instead. Yeah, exactly.
But once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast, or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. It's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat.
A half X for that one.
It builds up now. So if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic.
The crafting change is honestly
if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability, and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore. Really really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so,
nice. It's finally a good solve for that, because that'd be
I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time. But so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for
sure.
while
Your
now.
shell
So
upgrades?
that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good.
It should
news.
heavily
And,
reduce the
I saw that
amount
freeze was
of bases. Like when you have a
getting
really
lot
good
better
item
too.
and you
Same
do a
idea of like
perfect
in
result.
freeze skill.
So the freeze
reduced
skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yep.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes, we'd use the word poise, which basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss. If the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting chunked from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. Like in the case you're like in the case of Sunder, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, I think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing. Part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a
Lineage
ranger
or
with
drop
what, like 10,
ones, like, in
10 skills,
endgame.
50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think,
Right,
for the
exactly.
skills they were on. I'm like,
Yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
and so if that's a
the
bad
builds people are
sign, if your
playing-
in-game ranger is that, it
Yeah,
means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because they're we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So
and
I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already
That's
done.
crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That
Like,
sounds like a
'cause
nightmare to code.
maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever, for now it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but
to
also
pick.
the names.
I know.
The names
Yeah,
are so
okay.
much better now as
Yes,
well.
right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't.
Like search for
Martial
there's
tempo
this thing
faster
that does a
attacks
thing.
now.
I don't. What is it called?
God,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You just, I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Google it.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
Armor explosion?
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this,
yeah,
so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember we went to build
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, oh, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's like, I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is, there's not many games like that really that. Still
I don't really think I get that as much from PoE 1 anymore, but
well,
PoE 2 is getting that.
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shakeup that happens,
Yeah, I guess
yeah,
for sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link, and how hard it is to do that, and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
official term,
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the kind of the idea is it's like, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns you're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are, to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large.
Perfect exalts in the new divine.
So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're
so that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's the...
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5,
we
did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.1.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which was a decent time into 0.2, the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 0.2.1, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in a 0.2.0, like the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 0.2x when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
So the drop levels of drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
so
access, okay, it's
we went back and we were like, it's in a -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0.2x change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand, you're going to use that for a while. Like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing a, to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals.
Those skills
those are playing more of a role as well. And then you can get with the uniques. It's not you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like kind of you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
Sockets.
yeah. And but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. And we've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool.
One's pretty cool.
There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh,
It was
cool,
for those who were at the OG or the
from back in
second
the day.
Exile con.
Way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and so since
There are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover.
Oh,
in
yeah.
there, like just balance things and so.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementals, it seems.
every class got changes.
Yeah.
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one
big
that we
patch
were
notes
like
coming
some
later
less,
today, then.
sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Yeah. So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one?
Yeah. So effectively you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects
everything, right?
with
Because we've got things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit
Everything
more
sounds
evenly,
great. I
and
wanna
the
see the
extra
nerfs.
levels kind of mean there's more
I wanna
interesting
see the
upgrades.
lightning
And one of the
spear
other things
dead
I
on
just
the
wanted to mention
ground.
is there was this kind of this, and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a
Anyone
little bit
else?
with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something. To add a new thing, like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
gives you a little break.
Yeah.
I really
cool,
like
more powerful.
the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
Patch notes get released. I'm going straight.
Well,
I'm
every
going
second
straight
act you
to
get new
Infernal.
rune tiers.
Supports,
Every
yeah.
second act you'll get new.
The runes,
Every
essences as well,
can't
for
remember
doing
how
a bit
that's
more.
split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like, there's a lot of like, you get to Act 4 and you get a new tier. You get a whole bunch of new base types. You get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels
I think so.
across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels
We
in
have lowered the exponentiality of
Thank goodness.
mana costs like pretty drastically.
Yep.
Especially level 20 plus is going down a lot.
This
Like
garbage.
an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another. You were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds, especially, ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is 7 or
We've
something.
we've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like, what sort of
I
things
mean,
have been
like
changed?
I mean, everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different.
Right, yeah.
With hollow palm gives
We
you
don't know how
damage a
many
different
there
way.
Yep.
That might
But
be a bingo.
with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff. We're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter.
Yep.
And this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is... it's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit, so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, actually out of control.
Yeah.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some Leech. You got your Monk, you got your Ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. To at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have all that, and I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front. Now,
like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please get more
guys,
of you
we
at your
ignored enough of
computer.
Mark's trade request. That's why we got trade.
We have the system. Let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test, because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available, at least. And then, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things like too easily. But at the same time, well, sorry, guys, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, yeah, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about one map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
not
exactly
much for
right.
A player, it's a lot for a botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So yeah, normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that kind of created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that. Which would be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance
to can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove it
again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. Like, but we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
Good luck repricing your item now, buddy.
Way to like learn the price of things, like because you can put a bunch of stuff there. No one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that.
The bait and switch
repricing, yes.
is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell, you must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5C.
Right.
I still want to buy it,
but
5C again.
On the other
still
hand,
want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing. There's no.
It's a good.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like
you got a price check
fear for doing this. Apart from
I can turn off my whispers, guys. The only reason I have to have my whispers on is so people can trade me. I can turn them off now in your faces because they get. Oh, yes.
Enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes,
because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that.
And they get to check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so
we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like, a lot of time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
What are their other items?
But even stuff like
the 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
so you're like getting the nice organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can,
people's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay, no, I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it, unfortunately.
So probably should.
Yeah.
I'm also just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like,
yeah.
Well, the idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
like hideouts are doing it too, like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah.
It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. Yeah. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE 2 before we look at putting it into PoE 1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for PoE 1 and so we get the balance right and get all the details right. But like, I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE 1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's
it'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like...
ultimately that... I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess,
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
right
how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots, ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right. Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right. Yeah, exactly.
And
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, tier 1 uniques like cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in PoE1, I imagine.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes, right. So you can't sell a Chaos Orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah,
to do, I
yeah,
think.
exactly.
Currency exchanges for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yep.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there.
Yep.
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term PoE1 players have seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore.
Come on, what
you
the
can
hell?
fully just convert them. And that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna...
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because the typing, web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have
huge
something
for
in
console.
And here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect a little
console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap, right? So typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these searches.
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well. A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one. And
it is a feature that we will do. It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. Yeah. You mentioned that there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, it certainly opens the door to it. I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. There's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. It's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
Yeah.
See?
Another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they multiple, it is technically a race.
Race condition, baby.
We'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But yeah, that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading times should be a lot better.
Finally, PvP
in this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, you know, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. Like the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around like shader poppin type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying.
I'm never updating Windows Gen, man.
Life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But hopefully the full OS freezes will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course, is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
We made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual anti-DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, like part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So we'll have to see. Honestly, I have to see how it goes. We'll have to see for that. But yeah, like it's to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you literally
then they literally won't. So
Yeah, I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but
approach of
sometimes
PoE,
like
but
some things are so
you gotta
good.
have some-
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of
Yeah,
purchasing. Once we have an in-game searcher.
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like
Yeah.
you go to this
didn't really need
site and
tutorial.
do
Well, if
this.
the but also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world. So
But for purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE 2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And when
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, oh yeah, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE 2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket. And
divines are valuable because people have
maybe
good
divines
sinks for
become
that.
even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other
You
thing
sink
like
divine
exalt
price
is a problem
versus divine just gets worse.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so that'll sync a few more exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, you see 969, and you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena and it's like that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess, most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
You still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, right?
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm
like
curious to see.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like, I don't know, use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would think
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that would work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones, but there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, we can make that work.
I feel like that'd be good if not.
So make it work.
That's how it works.
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Just as you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we moved it to her. Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy? Or wait,
no.
that's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
Yeah. That's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns. I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
for the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is...
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players. Technically,
no, but subsequent in the same league.
In the same league, yeah. Per league, you have to. You have to, or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff, so that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000 or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we did Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
50,
maybe Spectral
51%, I think,
the
of
highest
Cyclone
dominant
Slayers.
meta
Yeah, okay.
Something
was
like
Delirium
that.
League. You guys are all
So we're not quite there.
Not quite there. Obviously,
It's
that's
just
the,
it's just
the
a
extreme
to be
end.
fair, that's I'm only encountering one class there. Actually, Lightning Spear is across many classes, so maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true. Well, either way, it's bad.
So I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
for
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it
Lightning
does start to
Spear
feel like a problem for you
confirmed,
guys? And
baby.
when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
The mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like it's
Dude, they're afraid after those cast on freeze.
If you get on it fast
if you get
enough,
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast basically to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but
themselves.
if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend, if certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that, so like this stuff does get around and we do learn about it, but like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of these bad builds. Like why, like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like, we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more
Infernalist,
viable
Demoness,
different
guys. It's gonna be so
classes.
sick.
The hard part's going to be
we just
that
got
the support
+2
gem
weapon
changes
slots.
are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. But it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't like, if the worst was only slightly worse than the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, I feel like then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive. Like, I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and keep.
They got me, Lance. I'm re-downloading.
Bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where, like, it's what Mark said earlier, like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't, like, by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like,
and now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally
that,
all of them will.
Probably. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
PoE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as well.
I think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were. And so like I feel like as more information is there, like people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually I think does exacerbate it a little bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. So but we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
With
your 1500
that
crit multi
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh, no.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, Do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes in some case, for some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the scale to in-game? But, of course, it also is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear.
They're trying to make sure
they're playing
when patch notes which is
whatever.
5 minutes.
They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at like, look, these aren't being played, and why?
I think we are actually, yeah.
Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here.
Turns
and
out
just, like,
caster builds are non-viable without Archmage.
And now we've got
you
something
remove
that's
Archmage.
Promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more a lot more, and passives and everything. Yeah, like, it's all. There's like so much going on there, though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here, though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%.
It'll last basically until
maybe
until 327.
Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is, so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because you know, trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and let's go Smith of Catava. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Catava to get the insane high max res. That's like, you know, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, oh, here's like, there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this.
Oh no!
So next in the
I thought that didn't happen.
The energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to
We're
make
gonna
it
be
not
fine,
just be
guys.
blue
We're gonna be
life.
fine, okay?
And
Don't
be
panic
better
yet.
life
Don't panic yet.
in
We're gonna
some
be fine.
cases as well.
We're gonna be just fine.
How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, you know, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it.
We're gonna have
again, like the whole weapon swap
guys.
convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear,
I want to see
looking at a
chunky
situation where they
energy shield pools
attempted
look
to nerf
where
it,
you actually
and
have
it's still
to,
going to be better. Just
recharge
watch.
in
Just
some way or
freaking
build
watch.
to recharge.
I like playing that way personally. Again, I did this league as well.
Still end up being better.
It can be
I
really
quite enjoy
rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff
It's
in
just
the past.
you get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only
Into
increasing
tax,
your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as
Anyone got a link?
something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, you know,
we're here.
as much as armor has its disadvantages, the warriors are rocking around with, you know, double the life of the other you know, your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and you know, so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way.
This, right?
Parry and block being way like just predictable. It's huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do you find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? And you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block, because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad, because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways.
Get weapons back is insane.
We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like, I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, you know, that's great. And you know, with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
Good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE 1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like, you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. Like, there's no question of that. However, it's certainly like, you know, it's certainly hard to meet them. Like, it's difficult. But you know, like, it's so much better to commit to the date, you know, and just make sure
it's to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and you know, this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and you know, to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time, you need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right? That has to happen. Otherwise you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, yeah, you have to, at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards, and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. You know, so
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing, like, I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
what isn't right? It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, it seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon.
Rest in peace with
but there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting closer.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. Any chance we get mercenaries in PoE 2? Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say. Like, that's more of a later thing, I would say.
Later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like, it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impact. The mercenaries, they do a lot of things, curses and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in PoE 1?
Well, I mean,
as allies, like in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about, you know, PoE 2 context, but there are some problems of I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the, you know, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, you know, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE 2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
Well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? you know, so there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE 1 or when, but you know, there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in PoE 1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty cool. Big change. Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE 2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so, maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, you know, we're not too far away from that being like in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a row mount? There's like the row sprint.
So there actually was a plan for that, but
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster. It slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So that it is
the old speed that it was.
Yes. So it is more competitive. So that it is more competitive.
So rower is faster. Yeah.
But you can speak out. You can I believe speak out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes. So it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You like teleport and start sprinting the same way?
It won't. I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Like
I believe
if you sprint, blink,
am I wrong about that? I feel like I was trying this literally yesterday.
What do you mean? Sorry.
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go back into a sprint.
So
but it does work if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
yes,
no, that's how it works.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances?
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and for us smooth.
No. You resist first and then you mitigate.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way around.
It's the one that means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one, so because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's pre armor first, then resist. It will be.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into
said
playing
armor
it.
before
Thanks for
resist,
spending
right?
a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour, honestly.
Yeah, so I feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how
it was
that plays
our first
out.
Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
They don't know
yes,
anything.
at a preset time.
Yeah.
I think that helped. People went like, stop holding them hostage.
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well.
Give them the salute.
See you later.
Stuff. All right, time to look at these notes. I didn't want to talk over them while I was looking at some briefly at stuff. But first of all, what the hell? Katama got destroyed. they were not interested in Katama, and I guess this didn't make sense at first when I read it with the Warbringer, the whole 75 block chance thing. But somebody said they read somewhere that max block got changed from 75 to 50 because block cannot work on everything. So it makes sense that this is still basically allowing essentially the same functionality, except you don't block the entirety of the damage, which a lot of times, I don't know how I feel about this. It feels a bit glancing blowy to me. Although this is way less damage going through than it is glancing blow. Lance is unmuted. Yeah, I wasn't talking. I didn't want to talk over them. They removed a lot of max res, probably making stuff harder to Can you zoom in? Yeah, I'll zoom in a bit so you guys can see better when we're looking at this stuff. But yeah, I think it's patch notes time. I wanted to start with the Ascendancies because these are some of the more interesting changes or impactful in terms of what character you play. So that's why I'm going through here. But yeah. I'm not sure about the other stuff. The ancestral turtle auras, whatever this stuff is, no freaking clue. But the block stuff seems like it's probably still decent, and maybe with the totem things that helps. I don't freaking know. So the Katava was pretty good. Got kinda wrecked, maybe. I don't know. Maybe with enough armor this will feel good. I'm a little bit pessimistic. Archmage is back. They did slightly buff Archmage. We'll have to look at the other stuff in Archmage. Smith got buffed for my minion build. Did it actually? Hey, that sounds like a win, right? Javelin Legionnaire. Got a way to passively generate charges. I'm not sure how this will feel. It seems pretty slow once every 8 seconds. Palstron, what's going on, man? Thanks for the raid, pal. Welcome everybody from Pal Stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Thoughts on cold lasagna? That sounds not like a good time. I wouldn't eat lasagna cold personally. Gotta sleep. Yo, have a good night, man. Hopefully you enjoyed the reveal. I'm gonna be digging through these patch notes because I'm too curious. Raid by a famous PoE2 streamer. Yep, Palstron, the PoE2 streamer. It's classy stuff. It's classy stuff. Tactician. I think did I just skip over this? I think I just see Tactician and I think the word pin, and then I kind of like glaze over. I don't know, man. Maybe they make Tactician have some stuff that makes it interesting, but I don't know. Hashtag free Palstron. Guys, Palstron's fine, guys. He's gonna get some restful sleep. Okay? He's gonna get some restful sleep. They nerfed Amazon. Pathfinder, they changed concoction skills. I'm guessing they like buffed the concoction skills because concoction skills were kind of dead once they removed the quiver scaling stuff. Deadeye seems, I don't know, not too different. Voker, Meditate got quite a bit better, and so did the flat damage from Elemental Expression. I've never played with this skill, so I don't really know how good its scaling is. So I don't really know what to look at. Acolyte of Chayula. Did they make Acolyte of Chayula actually good? Did they make Acolyte of Chayula actually good? The Reality Running Notable has been renamed to Sap of Nightmares. It no longer grants chance to gain a percentage of damage with that blah blah blah. Instead, it now grants Leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as Fizz. So something that supports chaos damage for Leech. Okay. That's not great. I mean, it does enable you a Leech source, but Leech in PoE2 is kind of not great. The Lucid Dreaming Notable no longer provides any benefit itself, instead now being a multi-choice notable with the following choices. All flames you manifest are red. Choice of mana, all flames you manifest are blue. Or choice of power, manifest are purple. So you always get consistently the all flames you want. Which one is that? Is that one of like the things where you have to run around and grab them for like a buff or something? I can't even remember what this one is. Which one? The Into the Breach thing? I don't know what that one even is. The Remnant one, okay. I'm not sure that makes Chonk good. The end of the breach skill, Grant Awakened Dream, now longer for red spawns. Skills to have 50% increased effect. 0 to 50? Okay, so that's a buff for that, I think. Wait, Lucid Dreaming and Waking Dreams. Okay, I see. So this will give you the double effect and then let you choose the one you want more often, and this just makes these better. It's still like the walk around to grab buffs thing, which I think is just bad. Grasp of the Void, renamed Illusory Void, no longer gives you Embrace Darkness. It now gives you gain 1% per... It no longer provides gain 1%, and instead grants a new Void Illusion skill, which is the thing that like leaves behind the big Void Sphere looking thing. They showed it on a YouTube video. Yeah. We saw this, which seemed okay. Embrace the Darkness notable has for 5 seconds, previously 10. I don't know. The Inner Silence notable been renamed to Deep in Shadows. No longer grants 50% reduced darkness restoration. Instead grants 1% increased maximum darkness per chaos res. So now you can scale the darkness, and the darkness starts at 100 and it's 1/8 per level. So eventually it gets up to 900 if you get to level 100. I don't know, man. What's the one that gives you damage based on this? Grasp of the Void? It no longer has that. That's the one that became the Illusory Void. So you lose the gain damage. Dude, I don't know, man. I think Chayula might still be the worst Ascendancy. I don't know, man. I am not Chayula believing, guys. I am not Chayula believing. All right, so they made the Blood Mage better, right? Right? The first point is free, right? Okay, the Life Remnant skill now spawns a remnant on hitting a target instead of critically hitting. Okay, so this is more consistent. That's a buff. The Gore Spike passive now gains crit bonus per 50, previously 40. Has swap locations with the Sunder Flesh notable passive. Wait. That's a buff too, isn't it? Was Sunder good? Oh, so you get the base 15 crit first? I mean, you kind of just want both anyways, I think, if you're going crit, right? Probably for the most part. But also you could choose to not play a life-based character and just have the base crit, which is good as well. Okay, that seems solid. What else? The Between Cracks notable has been renamed Sanguine Tides. No longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead now provides gain 1 life charge per 4% life spent and 50% less life recovery from Flask. Now, okay. It now also has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of the charges are consumed, gain 1%. Damage as physical for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. How many charges can a life flask even have? Gain fizz. Hold on. Life flask. Let's just do like the highest value one. Is it just ultimate? How many charges? 75? Does this number go up? This number goes up, right? Surely is maximum charges a thing? Oh, it doesn't go up. 40% of 75 is like 30 gain. It's like 30 gain extra. I don't know if that's too good. And this is the Between the Cracks one. Which one is that? That's this one. I didn't even know this was a thing. This must have been new. Okay, so that's not great, but the crit change and the extra passive point's good. The Open Sore is notable. Has been renamed Whispers of Flesh. No longer grants your curses have infinite duration. Instead now grants enemies affected by curses have at least 15% life reserved. Okay, so now it's just a straight damage multiplier. I mean, that's a pretty good kit. A pretty decent kit, at least, I should say. Because you can go base 15 crits, crit chance, life loss prevention, life ES. It probably scales with curse effect. You think it does? I mean, it could, I guess. I feel like that's a pretty good kit with the changes. If you play spell crit. Giant's Blood now halves the amount of life you get from strength. That's a pretty significant Giant's Blood nerf. Nerf then. You can get 127 life flash charges, so there is a way to get extra charges. In which case, 40% of 127 is like gain 50% fizz, which is actually pretty solid. Or a sizable increase, right? It's gain 1 charge for every 4% life spent, and the buff lasts how long? For 3 seconds. That's not very consistent. 3 seconds is not a long time at all. 3 seconds is not a long time. You have to be giga spending to like have that proc on a regular basis. One of the timeless jewels lets you scale ES from strength. Yeah, I remember that. Is it at the same rate though? I don't think it's necessarily at the same rate. I'm gonna apologize here. Sorry to everyone on YouTube chat. Forgetting to have the volume on was a big oof on my part for the initial like trailer reveal. I was sorry about that. I completely spaced on changing that audio. 3 seconds per charge. Is it 3 seconds per charge? Did I misread it? Oh, it is 3 seconds per charge consumed. Okay, no, that's actually kind of insane. So 127 charges, 1% gain, and it consumes 40%. So if it is increased charges. Yeah. No, that's actually really solid, honestly. 50% gain damage for a passive point. Yeah, I suck at reading. 3 seconds per charge consumed means it lasts a really long freaking time. Gain 1% of fizz as physical damage for 3 seconds per... Oh, no. I'm back to thinking it sucks. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is... Okay, I read it right the first time. Dang it. Yeah, I think... Okay, it's only 3 seconds, guys. For 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Gain 1% of physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. So it's... Okay, I'm back to thinking it's crap. Do they fix Sork? We'll have to look at a lot of the individual skills. I haven't looked too much at like Lich, Chronomancer, or any of that stuff. Infernalist, they killed the plus levels, but gave it more % damage. This will be interesting, I think, because now you actually have a weapon slot. This is kind of what I think I want to play. We'll have to look at everything, but I'm very tempted to want to play this. Demon form currently. What is it like? What's the gives it the levels, blah blah blah. Life loss per demon per second, and it's a flat life loss. Yeah, it's a flat life loss. So if you have really good regen, this can scale really hard. We'll have to see how much regen we could actually realistically try to get with it. What I would be tempted to do is I want an excuse to make Rise of the Phoenix work. It's one of like the few examples where you can get a good amount of regen in this game. One of like the very few examples. So I would be tempted to see if we could make this work and scale it. You can still cheese it with some recoup shenanigans. Yeah, well, we probably have to like investigate and look at what people are doing for demon form. But I would be tempted to want to have it like some consistent static sustain would be nice. They nerfed the dash on demon form. Yeah, I think they made it like a little bit less of a dash. Maybe I don't know. I'd have to like test this at game. There's some stuff we'll have to test for sure. The Dominion over Flush notable has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof. Okay. Eldritch Empowerment notable no longer grants non-channel spells cost an additional 3% of max ES. Non-channel spells deal 30% damage or spending energy shield does not enter a recharge. It now provides spells deal 30% more when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of energy shield when you cast a spell. And sacrifice energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Okay, so effectively, what happened here? It is pretty much the same. Right? Kinda, pretty much the same. I guess it specifically said non-channeled skills before versus now it says cyber 5%. Would that mean channeled skills you just instantly delete your ES maybe? 1% more but still usable on spells. Well, it's 3% versus 5%, but this 3% scales with like multipliers, right? So like if you have a bunch of support gems, I guess it depends how much multipliers you had. Depends on the skill, depends on the supports and whatnot. Sacrifice doesn't get scaled, correct? Yeah. So like this one gets scaled. It's ultimately I think probably pretty similar, depending on how many multipliers you had. The price of power notable no longer grants non-channel skills consume power charge if able to deal 25%. Instead, it now provides spells consume power charge if able to deal 40% more. So it's still, I mean, Lich is pretty much the same. I feel like you don't really take this. This is samey. This is samey too, but slightly better. What do they do to Chronomancer? They got rid of Unleash and now instead grants a new skill called Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in the area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in a curse debuff. When the debuff disappears, they take the sword damage all at once. Curse them, you hit them a bunch, and then they take the damage again. So that seems decent for a single target, probably. Deal damage twice. Yeah, if you like set up all your damage to be dealt all at once, it'll compound that. And Quicksand no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast speed. It now grants for 5 seconds. It now grants Sands of Time, which grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will then scale back up to 60. Sands of Time also grants 1% increased AoE, scaling up to 60% over 10 seconds, at which point it'll scale down to 1%. Interesting. I think as far as like weird rotating buff notables, this might be one of their best implementations. I genuinely really don't like their rotating buffs, but since it's gradual and when I'm losing the cast speed, I'm getting something nice where I have good AoE during it. Which notable is that on the Chronomancer anyways? That's this one, so it's one of the 2-pointers. So this one of the 2-pointers is the good damage node. Neat. Got the cooldown things, and then they have temporal rifts. Okay, cool. Interesting. All right. Probably too loud there. Stormweaver. What did you do to Stormweaver? Stormweaver elemental storm skill granted by Tempest Caller notable passive has had its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds at all levels, previously 5. That's a pretty big elemental storm buff. I think with a lot of the changes they made, I would be maybe tempted to do elemental storm. One of the biggest issues with elemental storm was the support gem limit. That hurt a lot. the support gem limit did, because this was one skill that you'd always have like the extra stuff for. Rain Dancer. Renamed to Multiplying Squalls. No longer provides 150% more cooldown rate of Elemental Storm. It instead now provides a +1 limit for elemental skills. Interesting. And so basically what happened here is Elemental Storm basically received this buff for the most part, and now it got a different thing behind it for the plus limits. So like the fire orb, the orb of storms, all that sort of stuff. That might feel kind of good to play those sorts of skills. What else we got? The Force of Will. Notable passive skill no longer grants 1% increased AoE, 1% increased effect arcane surge per 25 mana. It now grants 20% damage taken from mana before life, 20% increased magnitude of arcane surge on you per missing 10%. Okay. So if I'm missing most of my mana, my arcane surge and thus my sustain for mana is at its highest. 1% per 25 meant 200% at 5k mana. This means at 5k mana, it's just way more consistent arcane surges. But it gives you the 20 MOM, but it makes MOM easy to hit, so you don't have to click MOM on the tree. Zoom again. Oh shoot, sorry. I kept zooming out because I keep swapping out of things. That's pretty solid for not clicking Mind Over Matter. Because that last like 20% is when you need to start having a bunch of Mind Over Matter jewels, or you need to stretch out to like some of this other stuff. There's also the belt. The belt can give up to 40% MOM because it has the increased effect of socketed body armor, and you could put the Mind Over Matter thing in there. You definitely can get, I think, 100% Mind Over Matter without using a Cloak of Defiance and still go Eldritch Battery, I think. Are you forced? I wouldn't say forced. It's still good is what it is.
What we doing live?
What we doing live? Yo, Farmer, appreciate the raid, man. Dude, I saw the rip, man. I saw the rip. I told you should walk away. Tell me right now it wasn't a suicide. Courage, you're cooking up a Poggy's minion build? I'm not cooking up a minion build. We're gonna look at everything, but I'm pretty pumped about. We're gonna be hopefully making a good caster build. We gotta look at all the changes, you know. Examine our options. I got BS'd? Yeah, I think you got warned appropriately. In the rip clip, there was a dude who messaged you in-game and said, you're going to die to the Cortex Suck and Slam. And he messaged you that before you died, okay? You were warned. And he told you exactly how you were going to die. He knew. He was like a savant prediction. Okay, he knew. I saw the clip. Scour Wind's Notable has been renamed to Storm's Recollection. No longer grants exposure you inflict, lowers that affected resistance by additional 12%. Instead, it now grants remnants you create reappear once, 3 seconds after being collected. Remnants? No, man. What the hell is that? Not remnants. Remnants are the worst. Ugh. Dude, every time I see the word remnants, I just get disgusted. Heart of the Storm has been renamed Refracted Infusion. No longer grants 40% elemental damage recouped as ES. Instead, it now provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another elemental infusion. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. Remnants and infusions are different things, right? Put that back at Chalupa and let it stay. Yeah. Okay, so straight up, I think I kind of would want to play the 20 MOM the 20 MOM with the elemental storms and the plus limit. That'd be kind of tempting to do like a lot of those plus limit skills. We'll have to see when we look at the skill balance how much they've changed the plus limit skill stuff. Plus limit seems pretty strong. Yeah, there's quite a few things that get solid with the plus limits. Which also, matter of fact, happen to pair well with Archmage. Because plus limit skills are skills you don't have to cast very often, so you don't have to incur the mana cost, but you can benefit from the consistent sustain. Is Stormweaver back? There might be some interesting potential for Stormweaver. We'll have to test some things. I do kind of want to test Elemental Storms. I'm a little bit interested in looking into the Mind Over Matter stuff with the MOM option. Like going like full on EB MOM, where you don't click this, and then you don't include the bricked recovery, and then you still can get good sustain. We'll have to look at the base level skills. Okay, so that was Ascendancy changes. Stormweaver seems interesting. Blood Mage seems interesting. Infernalist I could maybe be tempted to. I'd have to think about it. Where is character balance? Let's see what they did. This is gonna be like a lot of the nerfs and the buffs, right? Well, this isn't the specific stuff, but this is some of like the generic stuff they already told us about probably. New support gems, lineage support gems. Okay, I think we need to go to like the specific skill changes, I think. Let's go to... I kind of want to look through passive tree changes. Oh, this is not going to tell us a lot of specifics anyways. 25 new clusters to the Witch Sorceress area. That's a freaking lot, man. That's more than every other, like, part, right? Are they gonna tell us what they are, though? They're trying to hurt the ES recovery, but that's okay. I'm not worried. 25 life clusters? Nah, man. There's gonna be like some more 60% ES nodes in there. Trust. Glancy or Giant's Blood now halves the amount of life granted by strength. That's a very big nerf to the life blaze Giant's Blood enjoyers. Health nerf? Yep. Wait, guys, we were prepared for this. Every time, baby. Every time. Without fail. We were prepared. We were prepared. Never doubt putting life nerfed and ES buffed on a bingo board, okay? It is reliable. Every time, man. 100% hit rate. You never miss if you put those on your bingo boards. The ES supremacist laugh. Hold on. I need to get water real quick, guys. I will be right back. I need hydration. Give me 1 second. Okay, water's been acquired. The paint's in front of the patch notes. Oh, relax. We're looking at the patch notes too, okay? I was just getting water. I was just really thirsty, okay? Okay, so between warrior and witch and sorceress. What do you mean between? What do you mean between? Freaking between. It's called Templar. It's called Drone. Class we don't have. The area between the void. Oh, okay. Well, okay. This and this is these are buffs, guys. These are buffs. Having additional things we can choose that could be good for the build are buffs. Sources of AoE have been lowered a bit. Days, source of reduced reservation of skills now grants increased reservation efficiency. Okay, they're changing reservation. Classic. Forcefully refunded. Existing passives have received changes. So we're not really getting many numerical changes on a lot of these things. It's just they don't want to put them in the patch notes. It's just too much, I guess. Let's look at the skill changes. Are the skill changes more specific? I need the tree. I need the tree too. That's a lot of tree changes. Skill changes. Base scaling of all players, spells, and secondary damage skills have been tweaked to scale better in late game. Generally speaking, all spells that do not have damage numbers changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more at gem level 20 or 20% more at gem level 30. Okay, interesting. Sure. So a lot of buffs for the things that are mentioned. Did I miss something? Yeah, they added support for unarmed stuff, which, well, I didn't. They added a hollow palm, basically keystone. The mana cost growth of all skills has been rebalanced. You know what this is? This is literally because Mark played Sorceress. He played Sorceress, and then he realized, holy crap, every single piece of gear I have on is mana, and I'm not even trying to play Archmage, because I nuked that last patch. And he still feels like he's playing an Archmage build. Hopefully, we'll see how this feels. But that's got to be a big net improvement. Banners, who freaking cares? Curse skills that apply on multiple exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher. Thank goodness Mark's playing the game. Yep. Blink, Convalescence, Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. Oh no! My weapon swap Blink? Oh, I'm hit! That got me! My weapon swap Blink. My free 60 spirit on every class I know. My weapon swap Blink. Shield charge meta. Yeah, they did remove the cooldown on shield charge, right? But we got sprint though. We did get sprint. I was getting good at it too. Yeah, no more weapon swap Blink, guys. No more weapon swap Blink. They found out. They got us. I don't think I was doing the weapon swap Convalescence though. I was well, maybe I found out about that towards the end. I was slightly more ethical on that one. Higher rarity enemies that now have less curse effects, less rares, less on uniques. It seems like they made the curse more powerful, or at least Ellie weakness was like in this preview was like minus 47 res or something, which seemed like kind of high. Movement speed penalty inflicted by skills like you use while moving now begins to fall off shortly more quickly while using skills. The cool spirit cost of specters has been adjusted. In the preview, the specters looked kind of legit. But maybe that's just to bait minion players into logging back in. Sectors deal more damage at all gem levels. Instant skills such as Unbound Inventory are now usable with a row amount. Okay, fine, I guess. My buddy's a big Spectre fan, then he'll probably be pretty happy about this stuff. Marks are no longer spells. Instant skills such as Unbound Inventory, row amount, blah, blah, blah. Killing Palm, staggering. Works with the staff snow. Okay, fair enough. They have not made me specific. Well, they're missing a lot of the specifics, like the freaking this right here. This is a ton of change that we just have no information of what this actually is. You know what I mean? We need the tree. Is there a Spark Notes version of the patch? There'll probably be like 10 videos by tonight, Easyac, where people will tell you the bullet points of what they thought was impactful. I'll probably make a video just being like, this is the stuff I'm excited about. Based on the patch notes is probably what I'll do. This specific thing is what I probably will build around type of deal. The following skills found as inherent on weapons now deal more damage. 11 onward. Okay. So they're buffing. A lot of the inherent skills on weapons are going to be better. Sure. Archmage got a decent buff. What is Archmage? It was like, what was it before? Was it 9 plus like 3 or something? Was it like 12 gain percent? 3%, previously 5 to 6, and then I think with levels it went to 7%, or maybe even higher, depending on how much levels you could get to it. And then quality helped it as well. Quality was up to 2%, okay. So maybe it was 9% gain, so it's like half the value instead of a third. Yo, Pox, appreciate the raid. How you doing, Pox?
Echoes in eternity.
They nerfed Thorns? That's kind of wild. Pretty great update. It looks pretty sick, Pox. Dude, I'm getting pumped, man. I'm getting pumped. No RF yet, though. Kind of suspect, not gonna lie. Where's my bear RF? I'm gonna live out my parry fantasy again. You gotta roll the parries. Good luck, man. Good luck. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play. I kind of want to play a Demoness a little bit, but I have to think about how that works numerically. Or a monk. The unarmed monk stuff looks kind of tempting as well, a little bit. Does that get you excited at all, or not really? The hollow palm going straight to fist mode. Is this a nerf or buff for Arc? I can't tell. Archmage being buffed is, I don't know if it's, I have to look at Arc, I guess. I played with unarmed Mark before, was a thing for mobility, so now that it's real, I'm stoked. Hell yeah. It looked cool in the freaking previews and stuff. Thunderfist looked legit as well. Arc is right above Archmage, I'm just blind. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies. It is no longer a payoff skill. It now changed 6 to 9 times, previously 5 to 8. Now has shock magnitude, can consume, deals damage, more damage per chain remaining. That seems like it's just a buff, right? Like it's just better. Is Arc a projectile in PoE? In PoE 1, no. Does this mean Arc can go through Flame Wall? Yeah, it should. It looked like it had some Giga Chains in the preview when they were showcasing it. That seems like it's a sizable damage buff. I don't know how well it checks out numerically though, but we'll have to look at it. Does this mean Arc can have extra proj? Can you get extra proj from things? Maybe. Arc Deadeye log in? Is Deadeye one of the only sources of generic extra proj? Scattershot. Oh, that's right. You can add extra projectiles that way. That would be kind of interesting to see how that clears. There's some of you guys last week for Stormweaver. That's because Stormweaver got nuked last patch for Oblivion, so no one really wanted to play it after it was pretty meta the patch before. Fork and chain. Well, it has the chain already built into it, right? It already has the 6 to 9 chains. 20 to 386. What's like Spark for context? Spark for context is 200. And then this gets the extra more multiplier from being like 10 chains, 20% more damage. Spark if you're hitting like just twice or 3 times is still probably innately a better single target skill, depending on the area and stuff. Modifiers, the number of projectiles prior to this thing's amount of times it can change. Okay, I totally missed that. I'm just blind. Fair enough. It's removing the more damage for chain? Oh, okay. No, oh, it's getting this. I read it backwards. 10% chance to not remove infusion. And the infusion stuff is a lot of different, I guess, buffs or whatever you want to call them. Ball lightning can now consume fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of travel. But otherwise, it's still... I think ball lightning, if I remember, was pretty bad single target. Fusion seems pretty neat, by the way. Yeah. I need to rewatch the part of it where they were going over the infusion. Berserk now grants rage effect at all levels, leech life per rage. Or it doesn't give leech. Now it just gives rage effect. Okay, fair enough. Batter shout, explosions deal more damage. Bind Spectre gives more damage instead of reservation efficiency. They nerfed Lightning Spear? Correct. They nerfed Lightning Spear. And then they buffed a bunch of stuff. We're kind of looking through the buffs of what they did. Bone Offering. I'm not sure I care about looking at Bone Offering. Cast on Free Shock. Blah, 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 blah. Is now cast on Ailment. This gem requires 100 Spirit. Has a minimum level of 14. And combines the energy gain condition of all the previous gems. Existing copies of this gem will be updated to cast on ailments when you load the character stash tab. There's a lot of stuff that will incentivize you to do some level of spirit scaling. Am I ignoring the blink change? Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. I just didn't see it. I think I just read this next and didn't realize. No longer counts as dodge rolling. Now is a minimum gem level of 8, previously 14. So now you can use blink earlier. That's kind of nice. I remember it was like you had to wait forever to have blink on your build because it needed to be like Act 3 cruel or something when you got it. So now you can use it earlier in the campaign run. They killed the weapon swap tech? Yeah, the free 60 spirit is gone. 8's like level 40. Yeah, it's a lot sooner. This was like level 60 previously, so it's a lot sooner. What else do we have here? Chaos Bolt. Granted by Wither Wand, now inflicts 1 to 3 stacks for 4 seconds. Okay. I guess that's just a little bit more Wither, sure. You can blink and dodge roll as well now. Yeah, you can do both keybinds. They don't have to be combined. That could does that feel good? I don't know. I'm not like, I feel like dodge roll is like, my character's kind of trash. I need this right now, but late game I want to have a character that doesn't feel like it needs the dodge roll ever. We need enough movement speed where dodge roll is not necessary. Treat the Rez's inverted is pretty broken. It's very, very strong, yeah. We'll be cooking a little starter build after I have a good idea of what I want to play, which means I need to go through these patch notes and look at all the different changes. Realistically, we need a freaking tree. Because it sounds like they're giving us a boatload of changes in the tree. So we kind of need to see those. People no longer has Curse makes non-unique take less damage. And now it just has a static amount. Yeah, okay. So I think what they did here is they just made all of the curses more uniform and better at baseline, but then they have a lot less effects depending on who they're affecting. Elemental Sundering is already 1000% effectiveness for cold at level 20. Elemental Sundering. I don't even know what this is. I just don't know what this is. Pulse can now consume up to 20 elements. Quintus, appreciate this up, man. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what this even is. How does Lucky Evade even work? I thought it was an entropy system. In PoE 2, it might not be an entropy system. That I'm not sure. Because yeah, you're right. It was an entropy system in PoE 1. Maybe it's not entropy in PoE 2. Which entropy is freaking dope. So that's kind of unfortunate. Consumes ailments to make an explosion. It was a spear support. Ugh. Don't say that. Don't say that. Spears. Not the word. It's a skill, not a sport. Okay. Alright, sorry. I was raising the desk. I want to go to a standing position. Explosive spear. The ignited ground by frenzy charge explodes now lasts 8 seconds, previously 4. Eye of Winter when passing through a flame wall. Will receive the flame wall's added fire. Was that not already the case? Fangs of Frost. Extra buildup. Fireball no longer creates secondary projectiles by default. Instead, it can now consume fire version to do so. It now has a minimum gem level of 3, previously 9. Primary projectiles explode.
In a couple minutes, I'm gonna die.
Higher amounts. Secondary projectiles now deal higher damage than they did before by a large amount. Secondary projectiles can now hit the same target as the primary projectile. So basically, if you do like the frost wall thing with an infusion, you like giga one-shot stuff. Would be a good all-arounder build that hasn't played PoE 2, Goose? I'm not sure. Mostly because we're getting a bunch of changes right now, and I haven't had a bunch of time to like look at what's all changing. I'll have a better answer for you probably by tomorrow, or like the next day. I need to actually like look at stuff and do some testing of things. Firewall buff, yeah, you do need the fire infusion, but that's pretty sizable, right? Like the flat damage is quite a bit higher. I mean, it does lose you have to generate the infusion though. We'll have to see what the infusion system feels like, but that seems like some crazy shotgun value. Firestorm has a base radius of this, previously this, so now it's a more focused location. Creates bolts slightly slower than it did before. No longer consumes ignites to create improved bolts. Instead, it consumes every type of elemental infusion. Yeah, which they went over that to add extra damage and stuff. I miss my monk cast on freeze, cast on crit fireball, ice wall build. You're gonna have to adapt to the new situation, my friend. Flame Wall can now consume lightning infusion to grant additional lightning damage to pass through, which I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about the infusion stuff. We'll have to see if it feels like if it's annoying to do or not do. Did they fix low-level uniques being useless when they drop at high levels? Oh, like having the requirements? I don't know if they went over that. It sounded to me like they didn't change. They made the implicits tied to skill, the implicits tied to weapons better in terms of like their overall scaling. But I don't think they addressed the fact that you can't use, like, let's say you get a life sprig at a level 70 drop that you can't use it to actually level with, right? So I don't know. Fragmentation rounds. Extra damage against frozen enemies. Frost Bomb now deals less damage than it did before. Has a longer cooldown. A longer detonation time. Now chills enemies as though dealing 3% more. Now applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. And it initially applies 20 elemental exposure and 2% per pulse. Up to a maximum of 50. 10% more maximum elemental exposure applied. Previously 20. Interesting. So Frostbomb is becoming much more of a support giga exposure rather than it can deal damage consistently itself, right? Because they're hurting its damage, they're hurting its cooldown, they're making it have delay, right? But then they're making the exposure better. Frostwall now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. So Frostwall was like one of the few decently strong spell skills because it just had a decent amount of base damage because of how many hits you could get out of it. So its whole purpose, which was to spawn it and then destroy it, you just have to wait half a second. No more Frostwall gimmick. Yeah, a lot of the Frostwall gimmick got hit here. It was definitely an outlier skill for some of the casting stuff, right? Frostbolt base projectile speed has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Instead, it chills as though dealing more damage. And then it hits less hard. I'm sorry, what? It moves slower and now it hits less hard. Like, what? Frostbolt didn't really deal damage to begin with. Yeah, what the hell, man? Frozen Locust deals less damage. I don't even know what Frozen Locust is. Is that the monk skill? Get wrecked, Frostbolt enjoyers. What was Frostbolt good or something? Am I missing something here? What did Frostbolt do, man? Frostbolt did kind of do some damage with slower proj. Can Frostbolt multi-hit in this game? Maybe this makes it better then because they lowered its speed. You don't know how strong Frostbolt was? No, I generally don't. Was it good? Are you guys talking? Was there a secret Frostbolt meta? It was the second most played build after Ice Sphere. Was it actually? This isn't PoE Ninja 2. Can I search by skills? You're just messing with me, right, guys? These aren't gonna be like Frostbolt players, right? Frostbolt. 2%. I don't think you guys are all just giving me. You're just screwing with me. Is there an interaction with progging some lighting skill? I have no idea. I think you guys are all just messing with me. I don't think I ever saw any videos of anyone doing damage with Frostbolt. But maybe I'm missing something. I think people used it to proc cast on freeze like the first patch. That was like a different patch, a different situation. No, I'm not trolling. Yeah, cast on free. That's different. It's not even part of the current game. It leaves the chilled ground for Twister. Yeah, so they took away the chilled ground thing, which maybe that matters a lot for the Twister builds. I have no idea. Galvanic shard ammunition no longer has reload speed. Gas grenade has its behavior based on detonation time. You gonna log in? Yeah, I think I'm gonna log in. They got me. I think I'm gonna log in. I want to make a caster build. Glacial Cascade no longer consumes. Blah 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 blah. Not caster. What did they do to Hex Blast? 10% more damage per 1 second remaining duration of removed curses instead of 20. Okay. That's something, I guess. They answered enough of my personal gripes, how easy? Yeah. They did change quite a few things. High velocity rounds no longer consumes fully broken. Instead gives the buff. Okay, the extra debuff. Fireball Infernalist. We do need to think about if we can abuse Demon Form or not. I'm leaning towards either Demon Form or doing a Stormweaver. Ice Nova can now consume a cold infusion, deal more damage, and create an area of chilled ground. Sure. Ice Shards. I don't know what this is. Attack damage. I think we walk away. Incendiary shot. Attack thing. I'm kind of only curious about all the caster stuff. I kind of want to just play a caster build. Incendiary's been reworked. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. It no longer has a mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana. Its cast speed is now fixed and it gains stages every 0.25 seconds. Its cone length is now this instead of this. Maximum 12 stages. It no longer creates burning ground by default. Instead, fire fusion can now be consumed to create ignited ground. What the hell am I reading? I don't know what any of this means. I got nothing. I don't know what this is. It requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. It no longer has mana cost itself. Alright, it's just Low Life Infernalist, Rise of the Phoenix, the Solid Degen from Demon Flame, Coward's Legacy to force Low Life Death Rage. Yeah, I kinda want to do I'll have to see how much regen I can actually get. I want an excuse to play Rise of the Phoenix because it's like one of the only sources of regen. But I need to look at the other things as well. Because I am very, very curious about it. Infernal Cry, don't think I care. Killing Palm, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Conduit. What do they do with this? No longer consumes a shock for target hit, but now has a 6-second cooldown and deals much better damage. Additional Lightning Bolts if shocked enemy is targeted. Okay. So it's just a Giga payoff skill that has a cooldown now, right? With a much higher base damage. It's just you press this button if the enemy is shocked and it hits them really hard. Yeah. 6-second cooldown. Yeah, it's definitely like a you apply the shock and then you go boom, right? Lightning Spear got nerfed. Is this enough to matter? Fires 5 secondary bolts instead of 3 to 8. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Does this change the Lightning Spear meta, guys? %50 more damage when consuming a frenzy. The frenzy charge is the thing. Was it just you had that much consistent frenzy charges? That's a big damage multiplier loss. And then the clear is worse because you lose the extra 3 projectiles. It's a big kneecap. Okay. Like, I didn't ever play Lightning Spear, so I wasn't really too familiar with this game. I didn't know how much of this hurts. They buffed Archmage? They did buff Archmage. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 5 elemental skill, while Solar Orb is an inherent skill to pyrophyte staves. Wait, what? How do I feel about this? I guess Living Bomb's like kind of cool. Living Bomb is the, is it the channel boom or is it like you place it on an enemy and then they go boom? No longer explodes at the end of the duration. Instead, it explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or just killing it. Applies fire infusion remnant on explosion. Base duration of 5, previous 2.5. Does it just keep hitting then? No longer explodes at the end of the duration. Instead, explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy. Huh? So I can apply it to an enemy, and then I have to hit the enemy, and eventually it'll blow up. No longer explodes at the end of its duration. So if it runs out of duration, you have to replant the bomb. Okay. You definitely have to be doing other skills with this to proc it. You have to have some other hits going on. Magma Barrier now passively increases your block chance while it's active. Passively increases your block chance. I'm interested. Over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raised will spray lava in front of you and grants you an endurance charge. Now grants 25% increased block chance. Magma Spray now has... Does it have higher damage? Let's see. 6 to 8 per 15 evasion on shield. That's 2.8 radius. Deals this offhand damage at gem levels 3 through 20. Previously, so they lowered its flat and they increased its effectiveness. So that way it's less tied to its gem levels or whatever. I think I like this just because it's block chance. And then it just gives you some endurance charges. And it doesn't have the stupid timing thing. Magma Barrier previously had this really, really annoying timing thingy. Its evasion. Yeah, that is a little bit weird. Maybe it should be slash armor, but I don't know. Either way, I'd be tempted maybe to run this just for the increased block chance a little bit, because block's pretty good. We definitely want to see about getting 50% block chance if we can without too much investment. Mana drain granted by Attune Wands. Now leeches 30 to 408 gem level points. Previously 136, so that's a lot more mana. And now has reduced mana leech rate at all levels. Previously 0 to 90 mana leech. Okay, I don't know what to... Now leeches this much, but has reduced mana leech. So you get more mana over a slower duration of time. Is that what it is? Or it's a similar amount of mana, but it lasts longer. I don't know what to believe right now. Doesn't it say now has evasion damage too, so it keeps armor and adds evasion? Oh, does Magma Barrier currently say per armor? Is that why? I think I'm following what you're saying. I see. So it has the line for armor. It doesn't say that line's removed, and it now has... Okay, that makes more sense then. So it just has both. Okay. It's a little bit weird they wouldn't... I guess it's... They give it a bigger range. They do 2 to 8 versus 4 to 6. Is that what it is? No, this is just 6 to 8. Surely they updated the armor number to be 6 to 8 as well then, right? I feel like that's a little bit weird if this one's 6 to 8 scaling and the other one's 4 to 6, right? I bet they missed that in the patch notes. I bet it has the same numbers probably, and it does both. Cobium surely, yeah, you'd think so, right? Mana remnants, freaking who cares? Remnants, lol. Mana Tempest is minimum level, sure. Molten Blast. Now steps backwards instead of forwards if used while moving in the opposite direction. To where you're blah, 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 blah. Where's the situation where you get the skill that doesn't move you while using it? That's where I really want to be. Get Mana Tempest sooner? Yeah. Mana Tempest is a good amount of like additional DPS window, right? Gain 66% of spell damage. Buffs causes spells. That costs mana to also chain. Gives the other things. And then it has the ramping cost or whatever. Overwhelming Presence and Withering Presence are now described as aura skills and have aura tag. So they can be scaled with aura stuff. Reduce elemental ailment threshold and stun threshold. Interesting. What about Withering Presence? What does Withering Presence get you? I don't really know if that aura effect scaling like affects the wither stacks you apply or something. Overwhelming Presence is probably going to be pretty important for ailment style builds. If you want to proc those. Perfect Strike got nerfed / buffed the melee strike range, so it's easier to hit, but it hits less hard. Okay. Overwhelming Presence to freeze bosses? Yeah. If you want to proc any ailments, it makes those way easier to proc. Do you think Lightning Cannon will be usable? I think it'll probably be just like you just have it and then you occasionally get a bigger damage hit whenever you can proc it. Cold Spark is pretty underrated meta. Storm Reaver Spark with cold damage conversion zoning endgame and everyone's sleeping on it. Blake, do you have like some videos? I'd be down to look. I'd be down to be a Spark believer again. Spark's got that quality of life. Temporal change is stronger. They nerfed curses across the board and then buffed their baseline. They added in curse reduction based on what type of enemy you're cursing and then buffed them baseline. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from earlier version of skill that traveled much further without a target. Whereas release version rake does not meet the criteria for travel skill. Please note that this was not a balancing motivated change. Consistency is primary goal of the gem tags. And we would have nerfed the rake stomping ground interaction in a different way instead if it was appropriate for rake to retain the travel tag. So stomping ground rake, get wrecked. Is Lich Chaos damage still strong? I think so. I don't think I've seen anything really that changed it. I think it's similar to last patch, but probably better based on passive tree changes, which we don't know what those are yet. Okay, what else we got here? Roa now grants 50% movement speed while mounted. However, it now grants 80% less movement speed penalty while using skills, previously 100%. Approximately canceling out the bonus while using a skill. Okay, fair enough. Stomping Ground going back to being useless. Yeah, rest in peace, Stomping Ground. Do I still have to play 3 acts twice? No. Cruel is gone. It now goes up to Act 4, and then they have interlude acts. So basically they made some special, straight, linear pathway style mini acts. Ripwire Ballista has been renamed Artillery. Fires bolts from the heavens. Rolling Slam now has a 1.5 second total attack time previously 1, but no longer has attack speed penalty. Wait. Hold on. Rolling Slam. What was the attack speed penalty? It says 1.5 here. Attack time, previously on site, no longer has an attack speed penalty. I don't know what I'm freaking looking at right now, to be honest. It says 1.5 here. I guess I don't know what the attack speed penalty was versus. It scales, you think? You think they got rid of the attack speed timer? They got rid of the inherent thing where you couldn't attack at an appropriate, like you couldn't scale it? It's just already updated on the wiki? Okay, it's already updated. Well, I don't. If it's something where you could scale attack speed and then this occurs faster, that would be big. Maybe. It still probably has it sounds like it has a really big base attack time though. Scavenge plating now has 4% more armor. Previously 3 to 5. Scores the freaking thorns nerf. It's 65% attack speed effectiveness right now. Okay. So now it attacks. I think that still means you have this innate attack time you can't change, but maybe I'm reading this wrong. Because I think this is the baseline unscalable thing. The 65% attack speed base is something you have on a lot of different attack base skills, and it's just its baseline multiplier based on your weapon's attack speed. To me, that sounds like it's still slow as hell. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Shield charge. Oh, this is a pretty big one, right? The skills-based movement speed has been reduced by 25. Whoa! What the hell is this? But it no longer has a cooldown. Now has a base attack time of 0.6, previously 0.5, and now deals with 100% more damage based on distance. While colliding. While the collision now affects blah, blah, blah. The hell? Are they trying to make this like an actual regular attack or something? Now it's slower than walking. I think it's still faster than walking by a good bit. They killed some guy's shield charge build? Killed? What do you mean? They got that, like, if you want to actually like just do damage with shield charge, you can now, right? I guess they lowered. Wait. They did lower the effectiveness. Previously, this. So there's no cooldown. There's no cooldown. They lowered its effectiveness, but you can repeat hit. Deals 4% more based on distance traveled. 906 was one-shot territory for bosses. I don't know about that. Best Merc for strength stacking RF? I don't know. Look at Pox's setup. He did a strength stacking RF build in Merc League, and he probably made a Merc for it that I would imagine he covers in his video. Measure the distance, you just attack from far away, right? I don't know. That's gonna hurt the shield charge movement setup. We'll have to see what that feels like. This 25% reduced. It should still be quite a bit faster than normal walking, but at the same time, maybe just do the sprint thing and don't worry about it. Shield wall curvature has been reduced, and the wall is probably 40% longer by default. Base explosion. In close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding, you can now... Okay. 4 meters, previously 3. Additionally, damages enemies in close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding. You can now use shield charge to bash straight through the wall. When the wall is destroyed by your own skills, the entire wall is destroyed at once rather than nearby segments. However, this skill can only deal damage to each enemy once. That hurts its damage a lot, right? I feel like the skill... Basically, when we did the magma barrier, like, experimental meme build, the shield charge and the shield wall were dealing decent damage, but I think that's because they actually, like, shotgunned. But this takes away the shotgun. I guess it has this built-in multiplier, at least, to make up for some of that, but it's only, like, the equivalent of getting, like, 1.7 hits or whatever based on the effectiveness change. Or it's like 2 hits, because its quality gets you another 40. My shock burst rounds. Are you gonna be okay? What happened to your shock burst rounds? Pulse explosion attack damage has been lowered by approximately 15%. Rest in peace, shock burst round enjoyers. You have been spotted. And you have been dealt with. You were deemed not worthy of your power level. You had to have it reduced. Shockwave totem. I'm totem. I'm not looking at that. I'm not a totem player, guys. I would never look at totem skills. You know what was a really powerful totem skill? I wonder if they had addressed it at all. What was the chaos? There was like the... I don't even remember what the skill's called. It's like, it's not forbidden, right? What the hell is... There's like a totem skill that's like unironically quite strong. Dark Effigy. Yeah, Dark Effigy. I wonder if they touched this skill at all, because this skill was unironically quite strong. Dark Effigy now grants increased damage over time. So they did not... Oh, this is just like a tactician thing. Interesting. So Dark Effigy got untouched, it looks like. Untouched. Dark Effigy is unironically quite strong. I thought it got buffed. This thing is pretty strong. Fires a projectile at every nearby enemy that is afflicted by a chaos damage over time debuff. Fires multiple projectiles at enemies afflicted by multiple debuffs. Like, this skill is kind of pretty freaking strong. Infinite duration Hex Blast, 1 second remaining. It probably doesn't interact. It's cracked. Dark Effigy. Yeah, Dark Effigy is very, very strong. Long live the purple sprinkler totem. Yeah, the purple sprinkler totem. I could be tempted to build a Dark Effigy build, unironically. I hate that I say that out loud, but I could be tempted. Because it is quite strong. But then we're talking about totems, which is a little bit disgusting, not gonna lie. A little bit disgusting. Not a totem Joer. Motives later. I could do a Dark Effigy. Well, it just reminded me that Dark Effigy exists in this game. It's actually like pretty OP. I just got reminded, okay? I just got reminded that it's pretty OP. What's this do? Each totem requires 100 spirit. What other like plus totem supports do you have? That gives you like plus totem stuff. There isn't really. It's just that if you do a bunch of like spirit stacking. Totems are just minions that don't move. Yeah, it's all attack totem. Yeah. So Dark Effigy, I think it's a spirit stack angle if you did Dark Effigy. I'm pretty sure. Don't forget the tree's changing. Yeah, the tree is changing in a lot of ways. We don't really know what all that means. We're gonna find out though. Spark can now be cold infused to fire a larger number of icy projectiles in a circle, dealing both cold and lightning damage. What does that mean? What does it mean? We're back. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how back we are. I'll have to see how hard the infusion stuff is to generate. How consistently you can actually have it or not. Maybe I need to look at the clips of them generating infusion. Look a little bit more closely. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just glazing over all the skeleton stuff because I don't think I care about minions. Stream's dead? Are you sure? How positive are you guys? You guys messing with me? Yo, what the hell is this? Quite dead? Are we the PC? I didn't do anything, man. It should still be going. It looks like it's just delayed now. Maybe delayed. Yeah, I think you guys can refresh probably. We should be back. I don't think he noticed. I saw you guys' messages. Okay, the stream on my end said it didn't drop any frames, so I don't know what happened, man. I don't know what happened. Right now I'm just scrolling through to see what all we got going on. Slows targets by 46 to 59. What the hell did they do to temp chains? Wait. If I get a temp chains, Mac, is my character just not operational now? We definitely need curse mitigation. That's like mandatory curse mitigation, right? You're gonna start moving backwards? Oh no. Is there curse mitigation? Yeah, you can get like the chest mod for reduced curse. You can get conk ground from the ring. We'll have to see, I guess, how curses on maps work. Maybe our player has the built-in we're a unique mob, therefore we take 50% less curse effect. Or something, I don't know. Better stock up on those chaos orbs to reroll maps. I think you just go next. You hit temp change. You just delete that map right then and there. Save yourself the time. Trinity now applies all elemental damage instead of elemental attack damage. Quality now grants skill speed instead of attack speed. Wait a minute. I can use Trinity as a non-attack character now? Become attuned with the elements. Based off highest elemental damage type. And this will be spell hits now, or any hits. Okay, and this goes up to how much? 15% skill speed while you have a total of 250 resonance. How much can you generate? Gain 13 of the highest elemental damage type and lose 3 resonance of the other types. This means you have to be rotating your skills a lot, right? Trinity Stormweaver? Yeah, it would be interesting. Also, if you could get a setup where you consistently hit with multiple. Become attuned with the elements. I mean, that's a pretty big damage multiplier. Resonance is capped at 100 for each element or 300 in total. 13 of the highest elemental damage type and lose 3 of the other types. Interesting. You'd have to be so consistent with it though, right? With how consistently you deal damage of other types. We'll have to look at that a little bit. It might be kind of tempting to try to see if we can make that work. How about Heralds? I don't know if they did anything with Heralds. Is Stormweaver back? Stormweaver got some decent... Well, okay. The Arcane Surge effect is... I'm not sure about if I like that change or not. The 20% mind over matter is good, though. Potentially. And the Elemental Storm's got a nice buff as well. You know, Elemental Storms might consistently... Wait. Does Elemental Storm pretty much just solve that for you? Create a stationary fire, cold, or lightning storm at a target location for a duration based on the highest elemental damage type triggered. Okay. The type is so this is the same condition of the resonance. Elemental Storm buff seems pretty nice. Yeah, it is a pretty solid buff. The Elemental Storm buff is. The much lower base cooldown on it to start out with. Elemental Expression. I'm not quite sure how that skill works. Would that easily do Trinity? Let me look at it. Elemental Expression. Heal deals this with Fire Explosion, this with this, this with this. Like, look at the tree of Elemental Expression, because I don't even remember how this, like, freaking chooses what to do. Trigger on melee crit. So it just randomly chooses what it does, I guess, if you're critting regularly. How are you feeling at the reveal? Feeling pretty decent, honestly. I'm ready to be hurt again. I'm ready to log in and see where I end up. It's definitely an interesting puzzle to solve. We can use this as a caster. It could be pretty strong. But also it's like we have a lot of reservations we want to do now. We want to do Blink. Caster build, we maybe want to do Archmage if we're Stormweaver. Or if we're not Stormweaver, we kind of want to do Trinity. That's gonna get tight reservation wise, spirit wise. Infusion buffs require picking something off this floor. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering like how reusable they are. I'm not a big fan of the picking something off the floor. I need to re-look at the footage. Because it seemed like they pretty consistently cast it. Let's actually pull up the footage to look at the infusion stuff real quick. Pause this. Pause this. Make it so YouTube can hear. I want to look at the elemental infusion stuff. Let me look at this sprinting section real quick again, actually.
Each character. And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage.
Okay, so you hold the dodge roll instead of just click it. And then that gives you the sprint buff.
With no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat.
That do kind of look nice, being able to run around. We're gonna be booking it. RSI. I mean, you only have to hold it for the duration of the roll, right? And we'll see what it feels like. I feel like that probably isn't too much of an issue. Look at the Painter's Servant gloves. Yeah, I know those gloves do like the try conversion, which maybe helps enable. But ideally, you don't want to lose I don't think you really want to lose a glove slot just to enable Trinity. You want to be able to enable it just inherently from, like, let's say you have a fire spell and you have exactly, 100 gain cold from various sources or whatever, something like that. Losing glove slots, a little bit suspect. Okay, I want to look at the infusion stuff real quick. Infusion looks like it's probably going to be in the skill changes. This is bow stuff. Bow characters are getting Mirage Archer. Deflection. Deflection provides a chance to deflect damage from hits 40%. How much deflection does this guy have? So with 5k evasion, he has 40% of deflection chance. But he can scale this to 100%. I feel like the chance to deflect is probably going to be hard to get to 100%. They said you can get 100. Yeah, they said you can get 100, but I feel like it's going to be difficult to get enough evasion to get it. Nodes on the tree. Yeah, we'll have to see how much nodes on the tree scale it. With 40% damage reduction, it better be hard. Well, I mean, spell suppression in PoE 1, Lamau. All right, let's look for the skill infusion stuff because this is what I want to look at.
Reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blocked.
Holy parry, I didn't see this.
You should feel much safer.
The Fisher stuff
Fire
looks
skills
really
on the
cool.
warrior were not really cutting the mustard. So we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area.
This stuff on the warrior, I don't know. It do look kind of cool.
Explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
But then again, you're playing a warrior. Can roleplay as Thor now? Yeah, throwing hammers around. All right, anyways. I need to look at the infusion stuff. I'm getting distracted. Infusion stuff. Infusion stuff. Infusion stuff. Nope, nope, not infusion.
He rounds damage with
still non-fusion
ones. As a starting point,
the minion builds, the specters in the one clip they showed look honestly pretty legit. Where was the specter clip?
Cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particular.
Does the hammer have a barrage tag? It may have a barrage tag.
Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy.
What the hell? Where is the infusion stuff? Oh, I want to look at Hollow Palm too real quick. I didn't get to read it the entire thing. Hollow Palm can attack as though using the quarterstaff while both of your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff damage gain physical damage based on their skill level. Okay, so you get base damage based on the skills. 1% more attack speed per item evasion rating on equipped armor items. 0.1% crit chance per 10 energy shield on equipped armor items. Interesting. So it's encouraging you to do like the hybrid gear piece and stuff. So 1,000 base energy shield would give you 10 base crit on a chest piece, but if you do a hybrid chest piece, which has like what 700 ES, or no, it's 500 ES. It's like 500 ES. 5 base crit there. I guess it would. We'll see how much you have going around on the other stuff.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has. But
non-arm attacks also have 5 base crit. Yeah,
works well for the
it's
ranger
probably pretty
too.
easy to crit cap.
And freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. Chalk's looking pretty suspect. All right. Infusion stuff.
Single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So, for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental stave.
The weapon swap thing's gonna feel really good. I feel like that's gonna help out the weapon swap system as a whole a lot. Because I feel like it's pretty, the weapon swap system right now, it's like you just want to kind of min-max like a curse or something. But with it actually being instantaneous, then you feel like you don't lose much by alternating between actual stuff on weapon set 1 versus weapon set 2.
More effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work.
So you're stacking it up, okay. So you can stack them up. It's not a limit to 1.
Spark will create a nova of cold infused
And they have
projectiles.
a base 20-second duration. Okay, hold on. Let me look at that clip real quick. That spark clip.
Nova of cold infused projectiles.
So he just cast 2 sparks, but he had 2 infusions again. How did he get 2 infusions right away?
Skills to transform how they work. Spark
Started with them? You know, he started with, well, I'm saying he started with him,
We'll
and
create
like
a
you can
nova
see
of
him
cold
cast. So he casts here. He shoots out the spark. It's got the cold infusion, right?
infused projectiles.
He shoots out another spark. And now he has 2. So he's generating them somehow that isn't picking them up, right? Or am I being stupid? They drop on the ground again. Let me try to look at it real closely.
Create a nova of cold infused projectiles.
So he got another one right there. Watch this in like slow-mo playback timer. Slow.
Spark will create a nova of
I don't see one. I don't think I saw one. Shoots it out. Cool cold shatters going on. He casts again. He goes to 0. He doesn't have a charge. He didn't pick up anything, right? Or did one generate there and he instantly picked it up? Where is he getting that charge from? He has another one. He's just got 2. They showed some infusion supports. Yeah, so he must be generating them without having to pick them up. So, like, okay, if infusion is just you have to kill a monster, then drop the thing on the ground, then pick up the thing on the ground, then it's like kind of, you know, crap. If it's but if you're generating them through playing it, new intelligence, persistent buff gem, siphon elements. While active, has a chance to create infusion remnant when you freeze, shock, or ignite a target. That must be what it is then. Something like that. Something generating it where it's can be consistent without walking around. I'm gonna change the speed back to normal.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall.
So, Orb of Storms, if you're just casting it while within the radius, you're just getting charges. I wonder if that's in the patch notes, if it specifically like goes over that. And I just oh yeah, that's right. I skipped over Orb of Storms, I think. Now triggers for casting spell at radius. It now creates lightning infusion if all of its bolts are used up or its duration expires. Maximum of 8 bolts. So this requires you to cast it and go through its entire cycle. That's not great. It requires you to go through the entire cycle versus like passively generating more than one from one Orb of Storms cast.
Which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. With lightning, which will generate
6 to
arcs
start
to
off the
nearby
clip.
enemies as each fireball hits.
And then he generates 3 from killing some dudes. He didn't pick up, or did he actually pick them up and I'm just blind?
Enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with it. Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Yeah, so he's not picking anything up, but he is getting the infusions. So they came back to him on the kill. Yeah, he's clearly just got fire infusions during that clip from something. You don't need to pick up gameplay loop? Yeah, it seems like there's definitely... I mean, it's one of these reservations, right? Might be this thing or this thing. What does the Trinity reservation look like? Don't think it's... I mean, it's one of these. I don't know what else these could be. What's the second aura? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't... It's probably one of those, or it's a support gem. Is what it's got to be, right?
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with Art.
They show the tooltips later. Keep playing. Yeah, okay.
And by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap.
Staff can get an Abyss Havocs with 60 Spirit, so Reservation will be a lot better with staves. I mean, that'll help staves.
Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now
still
it
hurts compared to
all different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions.
Somebody using like a scepter, I think.
And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a...
So this is the persistent buff. Siphon elements. Remnants created by support skills collect from 17% further away. Okay, that's not great. 5% per power to spawn a cold remnant on freezing a target. 5% chance to spawn a fire remnant on igniting a target. 5% chance on shocking a target. So if we can consistently inflict ailments, basically.
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
The remnants must also... this says it spawns the remnants. So the remnants still exist. You have to walk to them. Maybe the collection distance is pretty far then?
Oh
Yo,
no,
always
I
appreciate
haven't
the
eaten
sub.
cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna
Andy
die.
Mods, appreciate the sub as well. Thanks, guys. I didn't think they would relent on so many core design decisions. The biggest one for me is trade. I don't know about you guys. I mean, of the things they're giving up in terms of like, this is how we like to do things. This one's crazy to me. That we're actually getting asynchronous trade. And there's quite a few things, but this is so freaking wild to me. I'm so pumped about that one. Chris is rolling in his grave. Chris isn't dead, guys. He isn't dead. He's alive and well. Not having to deal with people is great. I mean, how many times, guys? How many times? I think everybody's probably experienced this. You message the guy for his thing he had listed a week ago. No response. Ghost response. And then you proceed to see that same guy relist it for some unreasonable price higher. Okay? How many times do you deal with that freaking garbage? I think people are still going to use the normal trade system. I mean, look at how often you do normal trade versus doing like Faustus trade. I think it's going to be a similar level of people using the trade fast, the trade offline thing. People will still use normal trade because of dump tabs. There will probably still be a decent amount of that. But the thing is, I think these... I mean, it looked like they're basically premium tabs with the sell feature, right? There's probably dump tabs that work for the system too. There's gonna be some really upset people when they put a Mage Blood for 200 souls instead of 200 divines. Freaking skill issue, man. List your thing correctly. If it's that valuable, take the 2 seconds to do it right. I don't know, man. I think this is just net freaking improvement. You have no one to blame but yourself if you list a Mage Blood for 200 exalts instead of 200 divines. That's a you problem? Yeah. Nah, screw 'em, man. You mispriced, that's you. Skill issue. You should have taken 2 extra seconds, okay? I'm so freaking excited about the instant trade. Not having to deal with these garbage repricers, bad traders, all this sort of stuff. It's gonna be weird seeing people in my hideout. Yeah, I guess. All these random people going in and out. I think it's gonna be like, hell yeah, something's selling. I also am gonna be like, when I show up in people's hideouts, I'm definitely gonna look through their other listings just out of curiosity. I wonder how much I'll stop doing that though. I'll probably do it a lot at the start. You can't instantly delist, so if they watch so many people pour in, yoink the underpriced item, yeah. You gotta sit with the price you put it at. I'm gonna miss spamming 20 people and not getting a response. I'm not, man. I'm not gonna miss it. I wanna be window shopping. Yeah, window shopping. Already find a new way of installing? What do you mean? This one of the biggest. Okay, you guys know the thing where like people would ask me, Lance, are you gonna make a budget version of the anime weapon build? And I would go, I don't know if I want to do it. You know the biggest reason I was like not sure if I wanted to do it or not? It was literally just I knew I was gonna have to deal with trade for every single cheap gear piece where I have to message a bunch of people and deal with a bad trade experience for an entire gearing out of a character. That whole thing is the reason it takes like multiple hours to assemble a cheaper version of build, is because you waste so much time messaging people. It's like, I'm so freaking pumped to not have to deal with that sort of thing. We're looking forward to PoE2 this league. I am. Yeah, I'm genuinely excited about it. We'll have to think more about what we actually want to play based on the changes. Harmonic, 20% chance for support skills to create an additional remnant. Remnants created by support skills can be collected from 100% further away. Skills which create remnants can be collected from further away. Okay, that doesn't seem great. Siphon Element seems solid though, and it's only 30. It's only 30 spirit, so the reservation cost of this is not very high. And this is like if you're proccing these, you're just getting it's based on power. So like a unique is 20 power, right? So that would just be 100% chance if you proc any of these, you're getting a remnant from it. Hold on, I'm getting a call from my wife. He has a wife, unsubbed? Yep. Sorry, guys, I'm taken. I know you were thinking about it, but don't bother sliding in the DMs, okay? I am a committed individual, okay? Better luck next time. I'm gonna have my whispers off in game too, by the way. I can do that now, thanks to asynchronous trade. Okay? You think you could message me and try to hit me up? Yeah, whispers are gonna be off, okay? Asynchronous trade. I don't have to look at the messages. It's gonna be beautiful. My 20-step seduction plan is in shambles. Yes, it is. Now, that being said, speaking of my wife is like, hey, man, you wanna hang out tonight? So I think we're going to call it for the stream because it's getting late. Okay, it's getting late. Tomorrow I'll have to do a little bit more scrupulous investigation of stuff they're changing than what we did tonight. But I'm pretty pumped, man. I'm pretty pumped. This much of the bingo board getting hit on a pretty cope bingo board is kind of insane. Anyways, yeah, you guys can make whatever assumptions you want. Okay, I'm not telling you anything. Okay, none of your beeswax. I'll send you guys. I was making jokes about Connor getting upset about Cultist Hammer. I'll send you guys over to Connor. We'll see what is Connor looking at. Is he looking at an unarmed monk? We gotta investigate. What is he looking at? Is he finally giving up on the warrior dream? Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun today. Tomorrow we'll have to do some planning. So I'll catch you guys later. Have a good rest of your evenings.
Got the Lance raid. How are the notes looking for you?